going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming U.S. Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the U.S. Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
2 men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the 2 men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the 2 men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The 2 men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed.
All right, we're moving now to breaking news that we have coming in. This is regarding actor Aamir Khan. Remember, he stands just a few days away. His film, the Advait Chandan directorial Lal Singh Chadha, is set to come out today and tomorrow. Aamir has addressed the heavy trolling that the film is facing on social media. While interacting with the media in New Delhi, the superstar reacted to the boycott trend. He said that he's regretful that he hurt anyone's sentiments. Now, my colleague Mihir Trivedi is with us on the phone right now to bring us more details. Mihir, just for our audiences, catch us up also on the entire controversy, because when it comes to Lal Singh Chadda, it wasn't immediately clear why the boycott trend had been started in the first place when it came to this film. Could you bring our audiences more context and then tell us more about what Aamir had to say?
Absolutely. A few years back, Aamir Khan had, responded to the reigning controversy then about intolerance in India, where he made certain comments which didn't go down well with the masses. Now, it appears that while his film was closing to release, there was this entire trend that started on social media with the hashtag of boycott Aamir Khan and his film, which clearly is not really acceptable as well as good for the actor. Remember, Aamir Khan's last release was in 2018, Thugs of Hindustan, which was box office debacle. The actor is known to be that money puller. His films at the box office are the ones which bring in a lot of revenue to the film industry and the film business. So it's not only Aamir Khan who will be impacted by this movie if the audiences dismiss it completely, looking at the current trend or following whatever targeting we are seeing on social media. But the industry at large will also take the beating. Remember, the film industry has suffered like any other industry during the pandemic. Even after that, the recovery of films releasing at the box office isn't as good, is not picked up as well. So clearly, here Aamir Khan, just before the release of his film, making a statement that he does accept and is by the people who don't want to see the film. But remember, if they are going by all the Twitter trolls and attacks on his comments made long back, for which he also apologized, this would only impact the film, and the film has several contributions from the industry also. It's not only Aamir Khan, it's the screenwriter, it's the director, it's the entire that works on the film, and the Hindi film industry at this point requires a film that does really well at the box office and gains that confidence of the people. So yes, to an extent, he is an actor who appeals to the masses and can get those monies at the box office.
Mihir, thank you for bringing us these details. Mihir, I'm so sorry, we will actually have to move on right now very quickly, because we are receiving breaking news right now. Indore continues to be lashed by heavy rainfall. The visuals we're showing you right now are of cars being washed away on the streets. Remember what's taking place right now. This is in Madhya Pradesh's Indore. From late Tuesday night, low-lying areas have been totally submerged with heavy rains. Many of those who were in cars were swept away. They were rescued then by local residents. My colleague Arun Trivedi is with us right now on the phone. He's with us from Indore right now to bring us more details. Arun ji, हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद. अरुण जी, आप हमारे दर्शक के लिए मौसम की स्थिति का वर्णन कर सकते हैं प्लीज?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, इंदौर देश का सबसे स्वच्छ शहर है और यहाँ पर जो मंगलवार देर शाम से लगातार बारिश का दौर जारी है, जिससे पूरा जनजीवन अस्त व्यस्त हो गया है. बारिश अभी भी लगातार हो रही है और देर शाम से हो रही बारिश, भारी बारिश की वजह से जो शहर की सड़कें हैं वो नदियां बन गई हैं और सड़कों पर इतना पानी भरा है कि कई कारें उसमें बह गई हैं और ये सिलसिला अभी भी लगातार जारी है. कई बाइक्स बह गई हैं, कई लोगों के लापता होने की भी खबरें आ रही हैं. सड़कों पर घंटों तक जाम में लोग फंसे हुए हैं. बिजली भी शहर की गुल हो रही है और बारिश का जो सिलसिला है उसकी वजह से लोग घरों से निकल नहीं पा रहे हैं और लोगों से सलाह दी जा रही है कि वो घरों पर ही रहें. तो ये देश का जो सबसे स्वच्छ शहर है, नंबर 1 शहर है, वहाँ पर नगर निगम के जो इंतजाम है उनकी पोल खुल गई है और लगातार बारिश की वजह से पूरा जनजीवन अस्त व्यस्त हो गया है. सड़कों पर पानी भर गया है, नदी बन गई है सड़कें. यहाँ पर जो डैम है उनके गेट खोलने पड़े हैं. यशवंत सागर डैम के 3 गेट खोल दिए गए हैं और बताया जा रहा है कि आज भी पूरे दिन इसी तरह वर्षा का दौर जारी रहेगा, जिससे आगे चल के स्थितियां और गंभीर बनेगी. हालांकि जो राज्य के मंत्री हैं तुलसीराम सिलावट और मेयर पुष्पमित्र भार्गव भी मैदान में आ चुके हैं और वो भी लगातार स्थिति का जायजा ले रहे हैं, नजर बनाए हुए हैं, लेकिन अभी भी स्थिति ठीक दिखाई नहीं दे रही है।
Alright, अरुण जी, इस जानकारी के लिए धन्यवाद। कृपया सुरक्षित रहे। We're continuing to cover the situation right now in Madhya Pradesh. Right now, that is all that we have. We're going to move on now to the next show. Good morning. You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. Our top story right now, just a few hours from being sworn in again, once again, the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Yesterday holding hands with the BJP, today with the RJD and the Congress. All right, as we already told you, our top story for the day right now. Within a span of 24 hours, the governance in Bihar has witnessed a huge shift. On one side earlier, you had Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister, with his alliance with the BJP. 24 hours later, he's now aligned with the RJD and the Congress, two parties that he'd earlier aligned with back in 2017. Now, RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav is set to take oath as his deputy chief minister. That's an arrangement that the two have also already seen before. Sources have told CNN News 18 that the RJD is likely to get portfolios belonging earlier to the BJP. The Congress is going to get 3 posts in the cabinet. The Speaker of the Assembly is likely to be from the Congress. However, the Home Ministry will remain with Nitish Kumar. All of this comes after Nitish and his party, the JDU, snubbed its former BJP and NDA allies. They joined hands with the RJD, the Congress and the left in quick developments we saw over the weekend. Remember, he'd already been skipping events held by both the BJP and the centre. So this didn't come as entirely a surprise. Now, in the last few hours, the BJP's accused Nitish Kumar of betrayal. The BJP's announced they're going to be protesting in the state today. They're going to be marking the day as Vishwas Ghat Divas. The party will also hold a key meeting in the evening. Very quickly, let's take you through how the numbers stand right now on my right. As you can see over here, this is the entire Bihar Assembly with a total seat count of 243 seats, which means, as you can see, the halfway mark is at 122. Now, on the bottom left of our screens over here, the JDU with 45 seats, not very large. Keep in mind the two biggest parties here. You can see the RJD with 79 seats, and the second biggest party is here, the BJP with 77. Earlier, the JDU on the left and the BJP on the right were the two parties that were together. As of yesterday, there's a new alignment that you already know of. The JDU, the RJD and the Congress, when they've come together, 164. So happily crossing that halfway mark. Now their big opposition is obviously going to be the BJP, right here with 77 seats. So this is how the numbers stand as we speak. We have some breaking news coming in, and we're going to very quickly move to that. And RJD leaders have started reaching Rabri Devi's residence. Rabri Devi, remember, is the wife of Lalu Prasad Yadav. Both have been leaders in the state. Alok Mehta, Shyam Rajak, Lalit Yadav, senior leaders from the RJD arriving at the residence. Very quickly, I'm going to go over to my colleague Saurabh. He's our ground reporter from Patna. He's going to bring us more on these developments. Saurabh, a big day for the RJD. The party finally gets to see itself return to power in a surprising arrangement. Tell us more about the leaders who are arriving right now.
Yes, so it's been half an hour and the leaders of RJD, they are arriving at Rabri residence, which is just behind me. And here we have been learning that Tejashwi Yadav is conducting a meeting with some of the big leaders of RJD, including Alok Mehta, who is a MLA from Ujarpur in Samastipur, Shyam Rajak, and other leaders. Lalit Yadav has also arrived here, who is an 8-time MLA from nearby Madhubani district from Patna. Now we are learning from our sources. There are some front runners of RJD who will be a part of cabinet. We are not confirming this, but based on our sources, we are learning that Alok Mehta, Bhai Virendra, Lalit Yadav, and Anita Kumari, who was transport minister earlier when RJD and JDU was in a coalition government, these 4 names that are coming up, it's cropping up that these 4 names are going to be included in the cabinet. Now we are at Rabri residence, and here the leaders are still arriving, and it is said that Tejashwi is conducting a meeting with these MLAs and discuss about the cabinet expansion. Now at 2 p.m. Yesterday RJD tweeted that at 2 p.m. Deputy CM and CM is going to swear in the Raj Bhavan today, and it's around 10 o'clock now, and till 2 p.m. we are going to witness dramatic visuals of Deputy CM and CM. Both will go to the Raj Bhavan and take the oath. Now it is for the RJD to decide what all ministers are to be included in the cabinet. We are also learning all those JDU portfolio, BJP portfolio department that was with the BJP when NDA was in government till yesterday. All those departments will be handed over to RJD. This is what our sources are saying, and also the Congress leaders will also be a part in the cabinet. We have learned that from Congress, Shakil Ahmed Khan, Madan Mohan Jha, and one more leader are going to be the part of the cabinet. So these are the latest update from RJD office here. The leaders are arriving and they are discussing about the cabinet expansion with Tejashwi Yadav inside Rabri's residence.
Saurabh, thank you for bringing us up to date. Now we're going to go over to my colleague, our political editor, Maya Shakil. She's live with us from Raj Bhavan, which is going to see much of the action later in the day today. Maria, just for our audiences, I'd like if you could explain, because our audiences are obviously tuning in from around the country. For the people of Bihar, what does today feel like? This is an arrangement that they obviously last saw from 2015 to 2017. It's a familiar arrangement in some ways. How do they perceive the political changes?
Well, I think it's too early to really guess what people of Bihar in general would be thinking, but it's almost like a deja vu for the state. But one thing is clear, that Nitish Kumar is continuing as the chief minister, so as far as the continuity is concerned, that is there. The only aspect that is changing is a realignment which has happened yesterday. So there was no resort politics, there was no allegations or counter allegations, there was no horse trading. It was just smooth realignment that happened, something that Bihar has been witnessing for the last 7-8 years. In 2015, the mandate was for Lalu Yadav and Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar forgot about that mandate, and in 2017, he jumped the ship and formed the government with the BJP. In 2020, the mandate was for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar, and again we have seen Nitish Kumar jump the ship and realign with the party that he won 2015 in. So there are several teething questions as far as the inherent contradictions in this alliance is concerned. That will be the big challenge going ahead and going forward. Tejashwi, of course, will be asserting more. This will be not the same Tejashwi that we saw in 2015. He has emerged out of his father's shadows clearly in 2020. The manner in which he ran the campaign and ensured that the entire Mahagathbandhan, which includes smaller parties, includes CPI-ML, Congress, all these parties, he now commands 114 MLAs in all. We have seen recently how 5 MIM MLAs who won in the Simanchal part have switched and joined the RJD. So with that kind of number that he is bringing in this alliance of 114, he will be asserting more. There will be also an image, effort by him to really position himself as someone who can deliver. Because in 2020 elections, one of the promises that was made by Tejashwi was a promise of 10 lakh jobs. So will that be something that he'll be able to maneuver and work around with Nitish Kumar? Nitish Kumar, on his part, since 2020, had displayed his discomfort with the BJP repeatedly. But his own political capital stands diminished. What does Nitish Kumar really stand up for today or stand for is something that he can best answer. But as far as Bihar is concerned, it is seeing continuity. The Chief Minister is the same. Only the alliance partners around the Chief Minister are changing. Is Nitish positioning himself for a bigger role in 2024? Well, that is almost certain. But what will be the contours of that role? How will he be perceiving it? That is something that we'll have to wait and see. And as I have been saying, there's a lot of political uncertainty. Yes, there is stability in terms of the numerical strength of this alliance, but instability in terms of what Nitish Kumar will be doing next.
And Maria, just to come back to you, when it comes to the BJP, that's a party that, when we take a look at Maharashtra, has played a long game. Yesterday, many questions were being asked on the BJP's perceived silence. Today, we know they've announced a day of protest, but what's the long-term plan for the party?
Yes, so far the BJP had been playing second fiddle to Nitish Kumar. They were making efforts to not really antagonize Nitish Kumar. They were being very careful in also not being seen as openly taking on Nitish Kumar. But I think post-2020, when BJP actually emerged as the bigger brother in this alliance, winning almost double the number of seats that Nitish Kumar has done, so they started asserting themselves. And if anything, from the day one of the swearing-in ceremony of the new government, when the BJP got 2 cabinet berths, they also ensured and they insisted that they should get the speaker's chair. Nitish Kumar understood that perhaps he will not be very comfortable. As far as his open voicing of disagreement of the policies of the central government is concerned, that was playing out in full public view. Even on Agnipath scheme, which the central government projected as the big idea going ahead for defense forces, Nitish Kumar was opposing it. He has been opposing the central government policies on a number of occasions. But what we saw yesterday was a clear case of Nitish Kumar looking at the transition from the BJP to the RJD as far as his alliance partners or the groups are concerned. And while the surround sound was about optics, Nitish ensured that the entire operation, along with the Mahagathbandhan parties, is carried out in a matter of few hours. It's almost similar to 2017. And now the new government will be sworn in today. It will be Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Deputy Chief Minister. And as far as other ministries or other cabinet berths are concerned, that will be decided over the next few days. So for the moment, the message is to ensure that the message goes to the people that it's a functioning government. There's no dysfunctional state of Bihar. That is the reason why the swearing-in ceremony only of the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister will happen at 2.
Okay, Maria, let me quickly now go over to Saurabh, also with us live from Patna right now. Saurabh, as Maria was telling us right now, there were policy disagreements, strong. All right, we're actually going to just go over to Saurabh. I believe Saurabh might actually be about to start an interview. Saurabh, over to you.
श्याम जी क्या चल रहा है मीटिंग में? पता है श्याम जी क्या चल रहा है मीटिंग में? नहीं पता है क्या, कब तक कुछ नहीं पता है। मंत्री बन रहे हैं सर आप? अरे हम मैं कैसे बनूंगा? हम एमएलए हैं, नहीं एमएलसी है। अभी तक क्या डिसाइड हुआ है? निश्चित नई सरकार बन रही है और नई सरकार बिहार के आम जनता, खास करके नौजवानों की, किसानों की जो इच्छा थी, जो उनको सपने सुस्त हो गए थे, उनको सपनों को फिर से जागृत किया है और वो सपने साकार होंगे। आरजेडी के कितने एमएलए बन रहे हैं मंत्री? मुझे नहीं पता अभी क्या। अरे क्या राजू भाई,
मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ। एक सवाल मेरा ये है कि 2 बजे का शपथ ग्रहण तय है?
निश्चित 2 बजे शपथ ग्रहण होगा।
और इस शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में कौन कौन शामिल होगा?
मुझे नहीं पता। मुख्यमंत्री तेजस्वी जी तो निश्चित जाएंगे। तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे हैं,
बुलाया भी गया है।
वीआईपी मेहमान बताएंगे। नहीं आ रहा है, कोई नेता नहीं आया, क्योंकि
राहुल जी को कोविड हो गया है,
प्रियंका जी को
भी कोविड हो गया, दोनों को कोविड है
इधर
और
सीधा देख लीजिए, सब
अस्वस्थ है, वो आ नहीं सकते हैं, इसलिए कोई नहीं आ रहे हैं।
तेजस्वी जी डिप्टी सीएम बन रहे हैं,
तो मुख्यमंत्री के अधिकार ना है भाई, मुख्यमंत्री बताएंगे, मुझको नहीं पता।
अखिलेश यादव आ रहे हैं?
नहीं, अभी कोई नहीं आ रहे हैं।
अच्छा श्याम रजक जी, आप जैसे लोगों के लिए तो बड़ी कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन है, क्योंकि आप जेडीयू में भी रहे और आरजेडी में भी रहे, तो मैं
आप बताइए,
मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप तो दोनों पार्टियों में रहे और दोनों के करीबी रहे, तो मैं ये सिर्फ जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो गठबंधन हुआ है, ये बिहार के लिए ही हुआ है या देश की राजनीति को आगे बदलने की दिशा में भी इसके कुछ सोचा जा रहा है, जो रणनीति बन
कल जो फैसला हुआ ये सिर्फ बिहार के लिए नहीं, बल्कि देश में जो लोग निराश थे उनको एक कुरामीन मिला है, और देश में नरेंद्र मोदी की और जो सांप्रदायिक ताकतें हैं और आरएसएस की जो कुचक्र चला था उस पर विराम लगेगा, और देश में नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ जो भी शक्तियां हैं, जो भी लोग विपक्षी पार्टी, सब लोग मिल करके उसको 2024 में हटाएंगे। इसके लिए लोग ताकत
2020 में जो मैनिफेस्टो में जो प्रॉमिसेस हुए थे, 2020 में जो मैनिफेस्टो
जी को 2024 में चेहरे के तौर पर, वैसे तो अभी लड़ाई बहुत लंबी है, चेहरे के तौर पर क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के पैरेलल खड़ा करने की कोशिश भी होगी क्या?
ये तो आदरणीय नीतीश जी को तय करना है, जब तक वो तय नहीं करेंगे कोई दूसरा आदमी क्यों खलल डालेगा।
श्याम जी, 2020 में जो मैनिफेस्टो में जो भी प्रॉमिसेस आरजेडी और जेडीयू ने किया था, क्या वो अब उस पे काम होगा?
हमारा सीधे एजेंडा है बेरोजगारों को रोजगार देना।
10 लाख जॉब ऑफर हुआ था।
हाँ, 4 लाख को जिस दिन पहला वोट होगा 4 लाख लोगों को उसी दिन निकलेगा।
10 लाख जॉब के लिए तेजस्वी यादव।
So we heard Shyam Rajak, who is a senior leader in RJD, and he is saying that the manifesto which was given in 2020 by RJD and JDU government, we have some more reaction.
करेंगे कौन मंत्री बनेंगे कौन नहीं बनेंगे, मुख्यमंत्री जी हैं और तेजस्वी जी हैं, इन लोगों का निर्णय है कौन मंत्री बनेंगे नहीं बनेंगे, इन लोगों के हाथ में, जो भी निर्णय होगा अच्छा ही होगा।
लेकर के कहा जा रहा था कि तेजस्वी को
ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है, जो भी मुख्यमंत्री जी और तेजस्वी जी दोनों आदमी सर्वसम्मत जो भी निर्णय लेंगे, सब निर्णय उन लोगों को सामंजस्य, कहीं कोई इफ बट नहीं।
आरजेडी से 16 मंत्री बन रहे हैं,
जितना भी बने वो सब आप लोगों को हम लोगों से ज्यादा जानकारी होगी।
बीजेपी के कोटे के जो मंत्रालय थे वो आरजेडी को मिल रहे हैं, ये तो कम से कम सामान्य बात है कि हो जाएगी।
हो सकता है, आप कह रहे हैं तो यही होगा, होना चाहिए।
नीतीश जी भी अपने मंत्रियों को भी बदलेंगे,
अब क्या होगा नहीं होगा उतनी बात तो हम नहीं बता।
मांग अभी भी तेजस्वी की है कि गृह मंत्री?
नहीं, कोई विभाग की मांग नहीं है, आपस में बैठ के जो भी निर्णय होगा सब अच्छा है।
कहा जा रहा है कि किसी को मंत्री मिले न मिले, ललित यादव पक्के हो गए हैं, वो मंत्री तो बन रहे हैं।
हम लोग सरकार बनी अच्छी।
All right, very quickly now, let's take you to what Union Minister Giriraj Singh had to say to these political developments. Take a look.
जो कहेंगे कुछ नहीं कहूंगा कि जो भतीजा ने कहा था आज वो जगजाहिर फिर से हुआ। क्या जगजाहिर हुआ? जो आपका चैनल चला रहा है पलटू राम, हमने तो कभी नहीं कहा।
हमने नहीं चलाया। आप मानते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार पलटू राम है?
हम नहीं मानते हैं या मानते हैं, यही तेजस्वी जी ने कहा और लालू जी ने कहा ये सांप है, हमने नहीं कहा। और कहा ये केंचुआ जैसे रंग बदलता है वैसे ये केंचुआ छोड़ते हैं, ये गिरगिट है, ये मैंने नहीं कहा, ये लालू जी ने कहा। इनके ऊपर महत्वाकांक्षा सवार है पीएम मटेरियल का, और उनको लगता है अब नहीं तो कभी नहीं।
क्या लगता है दादा, क्या गड़बड़ी होगी? बीजेपी नीतीश कुमार भाग गए, बीजेपी क्या अकेले चलेगी अब इस राज्य में?
हम पहले भी अकेले रहे, हम पहले।
Remember, just a few days ago, Amit Shah, the BJP leader, had actually been in Patna, and ironically, while meeting party workers there, it's believed that both Amit Shah, JP Nadda, most of the senior BJP leadership's messaging had been that the allegiance of the alliance was very much going to remain, and it was going to continue to be represented by the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Here's another BJP reaction coming in to all of yesterday's developments. Senior BJP leader Shahnawaz Hussain. Take a look.
गालियां दी, जिन्होंने उनको अपमानित किया उनके साथ वो जा रहे हैं, जिन्होंने सम्मान दिया उनको छोड़कर जा रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने तो ईमानदारी से काम किया और ये भी कहा कि साथ में चुनाव लड़ेंगे। और नीतीश कुमार जी का जो उभार हुआ था वो राजद के खिलाफ ही हुआ था। वही उनकी यूएसपी थी कि वो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आगे आए। तो आज जिस वजह से वो पहचाने गए, आज उन्हीं के साथ जाकर खड़े हुए।
सर, आप लोगों ने उनको आधी सीट दी थी लोकसभा चुनाव में 2019 में। जो उनकी राजनीति थी समता पार्टी से लेकर के जनता दल यूनाइटेड तक में हमेशा भाजपा साथ रही। आखिरकार कहां पर ये हुआ जो मैनेज नहीं हो पाया दोनों तरफ से? काफी समय से
वो तो वही बताएंगे। हम लोगों ने तो पूरा उनको सम्मान दिया, हमारे केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने सम्मान दिया। उनको कहीं से कोई दुश्वारी नहीं थी। किस तरह से उन्होंने अपनी स्थिति को राजद की तरफ किया, ये क्या मजबूरी थी, वो तो उनको बताना है।
तो अब सर आपकी स्ट्रेटजी क्या रहेगी इस पार्टी की? आप अकेले आप लोग
हम मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाएंगे और लोकसभा के चुनाव में 40 की 40 लोकसभा सीट जीते, इसके लिए अभी से ताकत लगाएंगे।
हमारे साथ शाहनवाज हुसैन जी हैं सर।
All right, my colleague Saurabh is with us live right now from Patna, as you saw a little while earlier. We'll go back to him right now. Saurabh, this new alliance between the Congress, the RJD and of course the JDU, they've got to keep the alliance going now for 3 more years till 2025. Have the three parties ironed out all wrinkles with each other? What are the big questions that remain?
If we talk about this grand alliance, there has been a bit of tussle between Congress and RJD in the past, if we see on some matters. But there's a saying that in politics, no one is a prisoner of the past. So this stands equal for both JDU and RJD, as they have come to the alliance once again, leaving behind to 2017's episode. So this was a statement given by Shivanand Tiwari when it was asked that why is the alliance again when so much of things happened in 2017. He said that no one is the prisoner of past in politics. So this stands same for the Mahagathbandhan, because we saw some kind of friction between Congress and RJD in the past. But we saw on the Pratirodh March day before yesterday, 2 days back, when Tejashwi Yadav managed to get all the regional parties, all the opposition parties on board, wherein Congress left and RJD, all those the parties, they came with Tejashwi Yadav to protest against the central policies of the government at center. So now that the Congress has given unconditional support to the Tejashwi Yadav in a letter day before yesterday only, that he is going to give unconditional support if he is going to form a government with Nitish Kumar. And yesterday when it was formed, when it was that Nitish gave his resignation, it's crystal clear that the parties are united once again, and there is a united opposition here, which is now the part of the government of Bihar. And BJP, which was the second largest party earlier with an alliance with JDU, has become the opposition of Bihar State Assembly. So if we talk about the RJD leaders, they are saying that they are going to work on the manifesto of 2020 when the RJD gave its manifesto about 10 lakh jobs and all. So we heard the leaders saying that they are going to work on that manifesto, and they'll fight against the corruption and the kind of the misuse of
10 में भी यही था, 10 में भी ये जो डिनर कैंसिल किया नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नाम पर, वो एक बहाना था। 2002 में ये जाते हैं गुजरात और वहां जाकर के उनकी तारीफ करते हैं, और 2010 में इनको असुविधा हो जाती है। कुछ नहीं, ये लोगों ने पीएम मटेरियल, तो रात दिन पीएम मटेरियल सुनते सुनते सोते जगते पीएम मटेरियल, उन्होंने पीएम बनने का ख्वाब देखा।
तो पीएम बनने के लिए महागठबंधन का दामन थामा है,
और क्या।
लेकिन कांग्रेस तो कह रही है कि हमारे पीएम पद के उम्मीदवार राहुल गांधी हैं।
जो ये ख्वाब देखा है और क्योंकि हमारे साथ तो ये ख्वाब पूरा नहीं होगा।
आपके साथ ख्वाब पूरा नहीं होगा, लेकिन आप लोग सरकार में उनको काम करने नहीं दे रहे थे, इस तरह की नाराजगी है। जो फ्रीडम था 2020 से पहले, वो फ्रीडम नहीं था नीतीश कुमार को। आपके मंत्री उनकी सुन नहीं रहे, क्लाउड कम हो गया था नीतीश कुमार।
ये मैं उस हल्की बातों में नहीं जाऊंगा, यानी उनमें क्षमता नहीं था, जिसको हमने मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया और जो एको हम द्विजों ने नाचते, उसको क्या तकलीफ थी? ये कोई तकलीफ नहीं है भैया, कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना। ये इनको प्रधानमंत्री बनना नहीं तो कभी नहीं। एक व्यक्ति ने कहा था, छोड़ो इधर उधर की बातें, आओ सामने, ये लुक्का छिपी मत बताओ, प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना है। और दूसरी बात, मैं चुनौती के साथ कह रहा हूं, इनमें हिम्मत है। 14 में 13 में अलग हुए हमसे और 14 में चुनाव लड़ा, 2 सीट आया, फिर वो चले गए आरजेडी के साथ असेंबली में, और फिर 19 में आ गए मेरे साथ। ये आज तक अकेले चुनाव लड़ने की ताकत नहीं है।
तो आप चुनौती दे रहे हैं कि अकेले?
हाँ, एक चुनौती दे रहा हूं कि नीतीश बाबू अपनी नीति और नियत को फ्रीज में ना रखें और नीति और नियत के साथ राजनीति।
अकेले चुनाव लड़ने की चुनौती आप दे रहे हैं?
एकदम हिम्मत नहीं है।
तो अब आरजेडी के खिलाफ जो वो हमला करते थे, तेजस्वी यादव, लालू यादव के खिलाफ, पिछले कुछ दिनों से हमलावर कम हो गए थे,
इसलिए कि अंदर अंदर खिचड़ी बन रहा था।
तो आरजेडी के खिलाफ जो आप लोग आरोप लगाते थे अपराध का, भ्रष्टाचार का, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमला जारी रखेगी? क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार के खिलाफ तो ऐसा कोई मसला आप लोग को मिलता नहीं।
चिंता ना करें, जब हम भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ रहेंगे, हम उससे अलग थोड़ी ही रहेंगे। जब मैं आताताइयों के साथ रहूंगा तो हम उससे अलग थोड़े ही होंगे। तो आने वाले समय में देखते चलिए, नीतीश कुमार का चेहरा बेनकाब होगा कि ये प्रधानमंत्री के लिए गए हैं, एनडीए को छोड़ा है, न कि इनके साथ कोई अपमान हो।
अंतिम सवाल करूंगा, कुछ तो कुमार फिर से मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेंगे और दूसरी तरफ आप लोग यहां पर विश्वासघात दिवस के रूप में इस पूरे देश को, इस पूरे दिन में आप लोग मना रहे हैं और बाकायदा प्रोटेस्ट होगा। तो आप बीजेपी के चीफ थे, एक तरीके से समन्वय बनाने की जिम्मेदारी आप पर भी थी। अगर नीतीश बाबू इतने नाराज थे, इतनी सारी उनकी लंबी फेहरिस्त है कि हमको हटाने का कार्यक्रम बनाया जा रहा था, हमारा उद्धव ठाकरे करने का कार्यक्रम बनाया जा रहा था, ऐसे ऐसे आरोप लगा रहे, तो क्या आपने कभी उनसे संवाद साधने की कोशिश नहीं की?
कानून व्यवस्था में बिहार में दिखते हो, जब भी हमारे यहाँ जहरीली शराब से मौतें होती थी तब हम उनके साथ चर्चा करते थे। यह सब चर्चा उन्हें बहुत ही खराब लगती है कि इस तरह की चर्चा उनके सहयोगी दल उनसे क्यों कर रहे हैं। हमारे वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, अगर हम उनसे चर्चा नहीं करेंगे तो क्या हम योगी जी के पास जाएंगे कानून व्यवस्था बिहार का ठीक करने के लिए? और जाहिर बात है कि इस तरह का लगातार चर्चा हो रहा था। एक उनको लगा कि नहीं, भाजपा में अगर वह सोच रहे थे कि यह गुलामों की तरह व्यवहार करेगी या गुलामों की तरह व्यवहार नहीं करिए, यह प्रश्न पूछ भी रही है और चीज़ों को दुरुस्त करने का बिहार में प्रयास भी कर रही है। जो कागज इन्होंने दिए थे ईडी को और जांच एजेंसियों को, आईआरसीटी घोटाले के जिस शॉपिंग मॉल के कागज ललन सिंह जी ने दिए थे, वो सभी कागजों का आज 10-12 साल बाद एक तार्किक परिणाम निकलने लगा था। भोला यादव जी की गिरफ्तारी, हृदयानंद जी की गिरफ्तारी के बाद इन्हें भी लग रहा है कि आज नहीं तो कल लालू जी का परिवार दिक्कत में पड़ेगा, और जब दिक्कत में पड़ेगा तो हम पूरे राजद को अपने साथ समेट करके निर्विवाद पुनः बिहार के नेता हो जाएंगे। तेजस्वी जी के साथ मजबूरी है कि भोला यादव और हृदयानंद जी की गिरफ्तारी के बाद उनको बिहार सरकार से शील्ड चाहिए। उनको लग रहा है कि सारा कागज तो इन्हीं लोगों ने दिया है, तो अगर इनके साथ रह के मैं उप मुख्यमंत्री बनूंगा तो ये हमें बचाव करेंगे। तो यह इन दोनों का आपस में गठबंधन, इसी व्यवस्था का गठबंधन है। इनको जेल जाने से बचना है और इनको ये दूसरे पर इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं, यह इसी ध्येय से गए हैं कि कल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को यह पूरे अपने में समाहित कर लेंगे जब लालू परिवार फंस जाएगा।
एक बात ये बताइए, एक बात ये समझाने की कोशिश कीजिए कि ये बात तो सब कोई कह रहा है कि ये जो तमाम आपने बातें लगाई कि भाई भ्रष्टाचार के जो मामले वो निकलकर सामने आने लगे, पर क्या आखिरी समय तक नीतीश कुमार से संवाद साधने की कोशिश की भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने? क्या उनको कोई फोन कॉल केंद्र की तरफ से गया या कोई फोन कॉल स्टेट की तरफ से? स्टेट में आप हैं, आपने उनसे फोन कॉल करने की कोशिश की?
बातें होते रहती थी, और लेकिन जो घटनाएं बिहार में घट रही थी, जाहिर बात है हम उन पर ध्यान आकृष्ट करेंगे, और जब हम उन पर ध्यान आकृष्ट करते थे तो यह उनको बहुत चुभता था। वह यह चाहते
बातचीत करने की आपने कोशिश की थी लास्ट?
बातचीत लगातार, हमारे मंत्री हैं, परसों जनता दरबार में वो सब थे, हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री उनके साथ जनता दरबार में थे, हमारे मंगल पांडे जी उनके साथ जनता दरबार में थे, सभी के साथ लगातार।
All right, those are developments coming in from Bihar. Remember, the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar set to be sworn in at 2 p.m. So, in just a few hours from now, we'll continue to bring you more of those developments. Right now, it's time for a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
Five cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishnan Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Muhammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the water surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
All right, and now breaking news coming into us from Mumbai related to actor Aamir Khan. With a few days left to go for the release of the Advait Chandan directorial that stars Aamir Khan, Lal Singh Chaddha, remember it's called a remake of the Western film Forrest Gump, we're learning Aamir has addressed the heavy trolling the film is facing on social media. This is while interacting with the media in New Delhi. The superstar reacted to the boycotting trend that the film industry has seen. He also said that he's regretful if he's hurt anyone's sentiments. Take a look at his reaction very quickly, then we'll connect with a colleague for more.
अगर मैंने किसी का दिल दुखाया है किसी चीज़ से तो मुझे उस बात का दुख है और मैं किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना चाहता हूँ और आई थिंक बाकी अगर लोगों को जिनको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है तो मैं उस बात की इज्जत करूँगा क्या कर सकते हैं लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग फिल्म देखें हमने बड़े मेहनत से फिल्म बनाई है और सिर्फ मैं नहीं हूँ फिल्म जो बनती है वो सैकड़ों लोगों के मेहनत से बनती है तो आई होप पीपल लाइक इट लेट्स सी.
All right, my colleague Shilpa Ratnam with us live this morning to bring us more context on the story. Shilpa, Aamir has been quite open in his recent interviews about the amount of anxiety all the trolling and the controversy has caused him. Tell us more details.
Well, yes, indeed, this boycott trend is something that the industry has been witnessing ever since the demise of Sushant Singh Rajput. There are a section of the people who believe that only by a constant boycott can there be a churn in the industry, and they feel that it's the known faces who control the industry and hence must be boycotted. On top of that, Aamir Khan has been incessantly trolled ever since those infamous remarks of his about Kiran, his then wife Kiran, Rao not feeling safe in India and that she felt that she had been facing heavy boycotts, which has come to a peak now. Lal Singh Chaddha, Kapoor Khan, also she had earlier said that don't like our films. It's the audience makes the Nepo kid stars. So they also felt jilted. Some sections of the audience.
All right, we're losing connection with Shilpa. We'll try to re-establish that connection. Lal Singh Chaddha is set to come out tomorrow, remember, in theatres across the country. We're moving very quickly, though, from developments in Bollywood now to developments related to Uttar Pradesh, where in big developments that took place in the run-up to Independence Day, obviously taking place in just 5 days from now, the anti-terrorism squad, the ATS of the UP police on Tuesday, said that they've arrested a 25-year-old man from Azamgarh, adding that he was associated with the Islamic State group, IS, and that he was planning to carry out a blast during Independence Day. He was also planning to target RSS members, the ATS has claimed. Sabahuddin's social media chats, Sabahuddin is the man who was taken into custody by the ATS. His chats were revealed and have revealed that he was in touch with ISIS controllers in Pakistan, Syria, and in Iraq. Now, my colleague, our Uttar Pradesh Bureau Chief, Pranshu Mishra, is with us right now to bring us more on these developments. Pranshu, this big news coming in just 5 days before Independence Day, heightened security, of course, across the country. But if you could tell us more about this particular arrest, please.
In fact, this is a big arrest as far as, ATS and the intelligence's operations and continuous efforts against the terrorist organization is concerned. Now, Sabahuddin Azmi, of course, is the lone person who has been arrested at the moment. But the possibility of more people being in touch with him, more people being radicalized, that possibility still remains. Now, you rightly said that, see, Sabahuddin Azmi is no small fish. Of course, he is a young person, 25 years of age, but the manner in which he has been radicalized, the fact that he has been, a constant viewer of the Telegram channel initiated by ISIS, that is Al-Sakar Media, he was the part of that group. He was highly radicalized, and he was clearly planning out some big conspiracy, according to ATS, sometime around Independence Day, that is over the next few days. He was also probably hatching a conspiracy to target some senior functionaries of the RSS. This is also the startling claim that has been made by UP ATS. So that clearly gives you an idea that the intent was very clear. Try and disrupt, create some sort of unrest at the time when India is going to observe or celebrate 75 years of its independence. Now the other point which remains is that who all were the people with whom Sabaudin was in touch, whether there was more people to this sinister module which has now been busted in form of the lone person arrested from Azamgarh. All these facts remains to be proved. There is a lot of literature which has been recovered from him, which talks about how to develop an IED and other explosive devices. So clearly he is a big catch. More skeletons will tumble out as this interrogation goes on. But as of now, UPAT says that a major terror plot has been averted ahead of Independence Day by the arrest of Sabaudin Azmi from Azamgarh.
All right. Thank you so much, Pranshu, for bringing us those developments. Moving on very quickly now to international developments taking place at the United Nations Security Council. In a sharply critical speech at the UNSC, Indian envoy Ruchira Kamboj called for one voice against terrorism. Kamboj, in her comments, slammed the global body for what she called was selectivity in taking action against terror groups. She said, while taking aim at China, Pakistan, Afghanistan and the United Nations Secretariat, she said selectivity and double standards both pervade in the UN's actions. She's also said that the credibility of the United Nations sanctions regime is at an all-time low. We'll play out for you what she had to say, then we'll connect with a colleague for more details.
It is puzzling to us that the SG's report chose not to take notice of the activities of the several proscribed groups in this region, especially those that have been repeatedly targeting India. Selective filtering of inputs from member states is uncalled for. We do hope that in future iterations of SG's reports, inputs from all member states would be treated on an equal footing. There should be no double standards in dealing with terrorists. It is most regrettable that genuine and evidence-based listing proposals pertaining to some of the most notorious terrorists in the world are being placed on hold.
My colleague Abhishek Jha is with us right now to bring us more context. Abhishek, we've heard India make statements similar to this, though lighter, in the past at the United Nations. Can you bring to our audiences more context on why these statements in particular are so important, A, and then B, if you could explain to us what the repercussions of these statements were at the UNSC?
This statement has very significant meaning, not only for the international community, but the United Nations itself, because as Permanent Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj has pointed out, that this selective filtration of report is something that is very uncalled for, because the report did not mention the terrorist activities and the repercussion of it on the minority community, especially Sikhs in Afghanistan in the recent bombings of the Gurdwara in Kabul. Also, there has been reports of organized criminals leading and fueling up the terrorist organization and getting shelter in India's neighborhood. This is what she also highlighted, and this is a real comment over the Dawood Ibrahim and his gang. And post Mumbai bomb attack, how did they actually go to Pakistan, and Pakistan agencies sheltered them and provided them with all the security, and their network continue to flourish even today and impact India's security concerns. And also she pointed out a third major thing, that is United Nations Security Council especially, has been victim of a particular nation or member state putting technical hold on prohibiting or proscribing certain individuals for their terrorist activities, just in the name of technical hold. And currently the chair of United Nations Security Council is China, and we know in the past China has put technical hold on proscribing Masood Azhar, who have been alleged and accused of putting conspiracy against India, and he's also alleged to have created this network of Lashkar-e-Taiba, and he's accused of Mumbai terror attack also. But still, China put certain technical hold which delayed proscribing Masood Azhar. So this has happened in past also, and this is something that Ruchira Kamboj wanted to highlight, and she did.
All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us these details. For our audiences, very quickly, we're going to head into a break. On the other side, we're going to return with more of the country's top stories. Remember, we keep a keen eye on developments in Bihar, where there's going to be a new chief minister sworn in just a few hours from now. We'll see you after this break.
Five cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice-Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Muhammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into waters surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan, on its part, is getting battle-ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming U.S. Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the U.S. Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand.
All right, Nityanand Rai, you might remember, is one of the senior leaders of the BJP. He's a union minister. He's also a leader who, over the last few years in Bihar, has been trying to improve his own stature. My colleague Siddhant has this interview with him as Bihar sees a change in leadership today. Take a look at that interview.
दो सवाल से ज्यादा नहीं लेंगे. हाँ. Okay. Joining me now is senior BJP leader from Bihar and Central Minister Nityanand Rai. सर, क्या हो गया बिहार में? ये क्या आप लोगों को भनक तकने लगी कि नीतीश बाबू इतना नाराज हैं, या ये एक सोची समझी साजिश है?
देखिए, नीतीश जी की यह सोची समझी साजिश है। जो भी बोल रहे हैं यह उनका बहाना है और उनको विकास से मतलब नहीं है, उनको कुर्सी से मतलब है, सत्ता से मतलब है। और आप यह सोचिए कि 2020 में जब 43 सीटों पर उनकी जीत हुई और बीजेपी की जीत 74 सीटों पर हुई, तब भी अपने वादा के अनुसार उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। बिहार के जनादेश के साथ उन्होंने धोखा किया है। उनको विकास से मतलब नहीं है। जब विकास और भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में कहा जाता था, गरीबों की, मजदूरों के हित की बात कही जाती थी, तो उनको गुस्सा आता था। अब बालू कितना बड़ा विषय है, सस्ता करने के लिए बार बार बीजेपी कहते थे। बीजेपी के मंत्री जो खान मंत्री थे नीतीश जी की सरकार में, तो वह जब जाते थे तो कहते थे कि छोड़िए इस सब बात से, बालू उलू की बात मत कीजिए, आप कुछ नहीं समझते हैं, गुस्सा कर लेते थे। और बालू जैसा विषय जो गरीबों से जुड़ा हुआ है, मजदूरों से जुड़ा हुआ है, राजमिस्त्रियों से जुड़ा हुआ है, छोटे छोटे हार्डवेयर की दुकानों से जुड़ा हुआ है, अब उस पर भी गुस्सा। जब उनको यह कहा जाता था कि शराबबंदी ठीक है, लेकिन आपके सारे थाने के प्रभारी शराब के कारखाने चलवा रहे हैं, आरजेडी के गुंडे शराब के कारखाने चलवा रहे हैं, आप उस पर कार्रवाई कीजिए, तो उस पर भी गुस्सा। तो विकास के नाम पर गुस्सा, भ्रष्टाचार रोकने के नाम पर गुस्सा, बिहार के विकास की बात कीजिए तो उस पर गुस्सा। तो वादा खिलाफी तो उन्होंने किया है, बीजेपी ने तो वादा निभाया था, वादा उन्होंने तोड़ा है,
विश्वासघात उन्होंने किया।
विश्वासघात ही नहीं, महाविश्वासघात।
अच्छा, आप बहुत जल्दी में एक
बिहार के जनादेश का उन्होंने अपमान किया।
एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूं। 2010 में नीतीश बाबू के लिए कहा जाता है उन्होंने एक सपना देखा था देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनने का। अब उनको 10, 8, 9 साल बाद ये क्या फिर से कोई सपना उनको दिखा दिया है, या क्या उनको ऐसा लग रहा है कि 2024 में
यह प्रश्न ही मजाक जैसा है।
क्यों? अच्छा खासा अच्छी छवि है उनका, आप लोग भी उनके साथ
नहीं, यह प्रश्न ही मजाक जैसा है। इस देश के गरीबों ने मसीहा अपने प्रधानमंत्री जी को मान लिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी को जीवन भर के लिए प्रधानमंत्री पद पर रखने का मन बना चुका है। देशवासियों के हृदय में नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के हृदय में देशवासी, इसलिए 130 करोड़ देशवासियों की बात करते हैं, सबका साथ।
राजद और जेडीयू कह रहा है कि अब बीजेपी हट गए सरकार से, अब वो सेंट्रल एजेंसी से छापे मरवाएगा हमारे ऊपर।
देखिए, यह कोई कहता है तो गलत कहता है। देखिए, भगवान कृष्ण ने गीता में एक बात कही थी कि कलयुग में जो जैसा कर्म करेगा उसको अपने इस जीवन में भोगना पड़ेगा। सबको अपने अपने कर्म के अनुसार जो करेगा उसको ऐसा भोगना पड़ेगा। इसमें किसी के कहने से और किसी के करने से नहीं होगा। लेकिन अगर क्या यह है क्या कि अगर कोई भ्रष्टाचार करे और वह किसी पार्टी का नेता हो और कार्यकर्ता हो तो उस नाम पर उसको छूट मिल जाए, ऐसा तो नहीं है, होना चाहिए। कानून अपना काम करती है, कानून में कहीं भी केंद्र सरकार दखल नहीं देती है, स्वतंत्र एजेंसियों पर कहीं वह दखल नहीं देती है। उसका काम है देश में अच्छी व्यवस्था लाना, भ्रष्टाचार को रोकना, घोटाले को रोकना, घोटालेबाजों को कानून के दायरे में लाना।
ओके। Nityanand Rai speaking exclusively to CNN News 18 says that जो सपना है नीतीश कुमार का वो एक मजाक है और देश की जनता ने प्रधानमंत्री को ही अपना मसीहा माना है। विद वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट नरेंद्र सिद्धांत मिश्रा in Patna for CNN News 18.
All right, hearing over there from Union Minister Nityanand Rai answering multiple questions. Did the BJP, particularly in Bihar, have any inkling that this was going to happen? That remains the big question. Now, we're going to, in just a little while from now, connect with Siddhant to ask him more about the BJP Bihar's preparations. As you might already know, they have planned a protest across the state today. But what are the party's long-term plans in the state? That remains an interesting question. Today, in just a few hours from now, in about 3 hours from now, we're going to be watching the new Bihar government get sworn in. Remember, it's an alliance of the RJD, the Congress, several left parties, and of course the JDU, are coming back in some ways of the Mahagathbandhan between 2015 and 2017. that Bihar already saw. Now, multiple sources have confirmed that Deputy Chief Minister is going to be Tejashwi Yadav. We might also, in a little while from now, be able to share more details about various cabinet posts. Right now, my colleague Siddhant is with us to bring us more details on this story. Siddhant, we've watched how in Maharashtra, the BJP is a party that played a very long-term game, a long-term strategic game. In this case too, when it comes to the lower party unit, what have they been told when it comes to what the BJP's plans are for the state?
Well, look, I have been speaking to BJP leadership from the state unit as well as from the center unit since last late night. And they have been telling me, this, that whenever we used to go and approach Nitish Kumar on the issue of corruption, when we used to go and tell him that police is giving protection to liquor mafia and they are running this racket of illicit liquor in the state, and action needs to be taken on them, then Nitish Kumar never used to respond positively. And that was a major difference when that was a major point of contention, in fact, according to BJP, when BJP was in alliance with JDU in Bihar. So these were some small issues which in fact BJP was also not comfortable being with Nitish Kumar. This is what their leaders are telling us, because on the corruption of on the issue of corruption, on the issue of illicit liquor, Nitish Kumar never used to take action. And in fact, I've spoken to Sanjay Jaiswal. He's a state BJP chief. Also, I've spoken to Nityanand Rai. They have been telling me that they were also not satisfied with Nitish Kumar's style of administration in this tenure, because he never used to listen to BJP minister. He never used to listen to the BJP cadres complaints, and that was a major point of contention between BJP and JDU in Bihar. Right now we are reporting from BJP headquarters, and I would ask my video journalist Naren to pan and give sense to our viewers. You can see right here outside the headquarters, the protest is going to start in a short while. Today, BJP is marking this day as Vishwas Ghat Divas. They say that we have been in alliance with Nitish Kumar. We have fought with Nitish Kumar against Lalu Prasad Yadav's Jungle Raj, against the corruption that Lalu Prasad Yadav has done. And now, after so many years of alliance, Nitish Kumar has again taken a U-turn. So they are marking this day as a Vishwas Ghat Divas. I would try to speak to some of the leaders, those who have come here. They are speaking to the other channels right now. Kishor Prasad, I can see Kishor Prasad here. Sanjay Jaiswal is right here. Giriraj Singh has come. We can expect Ravi Shankar Prasad also to be here. They all are going to sit on a dharna. So today, on one end at Raj Bhavan, Nitish Kumar, after again taking a U-turn, is going to be sworn in as the 8th-time Chief Minister of Bihar, along with Tejashwi Yadav. On the other end, his former ally, BJP, is on streets, on roads, protesting, giving dharnas, and calling this very day as a Vishwas Ghat Divas. Back to you.
Siddhant, thank you so much for bringing us those details. We're moving on very quickly. We have some breaking news related to this same story. We're going to move very quickly to that. Big developments coming in right before the new government is sworn in. All right, this is news we're getting from RJD sources. We're learning that Awadh Bihar, remember, he is the 6th-time MLA from the state of Bihar. He is from the RJD. He is apparently the front runner for the speaker post. My colleague Saurabh is with us. Saurabh, earlier we were reporting that there was the possibility that the speaker's post would go to the Congress party. What's led to this last-minute switch, the seeming last-minute switch?
See, Toya, there are negotiations still going on, and we see leaders arriving at RJD office right from morning. Now we are learning that the speaker, the RJD is projecting Awadh Bihari Chaudhary, who has been a 5-time MLA, both from JDU and RJD parties in the past, and he's elected for the 5th time from Siwan constituency, and he's been projected as the speaker from RJD's side. So it is to be seen. Still, we are not confirming that he will be the speaker, but news are coming in from RJD sources that our Bihari Chaudhary is being projected as Speaker of Bihar Assembly right now. But the development meetings are still underway inside RJD's office. So we have also given the information that senior leaders like Alok Mehta, Lalit Yadav, all these leaders can be inducted. Also, Bhai Virendra, who is the MLA from Maner. These all leaders are going to get inducted in the cabinet. But as a front runner of the speaker, our Bihari's name is on the top list right now.
So would you say, Saurabh, that Nitish Kumar would have to balance out things much more in the Mahagathbandhan than he was doing so far in this term?
Yes, probably, because it's been said that all those ministers who was earlier in the cabinet from JDU, they will remain, except a couple of them be removed, such as Jayant Raj and Sheila Kumari, because they were, close to RCP, and this whole drama that happened in the past week is because of RCP Singh. So it is speculated that these two ministers will lose their posts. And now some of the Congress leaders whose name are cropping up, such as Ajit Sharma, who is the LOP of Congress, and Madan Mohan Jha, who is state president of Congress, and also Shakil Ahmed.
Just one question from you कि इतना सब कुछ हो गया, आप सीनियर लीडर हैं, पटना से सांसद भी हैं, आपसे नीतीश बाबू ने कोई संवाद साधने की कोशिश नहीं की? जी नहीं। अच्छा, क्या आपको लगता है सर कि ये जो अलायंस बना है ये इलिसिट है? क्या इस भविष्य दिखता है आपको इस अलायंस?
अनैतिक, अवैधानिक और भ्रष्टाचार पर समझौता किया उन्होंने। 17 में क्यों छोड़ा था तेजस्वी जी को? क्यों छोड़ा था? इसलिए ना कि वो जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे थे भर्ती घोटाला, रेलवे का, मॉल घोटाला। अब क्या हो गया? अभी तो राजदार गिरफ्तार हुए हैं मामले के। तो ये बहुत पीड़ादायक है, दुर्भाग्य।
सर, क्या प्रधानमंत्री का जो सपना नीतीश बाबू 2010 में देख रहे थे, वो सपना उनको फिर किसी ने दिखा दिया, या उनको लग रहा है कि ये एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि एक बार फिर वो प्रधानमंत्री पद के दावेदार बन सकते हैं विपक्ष को एकजुट करके? क्या ये एक कारण है?
सपना देखने पर कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, ठीक है? दिन में भी सपना आप देख सकते हैं, लेकिन इस बात को आप समझेंगे कि अभी वहां कोई वैकेंसी नहीं है।
वैकेंसी नहीं है वहाँ पे। तो आज आप लोग विश्वासघात दिवस मना यहाँ पर मार्क करेंगे?
बिल्कुल, आप पूरे प्रदेश में भी जाएंगे।
अच्छा, आपको रविशंकर जी एक आखिरी सवाल, आपने लंबी लड़ाई लड़ी आप लोगों ने नीतीश जी के साथ मिलकर चारा घोटाला में, करप्शन, जंगल राज। कैसा लगता है कि अचानक से एक पुराने एलाय जो एक मूल्यों, एक आदर्शों को लेकर आप लोग साथ चले थे, आपका साथ छोड़ के आप फिर से उसी पार्टी के साथ अलायंस में?
मेरा एक सवाल आप सुन लीजिए, उन्होंने क्यों छोड़ा था लालू जी को? 95 में समता पार्टी बनाई थी चारा घोटाले की लड़ाई में, मैं उनका वकील था ना।
आप उनके वकील, इसलिए मैंने सवाल।
सुशील मोदी पिटिशनर थे, ललन सिंह भी आए, अब क्या हो गया? जी 2005 में नेता किसने बनाया? भाजपा ने, इसी बिल्डिंग में। प्रमोद जी, स्वर्गीय प्रमोद महाजन जी, लालू, ये अरुण जी और सुषमा जी के नेता, उनकी पार्टी में लोग उनके नाम पर सहज नहीं थे। रेल मंत्री अटल जी ने बनाया, कृषि मंत्री बनाया, 20 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, तो ये सब भूल गए।
इसलिए विश्वासघात आप लोग
विश्वासघात प्रदेश की जनता के जनादेश का।
ओके, so there you see senior former minister in NDA Ravishankar Prasad, an MP from Patna Sharif, speaking to CNN News 18, made it very clear that I was the lawyer of Nitish Kumar. We fought Chara Ghotala case together against Lalu Yadav. We have been fighting against the corruption, against the Jungle Raj from a long time. Now it's nothing but a Vishwasghat because Nitish Kumar has again taken a U-turn. Back to you.
Right, Siddhant Mishra reporting live from the BJP office there in Patna. Maria Shakil, a political editor, is also keeping a very close eye. Maria, if you heard Ravishankar Prasad's conversation with Siddhant there, Vishwasghat Divas is how they are commemorating the day today. But what is the inside story? What is the sense that you're getting? Is the BJP really smarting at this Vishwasghat? Given the fact that they were also uncomfortable, what is the sense that you're getting at this alliance breaking?
Yes, so as far as the BJP is concerned, Arunima, yes, there is this understanding that perhaps, the fact that despite getting more number of seats, almost double the number of seats in 2020, the BJP had agreed to make Nitish Kumar the face of the alliance. Even when senior leaders of the party came to Patna 10 days ago, they had reiterated that 2025 assembly elections will be fought under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. He'll be the face of the alliance of the BJP-JDU. But Nitish Kumar had other plans, and those other plans have been executed yesterday, and it will be a culmination today when Nitish Kumar will be sworn in as the Chief Minister and Tejashwi will return as the Deputy Chief Minister. So what next for the BJP, if you may ask? Arunima, look, so far the BJP had been playing second fiddle. Despite their attempt at social engineering, they would have certainly wanted to broad base their caste combinations. Is this an opportunity? Yes, this is a political opportunity for the BJP, and we have seen whenever they have taken the opposition space, they have proven to be far more aggressive, and that aggressive nature of politics that the BJP has displayed in multiple states has meant that perhaps few years later, when the assembly elections happen, it translates into gains for them, and they could also form the government. But having said that, for the moment, the BJP is seeing this as betrayal, yes, but they are also saying that this is an opportunity for them to expand their footprints. They do not have to be shying away or maybe careful, but I would say they do not have to be hesitant anymore in projecting themselves that they can go all out to woo the people of Bihar. So now that they know that they have a huge brand in Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because 2020, Arunima, and I've covered that election very closely on the ground, was a mandate for brand Narendra Modi. It was a mandate for brand Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar, and that is the reason why the BJP won far more number of seats, and yes, Tejashwi emerging as the single largest party. But the larger question I would say is that going ahead, we'll be seeing a more aggressive BJP, which will be taking this battle to the streets of Bihar.
I want to discuss that further, Maria. Do hold on. But before that, let's give the viewers a sense of what really is going to change in Bihar. How is this new government going to be formed? What is the inside track? First thing that we can tell you after speaking to our sources is that Nitish Kumar's deputy will be Tejashwi Yadav. He will be sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. So the man whose resignation was made an issue by Nitish Kumar when he quit the alliance last time, he'll be back as the Chief Minister's deputy. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar likely to retain Home Ministry. Now this is important because there was speculation whether RJD would get the Home Department there. RJD is likely to get the portfolio that were held by BJP. So the JDU ministers, whatever portfolio they had, they will continue to retain. That is what sources indicate to us. The BJP ministerships will shift to the RJD. Awadh Bihari from RJD is the front runner for the Speaker's post. Again, something important, because initial speculation was that will Congress get the Speaker's chair there. Congress is likely to get 3 portfolios in the Nitish cabinet. So they will be accommodated there as far as the cabinet is concerned. Siddhant is also on ground zero. Spoke to Ravi Shankar Prasad just now. Siddhant, I was discussing this with Maria earlier also. If you can also, weigh in. Do you get a sense that in a way BJP is relieved because, if this alliance had continued, there were a lot of allegations of corruption, there were a lot of allegations of governance not being delivered on the ground. Tejashwi could have benefited from that in the run-up to the next election. So in that sense, how is the BJP worker, the BJP cadre seeing this alliances breaking away?
Well, look, Nitish is the only neutral political personality in Bihar. He is the only one who can flip sides. He can even be in an alliance with BJP. He can even be in an alliance with RJD, and can also carry his own style of politics. And Nitish Kumar knows that this is an advantage which he has. Now, I was speaking to Ravi Shankar Prasad, and he got emotional while speaking to me. He has to say that I was the lawyer in Chara Ghotala in '94 when Nitish Kumar left Lalu Yadav. The reason was corruption. The reason was Chara Ghotala. Now he is again joining hands with RJD, his own party, Lalu Prasad Yadav's party, and in a way accepting the corruption. For all this while, Nitish Kumar has been speaking against the Jungle Raj, has been speaking against the lawlessness. In fact, he has done his own branding as Sushasan Babu. Why? Because when he became Chief Minister of Bihar for the first time, he got law and order in control. He got, the lawlessness came to an end, and he became Sushasan Babu. So now Sushasan Babu is again joining hands with the party which he called corrupt, with the party which he called party party who promotes Jungle Raj. So leaders like Ravi Shankar Prasad, leaders like Nityanand Rai have been questioning Nitish Kumar's intentions. Also, when I ask each one of them that what about his dream of becoming the Prime Minister, they say ये सपना ही रह जाएगा क्योंकि देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अपना मसीहा चुन लिया है. So BJP time and again BJP has been taking pot shots at Nitish Kumar, because if you remember in 2010 similar ambitions were Nitish Kumar even then also were trying really hard to become the face of the opposition party, but at that time that didn't work out. This time around he knows that this is going to be his last innings. He's giving his best to become the Prime Minister, and this is perhaps the reason that he's even in fact ready to be in an alliance with RJD and to focus more on the Delhi's politics and to get all the major opposition parties united together and try his luck for 2024 parliamentary elections.
All right, Siddhant, hold on a minute. We have been getting various reactions. Let's listen in to what political leaders from Bihar are saying, starting with MOS home, Nityanand Rai.
सर क्या हो गया बिहार में? ये क्या आप लोगों को भनक तक नहीं लगी कि नीतीश बाबू इतना नाराज हैं, या ये एक सोची समझी साजिश है?
देखिए, नीतीश जी की यह सोची समझी साजिश है. जो भी बोल रहे हैं यह उनका बहाना है. उनको विकास से मतलब नहीं है. जब विकास और भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में कहा जाता था, गरीबों की मजदूरों के हित की बात कही जाती थी, तो उनको गुस्सा आता था. शराब के कारखाने चलवा रहे हैं, आरजेडी के गुंडे शराब के कारखाने चलवा रहे हैं, आप उस पर कार्रवाई कीजिए, तो उस पर भी गुस्सा. वादा खिलाफी तो उन्होंने किया है, बीजेपी ने तो वादा निभाया था, वादा उन्होंने तोड़ा है. देश के गरीबों ने मसीहा अपने प्रधानमंत्री जी को मान लिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी को जीवन भर के लिए प्रधानमंत्री पद पर रखने का मन बना चुका है.
गिरिराज जी, ये क्या हो गया? पिछली बार वो आरजेडी छोड़ के आपके साथ आए, इस बार आपको छोड़ के आरजेडी के साथ चले गए.
मुझे हंसी आती है, जिस व्यक्ति को न नाराजगी से कोई मतलब नहीं है, इनके नाराज की परिभाषा समय समय पर बदलते हैं. ये लालू जी के साथ जब गए, वहां से निकले तो वहां भी नाराज की परिभाषा बदले. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इन्हें मुख्यमंत्री बनाया. नाराजगी इनका है कि नरेंद्र मोदी को हटा करके हम इनको प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाए. 10 में भी यही था.
तो पीएम बनने के लिए महागठबंधन का दामन थामा है.
और क्या?
लेकिन कांग्रेस तो कह रही है कि हमारे पीएम पद के उम्मीदवार राहुल गांधी हैं.
जो ये ख्वाब देखा है, और क्योंकि हमारे साथ तो ये ख्वाब पूरा नहीं होगा. नीतीश बाबू अपनी नीति और नीयत को फ्रीज में न रखें और नीति और नियत के साथ राजनीति करें.
This is not simply about two individuals, Tejashwi ji or Nitish ji, taking oath. This is all about entire Bihar going to witness it and be participant in the oath taking ceremony. Bihar badly needed this. I would say that today is the day when the mandate comes home. Mandate of 17 and mandate of 2020. Because if there is a disconnect between mandate and the government, governance suffers. From now onwards, governance will not suffer. And I assure you, this shall be a government which shall work on the priorities of the people. We are ready to fight any kind of situation, and we shall win, and we shall write a new chapter in the national politics as well.
So reactions coming in from the BJP as well as the RJD there. Mara Shakil continues to track the story. Mara, Nitish Kumar has been called Chanakya without the ideology. He has moved from left to the right to the center to every political spectrum. But each time he's taken the moral high ground. Sometimes because of communal violence, at other times because of corruption. This time around, it will be difficult for him to justify to his voters, especially since you said that the last election, the Modi charisma factor could not have been ignored.
Yes, absolutely. But I think, again, as we said, Nitish Kumar will be able to communicate perhaps what he told his MLAs yesterday, in which he said that the BJP was trying to break the JDU and that there was a larger conspiracy to perhaps completely diminish the JDU. So that is something that will be highlighted by his MLAs and party legislators to the Janta as and when they go to them. But having said that, this alliance, as we often say, Arunima, that each time Nitish Kumar has switched, he has managed to keep his political capital intact. Has that political capital diminished? Yes, one would say. Because Nitish Kumar, when he switched in 2017, from when he walked out of alliance with the RJD and joined hands with the BJP, he said that he could not really keep his government clean, given the kind of allegations that was being faced by Tejashwi Yadav. So a lot of those questions were raised to Nitish Kumar, and he said he wanted to go back to the old house and he was comfortable there. This time around, what has really changed? How has Tejashwi become clean, according to him, if he was tainted 5 years ago? So Nitish will have to explain and answer these questions. But I think in this entire realignment, one thing that is evident now is that this is new Tejashwi Yadav. This is Tejashwi Yadav 2.0, which will emerge in Bihar. In 2015, when he became the Deputy Chief Minister and his brother was given another important portfolio, that is Tej Pratap was given the Health Ministry, it was because Lalu Yadav, Nitish Kumar had won that mandate of 2015. In 2020, it was Tejashwi alone who fought the elections. He ensured that Mahagathbandhan parties win jointly, and today he commands 114 MLAs in Bihar Assembly. So as far as the numerical strength from which he will be speaking to Nitish Kumar is concerned, that will be very different. And the mistakes that he may have made from 2015 to 2017, those mistakes won't be repeated. So he understands that this is an opportunity for him and he has promises to keep and a lot of responsibility in terms of going ahead. But again, as we have been saying, I think in this realignment that Bihar has witnessed, the biggest gainer is Tejashwi Yadav. Could he have waited for another 3 years and gone to the people, talking about the anti-incumbency and the failures of Nitish Kumar? Or is this an opportunity for him to really deliver on the promises that he made in 2020 elections? So a lot of questions before him. But they would certainly want to send that message that this is not a dysfunctional government, and that is the reason why the power transition which happened yesterday will be completed
Maria,
today.
do hold on.
That
Hold on. Siddhant is speaking to Prashant. Saurabh is speaking to Prashant Kishor right now. Let's listen in and then I'll go back to my colleagues to discuss this further.
We are joined by Prashant Kishor. Prashant ji, you are a political analyst and also you are leading Jan Suraj in Bihar. How do you see this change as far as people of Bihar is concerned?
मैं इस चेंज को बिहार में 10 साल पहले जो राजनीतिक अस्थिरता का दौर शुरू हुआ है 2012-13 से, उसी दिशा में एक नए कड़ी के तौर पर देखता हूं। 2012-13 से बिहार में ये सरकार का छठवां प्रयोग है और मेरी शुभकामना उनको है और मेरी आशा अपेक्षा है कि कम से कम ये जो नया प्रयोग किया गया है ये स्थिर रहे, ये जो जनता की आशा अपेक्षा है उसके अनुसार काम करे।
BJP is now claiming that if Nitish didn't want to be CM with the ally, then why did he choose to become CM in 2020? And BJP is also alleging that it's a disrespect to mandate of people of Bihar.
देखिए, ये तो बीजेपी के लोग ही बेहतर बता सकते हैं। एलिगेशन वो लगा रहे हैं और जिन पर लगा रहे हैं उनसे बातचीत आपकी हो ही रही है। जदयू के प्रवक्ता बैठे होंगे, नेता बैठे होंगे, आप उनसे पूछिए। 17 में भी लोग ये बात कह सकते हैं बीजेपी के खिलाफ में, तो ये तो जिसके पक्ष में बात जाती है वो उसको जस्टिफाई करने लगता है, जिसके अगेंस्ट में जाती है वो बताता है कि बड़ा जनता के साथ धोखा हो गया। धोखा दोनों साइड, अगर धोखा है तो दोनों बार है और अगर ठीक है तो दोनों बार ठीक है।
BJP will be a very strong opposition now. How do you see it? Especially when Nitish Kumar, who was projected as a Sushashan Babu, has again joined hand with RJD.
अब बीजेपी स्ट्रांग ऑपोजिशन नहीं होगी वो तो बीजेपी के जो उनकी कार्यपद्धति होगी उस पर दिखेगा। यहाँ पे हम लोगों को सरकार जो बन रही है महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि वो अपना एजेंडा घोषित करे, वो बताए कि किस एजेंडे पे सरकार चलेगी, उनकी प्राथमिकताएं क्या होंगी। उसमें जो पहले से जो दल नहीं थे वो दल जो शामिल हो रहे हैं, महागठबंधन जो शामिल हो रहा है, खासकर आरजेडी, और आरजेडी ने बड़ी घोषणाएं करी थी चुनाव से पहले, उन घोषणाओं को क्या सरकार की प्राथमिकताओं में शामिल किया जाता है या नहीं, या जिस तरह की पहले आरजेडी के सरकार के फॉर्मेशन में रहने से जिस तरह की आशंकाएं या लोगों के चिंताएं रही हैं उसको कैसे हैंडल करती है सरकार, वो देखने वाली बात होगी।
You were very close to Nitish Kumar. Did he call you or you called him?
नहीं, I am close to him, but that is a personal thing. मेरी कोई उनसे ऐसी बात हुई नहीं है। मेरी उनसे अंतिम मुलाकात मार्च में दिल्ली में हुई थी। बिहार आने के बाद मेरी उनसे कोई मुलाकात नहीं।
Are you again going to rethink about
नहीं भाई, मैं जो काम कर रहा हूँ मैंने ये पब्लिकली घोषणा करी हुई है कि मैं जनसुराज अभियान के तहत बिहार के गाँव शहरों में घूमना चाहता हूँ, कुछ समय बिताना चाहता हूँ। मैं उसी काम को लेकर संकल्पित हूँ, मुझे उसमें कोई चेंज करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। बिहार में सरकार जो पहले चल रही थी और जो विपक्ष था वो कुल मिलाकर 3 बड़े दल उसमें शामिल थे, वही चीज़ आज भी है, उसमें कुछ परिवर्तन तो हुआ नहीं है। एक फॉर्मेशन, एक आदमी जो सत्ता में था, एक पार्टी वो विपक्ष में चली गई और जो विपक्ष में थी वो सत्ता में चली आई। जो सरकार का कोर है वो तो मोर और लेस वही बना हुआ है पहले।
I will ask you a hypothetical question. If you form a party, as you have said in the past, and you win a good number of seats, and you have been given a position to join the government, then whom do you support, NDA or?
Yeah, there are so many ifs. If I form a party, if I fight an election, if I win a seat, if I win, there will be a.
What is your fate? Whom are you going to support?
भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ इतने इफ्स हैं कि वो 4 इफ्स को पहले सेटल होने दीजिए, फिर उस पर निर्णय लिया जाएगा। अभी तो हमने पार्टी बनाई नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ बिहार में समय बिताना चाहता हूं, लोगों से मिलना चाहता हूं, लोगों की बात समझना चाहता हूं। उसके बाद अगर कोई फॉर्मेशन बनाएंगे, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बनेगा, स्वाभाविक तौर पे वो पब्लिक और जनता के सामने होगा। उस समय तय करेंगे कि वो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी क्या करेगी, चुनाव लड़ेगी, उसका समीकरण क्या होगा। आप देख रहे हैं कि एक दिन में पूरी की पूरी सरकार बदल गई, और अभी से 4 वर्ष के बाद संभावनाओं पर आंसर देना वो तो बेमानी बात है।
It is also said that Nitish has done this to be projected as PM for 2024.
ये तो यहाँ मीडिया वाले सिर्फ बात कर रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता है। ये बिहार स्पेसिफिक घटना है। बिहार में ये करने से पहले राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कोई परियोजना, कोई थिंकिंग करी गई है और उसके बाद इसको बिहार में किया गया है, इसकी संभावना मैं करीब करीब 0 पाता हूँ। बिहार बड़ा राज्य है, राजनीतिक तौर पे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण राज्य है। यहाँ पर कुछ राजनीतिक घटना होगी तो उसका देश पर स्वाभाविक है, कुछ देश की राजनीति पर असर पड़ सकता है, लेकिन इस पूरे चीज का राष्ट्रीय राजनीति पर तुरंत कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला है ऐसा मैं नहीं समझता हूँ।
Overall, as a political analyst, how do you see this in the context of 2024 elections and the upcoming
2024 के इलेक्शन से मैं इसको जोड़कर नहीं देखता हूँ। मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस बात को इस चीज़ से देखता हूँ कि नीतीश जी जिस फॉर्मेशन में थे उसमें वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं थे, तो शायद अब किसी भी तरीके से उससे निकल आए हैं, फिर से वापस एक दूसरे फॉर्मेशन में गए हैं, इसमें कंफर्टेबल रहे हैं।
You are denying his aspiration to become PM in 2024?
नहीं, वो उनका एस्पिरेशन क्या है, आपके मन में क्या एस्पिरेशन है, मुझे कैसे पता चलेगा? नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मुझे कैसे पता है भी वो कल सरकार बना रहे, मुझे नहीं पता है। आप कैसे मुझे पता है कि वो आगे क्या करना चाहते हैं? मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये नया उन्होंने बनाया है, मेरी शुभकामना। मैं ये मेरी जैसे दूसरे यहाँ बिहार के लोगों की अपेक्षा है कि इस फॉर्मेशन में रहें, चलाएं, जो प्राथमिकताएं सरकार की वो बताते हैं, आउटलाइन करते हैं, उसको डिलीवर करें।
आरजेडी का क्या रोल रहेगा इस सरकार में, आपको लग रहा है जो आरजेडी का परसेप्शन था?
Saurabh, if you can ask Prashant Kishor a question on our behalf.
उनकी सबसे बड़ी संख्या है विधायकों की, उनके लीडर्स है, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर भी बन रहे हैं, बड़ी संख्या में उनके लोग मंत्री बनेंगे।
Saurabh, I had a question for Prashant Kishor.
बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होगी सरकार के बनने चलने में उनकी।
My anchor wants to ask you a question.
Yes, Saurabh, if you can ask Mr. Prashant Kishor, Tejashwi Yadav's corruption charges, corruption allegations were cited by Mr. Nitish Kumar as the reason to, break the alliance last time around. There is still a CBI probe going on. The first family of RJD is still in the dock. How do you think Nitish Kumar will be able to justify, take the moral high ground as he joins hand with Tejashwi?
भाई नीतीश कुमार जी ने ये सब चीज़ों को सोचने समझने के बाद ही ये निर्णय लिया होगा। अब मोरल हाई ग्राउंड जब आप इस तरह के बड़े यू टर्न लेते हैं तो मोरल हाई ग्राउंड तो थोड़े दिन के लिए छोड़ना ही पड़ेगा उन विषयों पर जिस पर कि आपने दावा किया था मोरल हाई ग्राउंड का। इन चीज़ों को फैक्टर इन करने के बाद ही उन्होंने निर्णय लिया होगा। महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि निर्णय लेने के बाद जो सरकार बनती है, जिस फॉर्मेशन में वो सरकार चलती है, वो सरकार क्या बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस कर पाती है। क्योंकि ये यू टर्न करने वाली बात, मोरल बात, उस दिन उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में क्या कहा था, विधानसभा में क्या कहा था, इस तरह की जो बातें हैं वो सोशल मीडिया पर या ऐसे चलती रहती हैं। लोगों को तो इससे मतलब है कि कल से परसों से जब 2-3 दिन के बाद वंस द डस्ट सेटल्स हाउ द गवर्नमेंट फंक्शंस, अगर सरकार ठीक चलेगी तो इन बातों का कोई बहुत महत्व नहीं है, अगर सरकार ठीक नहीं चलेगी तो इन बातों को फिर से प्रमुखता मिल सकती है।
Mr. Kishor, one more thing, my colleagues who have covered the Bihar elections on the ground have come back and said that the last election mandate seemed to be more for the Prime Minister and his charisma than for Nitish Kumar. Given that backdrop, if that analysis is correct, how do you see things panning out in the run-up to the next assembly elections for the Nitish Kumar RJD Congress alliance?
मुझे लगता है कि असेंबली का इलेक्शन तो लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद होगा। पहली चुनौती, अगर इलेक्टोरल चुनौती के तौर पे अगर आप सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, तो इस सरकार के लिए आने वाले सालों में सरकार चलाना और जो उनके आपस के कॉन्ट्राडिक्शंस हैं उनको मैनेज करना, फिर लोकसभा में बेहतर प्रदर्शन करना, उसके बाद असेंबली की बात आएगी। लोकसभा का जो चुनाव होगा तो स्वाभाविक तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री के चेहरे पे या देश की जो राजनीतिक स्थिति है उसके आधार पर होगा। उस समय देखना होगा कि उसके बाद क्या होता है। जो विधानसभा का चुनाव होगा उस समय वो तो लोकसभा चुनाव के 1.5 साल के बाद है।
Mr. Kishor, before I let you go, my final question. All right, Mr. Prashant Kishor has moved on. Saurabh, thank you so much for getting us those answers from Prashant Kishor, a key man there in Bihar politics. We are taking a break on that note, but like we are showing you, Bharatiya Janata Party is protesting. These are shots coming in from BJP office in Patna. This continues to be our top focus on the other side of this very quick break. Stay right here.
15 weeks of TRP domination. India's ace news channel delivers again. CNN News 18 on your side.
And assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था। इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? जी बताइए। जी।
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishnan Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice-Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Mohammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the waters surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle-ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming U.S. Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the U.S. Open, it's time for her to move.
The way Nitish Kumar went to meet Tejashwi Yadav and Rabri Devi again gave a loud and a clear message that Tejashwi is future of Bihar.
And as Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav get ready to take oath, Bharatiya Janata Party is protesting against Nitish Kumar. They are calling this Vishwasghat Day, a day of betrayal. The protest is going on at the BJP office there in Patna. We will show you visuals that are coming in from the Patna office of BJP in just a bit. And Siddhant Mishra is joining us live on that story. Siddhant, in terms of numbers, in terms of the spread of the protest, help us understand what exactly has BJP really organized.
Well, look, the idea behind today's protest is
उनके मन में इतना आक्रोश है, इतना गुस्सा है, सबों से आगे कई वक्ता बहुत हैं, संक्षिप्त में हम अपनी बात रखेंगे। बिहार सरकार के माननीय पूर्व मंत्री
for numbers and in terms of the senior leadership there, what is it that you can tell us? We can already see Sanjay Jaiswal, Sushil Kumar Modi, Ravi Shankar Prasad, Radha Mohan Singh on our screens. So all the top leaders from Bihar, former ministers, current ministers, members of parliament, They are all present there at the BJP headquarters? I think Siddhant is unable to hear us over the sound of the loudspeaker from there. There are people who are announcing from the stage about the situation. Siddhant, if you can hear me, please go on.
Well, yes, all leaders are present here. In fact, the central ministers have also been asked by the party to be in Patna today. Look, you know, the whole purpose of this protest is that BJP is against the Vishwas Ghat that Nitish Kumar has done with the
We lost that line with Siddhant, that we'll try and reconnect. But you can see on your screen there, Nityanand Rai, MOS Home, Ravi Shankar Prasad, Sanjay Jaiswal, Sushil Modi, Radha Mohan Singh. The only prominent name that I can't spot right now is Power Minister RK Singh. But other than that, all top ministers and MPs from Bihar are leading this protest march, speaking to the media about the Vishwas Ghat of Nitish Kumar, as they're calling it. They're calling it a day of betrayal. But Prashant Kishor turned around and questioned that if today is a betrayal, was it a betrayal when Nitish Kumar quit the Mahagathbandhan and went with the BJP as well? So questions are being asked by the likes of Prashant Kishor as well. But BJP is calling this a betrayal of the mandate of people. Siddhant is back with us. Siddhant, we lost your line there. You were telling us that all top ministers are present there leading this protest on the ground.
Well, yes. Give me a time. I will explain what's exactly happening here. You see, along with him is the leaders, MLAs, from Bihar BJP. Ravi Shankar Prasad is leading protest along with him, Nityanand Rai, Giriraj Singh, Sanjay Jaiswal, BJP, Bihar chief. All are present here. And the purpose is to give out a strong message.
Siddhant, I'm afraid the audio is very bad. It's perhaps because of the location that you're present in. We'll try and fix that line with you. But essentially, what we can see right now are banners and posters calling out Nitish Kumar for betrayal after he decided to split the alliance with the Bharatiya Janata Party and join hands with the Congress and the RJD. Today at around 2 o'clock, we are told that the Chief Minister and his deputy, RJD's Tejashwi Yadav, will take oath. The rest of the cabinet will follow. There is a lot of speculation about the Speaker's position as well. That is crucial. The Speaker's chair is held by the Bharatiya Janata Party at the moment. RJD wants, its own person on the Speaker's chair, and we are getting information that the Rashtriya Janata Dal is planning to move a no confidence if the Speaker does not step down on his own. So there's lots of hangama, that we can see. Things are gearing up towards that position in the next couple of hours. But the BJP is continuing to carry out its protest. These are visuals coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party office there in Patna. The protest is against Nitish Kumar. They are questioning his decision to split the alliance. Ravi Shankar Prasad spoke to us a short while back and he said, I was a close associate of Nitish Kumar. In fact, when the Chara Ghotala against Lalu Prasad Yadav, when that case was on, Ravi Shankar Prasad was the lawyer for Sushil Modi, Nitish Kumar, who had gone to the judiciary in this case. So they have had a strong association. And Ravi Shankar Prasad said that he did not even speak to me. Same was said by others like Giriraj Singh and other leaders from Bihar. Nityanand Rai also spoke to CNN News 18, again calling this betrayal. And that is the theme with which this protest is being carried out at the BJP office there in Patna, questioning Nitish Kumar's decision to break the alliance. Nitish on his part had said that he was feeling uncomfortable, and this is the update that we have for you. I just told you about RJD's position as far as the Speaker's chair. That's the breaking news that we have. RJD is to bring no confidence motion against the Speaker if the Speaker does not resign on his own. That's the information that we have after speaking to RJD sources. Rashtriya Janata Dal, initially it was speculated that Congress perhaps would get the Speaker's chair. Now we are told that position might go to the RJD. Currently the Speaker is from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and we have seen on the floor of the House run-ins between the Chief Minister, between Nitish Kumar and the Speaker. It is also alleged that the Speaker actually encouraged BJP MLAs to ask questions which made the government uncomfortable, which made the Chief Minister uncomfortable. So that Speaker's chair is very crucial. That is the background to this breaking news that we have for you. RJD is planning to bring a no confidence motion against the Speaker if the Speaker does not resign on his own. This information is from Saurabh Rathore. Saurabh, any further details?
Yes, we have been learning that since Speaker hasn't resigned yet, the RJD is planning to move a no confidence motion against Speaker in a later part of the day, and they are inside Rabri residence. All the MLAs are present. In fact, the Congress MLAs have also reached, and they are discussing about the future course of action and also about the cabinet expansion. Since the name of Speaker, they are suggesting about the name of the Speaker from RJD, and now it's the time for the change of Speaker, and it has been a tradition that the Speaker resigns by himself.
चाहते थे कि एनडीए के साथ रहे नीतीश, उनके विधायक सांसद का वो जो चाहेंगे वही उनके विधायक सांसद चाहेंगे। वो तो नीतीश कुमार जी की पार्टी है, तो वो चाहेंगे वही देंगे।
तो नीतीश के जाने से 2024 की लड़ाई टफ नहीं हो जाएगी? बिहार में 2024 की लड़ाई 2025 की लड़ाई
24 में हम लोग 40 की 40 सीट जीतेंगे, इसमें कोई शक की गुंजाइश।
नीतीश कुमार कह रहे थे कि बीजेपी के लोग उन्हें काम नहीं करने दे रहे थे, उनका क्लाउड कम हो गया, उनका क्लाउड कम हो गया था 2020 के बाद।
इनका क्लाउड
लोग के साथ मंत्री उनकी नहीं सुन रहे थे, ये मैसेज था।
हम लोग तो सब बात सुनते थे उनकी। आपने देखा कब आपने देखा कि हमने साथ नहीं दिया, हम लोगों ने तो बहुत साथ दिया, सहयोग किया, उनको पूरी मदद किया। अच्छे से सरकार चल रही थी, क्यों चले गए? ऐसे लोगों के साथ चले गए जिन्होंने उनको अपमानित किया, गाली दिया, जिन्होंने विधानसभा के फ्लोर पर उनके साथ बदतमीजी की, उनके साथ चले गए।
आरजेडी के लोग कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी को खदेड़ना मकसद था।
बीजेपी को कोई खदेड़ सकता है? आज भी बीजेपी के कितने सांसद हैं? सांसद विधायक मिला के अभी भी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बीजेपी।
हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए धन्यवाद। शाहनवाज हुसैन थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता, और तमाम बीजेपी के नेता बैठे हैं नीतीश कुमार के खिलाफ, आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि जनता के जनमत का अपमान किया। कैमरा पर्सन चंदन के साथ नीरज कुमार, न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, पटना।
Let me bring in Maria Shakil into the conversation. Maria, Prashant Kishor was speaking to us a short while back. Bharatiya Janata Party leaders are protesting, calling this Vishwasghat or betrayal. Prashant Kishor turns around and says if it is a betrayal today, then it must have been a betrayal earlier too, when he split the Mahagathbandhan and went and joined the hands with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Having spoken to the normal people on the ground there, would you agree with Prashant Kishor's assessment that these are only arguments made on social media? On the ground, people will only judge Nitish Kumar based on governance delivery over the next year and a half or two?
Yes, and that is the reason why people in 2020 judged him very harshly. Because while in 2020 there was this sense that the central government delivered on the promises, particularly for providing food to the migrant workers, as far as Bihar was concerned, the Chief Minister was not available for the migrant workers, and instead he built strong iron gates on the borders of Bihar. So that is for election. I think in the next 2 years perhaps the narrative will take shape. It's too early to really come to a conclusion, Arunima, given how big the state is and also how complex the state of Bihar is because of caste being the dominant factor. If this alignment that has happened actually delivers on governance, if this alignment delivers on administration, Tejashwi certainly has an opportunity, I would say, to almost reverse the image that was built 15 years ago, which was of Jungle Raj, of his father and mother's tenure. So he has a political opportunity in terms of delivering on administration. If that happens with the Sushasan image of Nitish Kumar, then combined can be a good power play in Bihar. But again, what we are seeing play out in Patna, this is not for the first time. I saw it in 2013 when Nitish Kumar walked out of alliance with the BJP on the day Prime Minister Narendra Modi was announced the campaign committee chairman in Goa, national executive of the BJP. That played out on the streets of Patna. This time the BJP is protesting. Similar protest was witnessed in 2017 when right here in front of the Raj Bhavan, when Nitish Kumar walked out of alliance with the RJD and then the RJD workers were protesting here. So this kind of alignment is something that is not new to Bihar. The only constant factor is Nitish Kumar. The politicians around him only change. But one question that will be difficult for Nitish Kumar to answer is what changed in 5 years, and were those differences that he had with his alliance partner BJP so strong that he could not have made effort at ironing out differences? And if he did indeed make efforts, what was the response of the central government?
So like we were discussing, Maria, each time he quit or he changed sides earlier, he took the moral high ground. This time around, how is he going to justify the switch to his constituency is something that we have to wait and watch for. Maria, thank you so much. We're taking a very quick break, but there is more news and update on the other side. Stay with us.
Why are you skirting my straightforward question, Dr. Sunil Singh? You are saying the unwritten law is because they are Muslim majority students, they want holiday on Friday. So I am asking you, in schools where majority of the students are Christian, will you decide that they can take their holiday on Sunday?
Can the world afford another one? And this time, even if it's going to be between China and Taiwan, what lessons has the world drawn, if any, from the war between Russia and Ukraine in a way that we can prevent another one?
What is being promised here is irrational freebies which influences voters, completely vitiates the entire process.
It is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue.
At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the two men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the two men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था। इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? हाँ, जी बताइए। जी।
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice-Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Mohammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into waters surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long.
Huge political drama going on in Bihar as we are getting ready for Nitish Kumar to take oath once again, this time with Tejashwi Yadav as his deputy. RJD is also planning to bring the no confidence motion against the current speaker if the speaker does not step down. That's the update that we have for you. BJP versus RJD face off likely over the speaker's post. Why is this crucial? Because, if matters come to numbers on the ground, the speaker's chair is always important. RJD is planning to bring the no confidence motion against the speaker. We are told speaker got into constant run-in with Nitish Kumar. Twice or thrice you saw on the floor of the assembly there, Nitish Kumar getting into a direct confrontation with the speaker. The current speaker is from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now RJD is, we are told, likely to get the speaker's position in the new setup of the Mahagathbandhan. Earlier, Congress's role was being speculated for this chair. Now we are told RJD is getting ready to take the speaker's position and also bring in a no confidence motion if the current speaker does not step down. Siddhant is the one who's tracking the story closely with me on the broadcast. So Siddhant, what is the thinking within the Bharatiya Janata Party? Why is this being even speculated that the speaker may not step down on his own and a no confidence motion might be brought in by the RJD?
Well, look, the speaker plays a very important role, especially when there is a transition in the government or government is in crisis. And politically speaking, every political party wants the speaker to be their man. This time around, Vijay Sinha is a speaker in Bihar Assembly. He already has a bad history with Nitish Kumar. There was a spat between these two leaders, and in fact, one of the reasons of Nitish Kumar quitting the BJP, quitting the alliance of BJP, is the spat with the speaker. Now, we have been told, and this is what in fact Saurabh has been reporting, that RJD is likely to move no confidence motion against the speaker in case the speaker doesn't resign. Now, this particular news has been circulated by RJD camp so that the speaker resigns before they need to bring a floor test. Everyone knows that numbers are with the Mahagathbandhan. They are in majority, and there is no other alternative other than Mahagathbandhan at this given point in time. So ideally and morally, speaker should resign.
Right. Siddhant, give me a moment. You mentioned Saurabh Rathore, who got us that information. In fact, he's joined by a few political leaders as well. Saurabh, talk to us about why RJD is feeling the need to even contemplate no confidence motion. They have the numbers. Ideally, the speaker should step down.
Yes. Arunima, I'm being joined by a senior Congress leader and his MLA also, and we'll know. You have submitted the no confidence motion.
Naturally, वो तो प्रक्रिया है. Yeah, this is the part of a process before joining any government. Today, Chief Minister will take oath, and after that, the Council of Ministers will be formed, and all the parties will certainly give their names. So this is the part of process. Nothing big, nothing small.
We have seen Congress, tussle with RJD in the assembly in the last session as well. How do you see it now? The Congress has come to RJD and has given an unconditional support to Nitish.
Every party has a different identity. So, keeping that identity in mind, sometimes it happens. But now it is the united fight against the misrule of Government of India. And
so united fight, is Nitish going to be projected as PM candidate for 2024?
But this is a hypothetical question now. What will happen? It will be decided at that level, because we have alliance partners everywhere. For us, it is very important for today and for 2024 that such kind of government must go, and people should at least feel that yes, there is the idea of India, which was, or that identity was being curbed by this government.
If we talk about the cabinet expansion, there was a meeting that was held in Tejashwi Rabi Devi's residence. What was discussed over there? Was there a discussion of cabinet expansion? And it was also said that you are also going to be a part of the cabinet.
As far as Congress is concerned, everything is being decided by our highest authority. Congress party is a structured party, and whatever is good for the party and for the present government, Congress party will definitely think about it. Every party is sitting to discuss this thing, and this time one good thing is happening, that for everything discussion is on with everybody.
Shakil Sahab, you have given the no confidence motion, and we are learning that our Chaudhary is going to be the candidate for Speaker's post. Is it true?
Let us see. I mean, you want me to speak everything today. So let us see.
It was speculated that the Speaker will be from Congress, but now the things have changed, and it is said that our Chaudhary is being projected.
What I'm saying, this is a united alliance with more cohesiveness in the party. Nothing is going to a part of any kind of bickering or anything. It is very smooth.
How far will this coalition succeed? Is it going to be till 25 and further?
Of course. After all the deliberations and after all this kind of exercise, all the parties have come to the conclusion that this is the only way.
So this was senior leader of Congress, Shakil Ahmed Khan, speaking to us. Back to the studio.
Right. So that was sort of speaking to the Congress MLAs, clarifying why the need for no confidence motion is being felt. He said that since there will be a floor test, obviously the ruling side would want their man in the chair. Siddhant, at the BJP headquarters there, once again, I mean, they know the numbers are in favor of the Mahagathbandhan. So not much surprise there if the floor test is called for. But do you get a sense that even after today, they will continue to hit the street, make this what they call betrayal an issue with the common man of Bihar?
Well, look, That's right. The numbers are with them, and in fact, both these leaders are the popular leaders of Bihar. But BJP wants to send out this message that Nitish Kumar has not just betrayed Bharatiya Janata Party, but also betrayed the mandate that was given to BJP-JDU alliance. And this is the message which BJP wants to send out. This is perhaps the reason that in fact all senior leadership from BJP, central leadership and from the state unit, they all have come here sitting on dharna with placards outside BJP headquarters. And in fact, the protests have been, the district level units have also been asked to organize protests, not today, after 10 days, in a week's time, just to give out a message that how Nitish Babu has betrayed the mandate which was given by Bihar, by people of Bihar to BJP-JDU alliance. Also, one by one, BJP is going to expose Nitish Kumar, and the plan is to attack Nitish Kumar.
हमें ये जानकारी मिल रही है कि आप लोगों ने डिसाइड किया कि लेफ्ट पार्टीज के एमएलएस कैबिनेट में शामिल नहीं होगी, ऐसा?
ना, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं। सरकार तो हम बना रहे हैं, अब शामिल होने नहीं होने का क्या मतलब है? सबसे पहले तो आप वेलकम कीजिए कि जिस तरह से बुलडोजर राज कायम करने की कोशिश कर रही थी आज भाजपा आरएसएस यूपी के तर्ज पर, हमने उनकी छाती पर बुलडोजर चला दिया।
कैसे देख रहे हैं इस महागठबंधन को? क्या ये किस हद तक ये सक्सीड करेगा? 2020
पूरा सक्सीड करेगा, कामयाब रहेंगे हम लोग, और 2024 का चुनाव है उसमें भारी कामयाबी मिलेगी और बाहर का रास्ता दिखा दिया गया है एनडीए को।
हमने देखा था सर, जब असेंबली का सेशन चल रहा था तो आप इसी नीतीश गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ यहाँ पे धरना देते थे, सड़कों पे बैठते थे, इतना प्रोटेस्ट चलता था। अब ऐसा अचानक क्या हुआ कि नीतीश कुमार अच्छे
हम एनडीए के खिलाफ कर रहे थे। नीतीश कुमार के बारे में तो हमारी धारणा थी कि ये समाजवादी धारा के लोग हैं और सेकुलरिज्म के प्रति इनकी प्रतिबद्धता है, और जिस तरह से नफरत का जहर फैलाने की कोशिश की और फैलाने में बहुत हद तक कामयाबी मिल चुकी है भाजपा को, उसके खिलाफ बिहार की जनता की बड़ी जीत है और निश्चित रूप से उसको हम लोग जो है धूल चटा देंगे।
नीतीश कुमार पीएम कैंडिडेट हो सकते हैं तो 2024
बाद की बातें देखा जाएगा, वो सब बात की बात।
दिस वाज सीपीआई एमएलए महबूब आलम।
All right, let's quickly get in a sense in terms of what is happening in Bihar, in terms of the latest developments. We all know that the BJP is going to push for a floor test as far as a change of Speaker of the Assembly is concerned. Let's quickly get in a sense of what the BJP intends to do and who is the current Speaker of the Bihar Assembly. And for that, let me quickly go across to Siddhant Mishra, who's live outside the BJP headquarters in Bihar. Siddhant, if you could tell us more about the speaker in question. We are of course talking about a former RSS worker, that is Vijay Kumar Sinha, and how crucial he is now going to be as far as Nitish Kumar's Bihar gambit is concerned. Also take us through the kind of rapport he's had with Nitish Kumar. He's also known for his frequent run-ins with Nitish Kumar during the assembly. What will this now lead to?
Well, that's right. In fact, the recent spat between Vijay Kumar Sinha and Nitish Kumar, got media headlines also, and everybody was aware that both these leaders are not having great equation. And now, as Saurabh is reporting, that RJD is going to move no confidence motion against the speaker, because RJD believe that ideally the speaker should resign, as numbers are with JDU and RJD alliance. So the speaker should resign, and if the speaker doesn't resign, they are going to get no confidence motion. So once no confidence motion will come in the house, the speaker has to resign. So this is the plan of RJD for now. But this news has come out to build pressure on the speaker so that he resigns before the floor test. Also, ideally in such situation, speaker tenders resignation the time they feel that the government that have selected them is not in majority. But this time around, the speaker has not resigned, and it seems that RJD is not comfortable with this speaker continuing, and this is perhaps the reason they have in fact said that they are going to get the, do the floor test if the speaker doesn't resign. Back to you.
Right, Siddhant, stay with us because we have a lot going on. For our viewers, let's also give them a sense of, as far as Tejashwi Yadav is concerned, let's not forget that Tejashwi Yadav is going to be appointed as the Deputy CM today for a second time. Sources are telling us that Tejashwi Yadav is going to be sworn in as the Deputy CM. This is the big breaking that we are bringing to you at 2 p.m. is that crucial swearing in when CM Nitish Kumar is likely to retain Home Ministry. Remember, this is one portfolio that everybody was speculating about. Who will this portfolio be going to? And today we are learning at CNN News 18 that this will be retained by Nitish Kumar. RJD likely to get portfolios that were held by the BJP earlier. That is the switch that you can now expect, that the RJD will be holding those crucial portfolios that were held by the BJP. Also, Awadh Bihari from the RJD will be the front runner for the speaker post. Remember, this is the most crucial, controversial post right now, which we were also talking about, that the BJP is refusing to letting go of. Congress likely to get 3 portfolios in the Nitish Kumar cabinet of today. Remember, it will be the second time that Tejashwi Yadav will be appointed as the Deputy CM, and for Nitish Kumar, this is going to be the 8th time. Let's quickly go back to our reporters. I'm joined in by Saurav Rathore, also joined in by Siddhant Mishra and Maria Shakil. Let me quickly go across to Maria. Maria, if you could take us through this power sharing that we are right now talking about. We are seeing that the crucial portfolio as far as home was concerned till yesterday was being speculated that will be retained by, will actually go over to Tejashwi Yadav. But now we are learning is that home will actually be retained by Nitish Kumar. What is your take on the current power sharing dynamics?
Akanksha, I think we are reading too much into it. That's really not an issue which portfolio stays with whom for the moment. The only thing that is playing out in Bihar is the realignment, which has happened rather smoothly. What is happening right now is that in the next 2 hours, a new government will be sworn in, with Nitish Kumar continuing as the Chief Minister. Only the Deputy Chief Ministers are changing. Earlier it was Kishor Prasad and Renu Devi of the BJP, and now it will be Tejashwi Yadav returning as the Deputy Chief Minister. So as far as other factors are concerned, which portfolio, which side, I don't think so that is really a factor as of now, because the power sharing or understanding has been reached between the various Mahagathbandhan partners. Nitish Kumar is now the head of Mahagathbandhan as far as Bihar is concerned, and Tejashwi Yadav is coming to that table with 114 MLAs. So it will not be the same Tejashwi that we saw in 2005 when the dynamics were very different. Having said that, who stands to gain and who stands to appear as a loser in this entire, transition? It is Tejashwi who's gaining, and on the other side it is BJP that will gain, because they will now be appearing as a formidable opposition. As far as challenging this power dynamics going ahead is concerned, it will be the BJP taking on RJD going ahead, RJD and JDU combined. So, in a state such as Bihar, which is very, very complex in terms of its political dynamics, which has not seen horse trading ever, which has also not seen any kind of resort politics ever, there have been transitions which have happened in Bihar from one party to another. When Nitish Kumar appointed Jitan Ram Manjhi, sending that huge message of social engineering in 2013, he renounced power, and then he said Jitan Ram Manjhi will be the chief minister of the government. We saw what happened. And then when Jitan Ram Manjhi refused to give up the chief minister's chair, we saw how again the power transition happened. So we have seen all these power transitions happen in Bihar, and all these power transitions played out on the streets of Patna rather than in some resort in some other part of Bihar or in other states. What is happening right now is that it will be street politics that will play out. On one hand, you will be seeing a very aggressive BJP, but for Tejashwi, it will be an opportunity to really prove his mettle in governance, to prove his mettle in administration. For Nitish Kumar, who questioned him that he did not really have those skill sets when he walked out of alliance in 2017, Nitish Kumar will have to ensure that Tejashwi emerges as a good administrator when he becomes his deputy. So it will be interesting to watch out for the equation
Right.
that will be there between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, a glimpse of which played out right here in front of one NMR when they did a joint press conference.
Right, Maria. We are going to talk about that as well. But for now, let me also quickly go across to Saurabh. Saurabh, all right.
तो ये अंग्रेजों के दलाल लोग थे, ये जनसंघी लोग, आरएसएस के लोग, अब बीजेपी हो गए हैं। नाथूराम गौडसे के ये लोग खानदान हैं, अब रंगरेज रह गए हैं। अंग्रेज को तो भगा दिया, अब रंगरेज देश में भगाना है, अपने आप भाग जाएंगे।
बिकॉज आई एम कनेक्टेड जस्ट नाउ, आप फिर से बताएं कि क्या जरूरत पड़ी यहाँ पे नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाने की? और
अरे भाई, वो इस्तीफा अगर दे देते तो नो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि जिस दल का बहुमत होता है उस दल का ही लोग स्पीकर होता है। इनका था तो ये थे, अब नहीं है तो इनको इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। अगर नहीं दे रहे हैं तो हम लोगों ने नो कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है।
किस तरह से अलग होगी ये सरकार जो 2015 में गठबंधन के साथ आई थी सरकार, और 2017 में हमने देखा, वो कोई भूल नहीं सकता। फिर से कैसे ये बदलने वाला है?
देखिए, परिस्थिति बदलती रहती है, राजनीति संभावनाओं का खेल है। राजनीति में न कोई परमानेंट दोस्त होता है और न परमानेंट कोई दुश्मन होता है। इसलिए बीजेपी का जो हाल है, देश में केवल हिंदू और मुसलमान करके राजनीति करना, महंगाई बढ़ाना, जीएसटी लगाना, गरीबों का शोषण करना और नौजवानों को जो बेरोजगार कर दिए हैं, उसका सब असर पड़ा है। माननीय नीतीश कुमार को भी लगा कि अब हम लोग को निर्णय लेना चाहिए, और उनका विवेक काम किया, वो निर्णय लिए और हमारे महागठबंधन में शामिल हुए।
सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा जो बिहार में देखा जाता है वो है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का, गरीबी रेखा जो है वो अब
ये हमारे नेता पहले ही तय किए थे कि हमारी सरकार बनेगी तो हम जो बेरोजगारी है उसको दूर करने का प्रयास करेंगे, और जितनी रिक्तियां हैं उसको जल्द से जल्द भरने का काम करेंगे।
कुछ लोकल यहाँ का है कि पटना यूनिवर्सिटी को सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी बनानी चाहिए,
ये हम लोग मांग करेंगे। ये केंद्र का मामला है, ये केंद्र का मामला है। और हमारे नेता ने कई बार सवाल उठाया, हमारे नेता आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद यादव जी और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय राबड़ी देवी जी ने तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री जी से मांग किया था कि बिहार को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए, और हम लोगों ने जोर शोर से, हमारे नेता तेजस्वी यादव ने भी इस मामले को उठाया था कि बिहार को विशेष राज्य का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए, और इन्होंने ऐसा नहीं मांगा। और बिहार सहित पूरे देश में जातीय जनगणना होना चाहिए, इसकी भी मांग हम लोगों ने किया है।
विशेष राज्य का दर्जा जब नीतीश जी बीजेपी के साथ थी तब तो नहीं मिला, अब आप इसे किस
अरे भाई नहीं, अरे नहीं मिलेगा, हम लोग आंदोलन करेंगे, अपना हक छीनने का काम करेंगे। हक हमारा जो है, हक और अधिकार की लड़ाई लड़ी जाती है, सदियों से लड़ी जाती है, इसलिए हक और अधिकार की लड़ाई हम सड़कों पर उतर कर लड़ने का काम करें, और देश में लड़ाई इसकी लड़ेंगे।
स्पीकर कौन बन रहा है?
ये हमारे नेता तय करेंगे कौन स्पीकर बनेंगे।
So this was Bhai Virendra with camera person Shabu Alam. This is Saurav reporting for CNN News 18.
All right, Maria, if I could come to you, we just heard what Bhai Virendra had to say, one of the RJD MLAs. He's all right. We are back with Siddhant. Siddhant, we heard what the RJD MLA Bhai Virendra had to say. He said that there are no permanent friends or foes in the game of politics. That brings us to the big question of how this Mahagathbandhan is going to be different compared to the Mahagathbandhan or the Grand Alliance of 2015.
Well, look, you know, this time around, the situation has changed. Last time around, the power share happened. Excuse me, there's somebody parking the bike. Okay. So this time around, the situation has changed. Last time around, you know, these two parties came together, they fought elections together, and then it was decided Nitish is going to be the CM and the Tejashwi and Tej Pratap are going to be the deputy CM. This time around, Nitish Kumar has returned back to RJD. So, राजनीति में जो कहते हैं कि किसका परला भारी है, तो इस बार जो परला भारी है वो आरजेडी का है, क्योंकि उन्होंने नीतीश को एक्सेप्ट किया. एंड ऑल्सो वी हैव बीन टोल्ड द डील इज दैट तेजस्वी विल हैव मोर से, more power in the government. Nitish is going to be the chief minister, is going to be the driver of this government, but at the same time he's going to focus more on center's politics. His goals will be to unite the government. His goals would be to make sure that all political parties come together, opposition political parties come together, and they and he can become the face for 2024. So that is perhaps the deal, and this is also the reason that the speaker is going to be from the RJD. This is what Saurabh is reporting. Also, good portfolios are going to be with RJD. We were in fact told that that Tejashwi Yadav is going to get home ministry. But this morning, one of our colleagues here in Patna have reported that CM is going to keep the home ministry. But the power is going to be with Tejashwi here in Patna, and is going to run the show of this government here in Patna. This is for sure. This has been decided, and this is the reason that yesterday, after tendering his resignation, after submitting his resignation to the governor, Nitish Kumar went to meet Rabri Devi and Tejashwi Yadav, and that was a big gesture. That was a big messaging, high on optics. That as chief minister is going to meet Tejashwi Yadav, and whenever such alliance takes place, whoever is higher in protocol doesn't go anywhere. The person junior in protocol comes to meet the person. This time around, Nitish Kumar went and met Tejashwi Yadav, simply giving out the message that Tejashwi Yadav is the future of Bihar. The legacy of Samajwad, the legacy of socialist movement belongs to Tejashwi Yadav. In fact, Tejashwi also made this statement कि समाजवादी पार्टी की जो लेगेसी है, जो हमारे पुरखों की लेगेसी है, वो हम ही लोग लेंगे और कोई नहीं ले सकता. So that is also one message which these both parties are trying to give out. So जो समाजवाद की लेगेसी है, वो दिल्ली में नीतीश कुमार के हाथ में रहेगी और पटना में तेजस्वी यादव के हाथ में रहेगी.
दिल्ली में नीतीश कुमार के पास और पटना में तेजस्वी यादव. That's a good way to put it, Siddhant. I'm going to continue that discussion as far as Tejashwi Yadav is concerned. I'm going to come back to you, but for now, let me take a question from Saurabh. Saurabh, you've been speaking with leaders, not just from RJD or the JDU, but also from the Congress party. I'd like to get in a sense as far as what are these leaders pinning their hopes on as far as this Mahagathbandhan 2.0 is concerned. All right, we are also getting in live shots as I speak of Tejashwi Yadav. All right, he's on his way. I'm trying to figure out where is he headed to at the moment, considering we know that at 2 o'clock is when the Deputy CM will be swearing in. And that is Tejashwi Yadav. He'll be sworn in as the Deputy CM. Those are shots we are getting of Tejashwi Yadav headed to the Bihar Assembly. 2 p.m. is going to be a very, very crucial time. Those are shots, as you can see, he's flanked by his party workers and media persons thronging from behind his car. And it will be at 2 o'clock that Tejashwi Yadav will be sworn in as the Deputy CM for a second time, along with Nitish Kumar being sworn in as the CM for the 8th time. On that note, let's quickly go back to Saurabh. Saurabh, that is what I was asking you. What are the hopes now being pinned on as far as Mahagathbandhan 2.0 is concerned? And if we look at all those conversations you've been having with the leaders from Congress, the RJD or even the JDU.
See, Akansha, Congress has been the first party from this united opposition when Nitish Kumar was in NDA day before yesterday. Congress had given its unconditional support in the evening before this whole drama started. Now, it is speculated that the Congress will get a good number of berths in the cabinet. We are learning that few MLAs and naming them, Shakil Ahmed Khan, from whom we just talked, and then the president of Congress Bihar, Madan Mohan Jha, and also Ajit Sharma, who was the ex-president of Bihar Congress. These three leaders are going to get a berth in the cabinet, Bihar cabinet. So, but when asked from these leaders, they are obviously denying that the last moment, the last decision will be taken from the party high command. So, but we are confirming from our sources that these leaders are going to get berth in the cabinet. Now, talking about RJD, we are learning that all those the departments that were held by JDU the BJP ministers, all those departments are getting transferred to the RJD side. So we are going to see the RJD ministers taking the portfolios of what BJP ministers were holding at that moment of time. Also, we are learning that the speaker will be Awadh Kumar Chaudhary, who has been a 5-time MLA from Siwan, and for that the MLAs from RJD and left.
All right, let's listen into what Rajiv Pratap Rudy has to say.
पॉलिटिक्स कहा जा सकता है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण होगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि बिहार की जनता इन सभी उत्तरों के इंतजार में है और निश्चित रूप से बिहार एक नए परिवेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में उभर के खड़ा होगा।
आरजेडी के महासचिव ने ये यहाँ पर कहा है कि 10 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी। सांप्रदायिकता से लोग
देखिए, शपथ लेने के पहले ही घोषणा शुरू हो जाना तो शायद बिहार की जनता ने पहले भी देखा है उनका कार्यकाल, अब भी देखेंगे और ये सभी तथ्यों को हम लोग नोट करके रखेंगे आने वाले दिनों के लिए। लेकिन जिस तरीके से सरकार परिवर्तित किया गया है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
एक अंतिम सवाल और
All right, we just heard what BJP leader Rudra Pratap Rudy had to say. On that note, let me quickly go back to Maria, who's back on the broadcast with us. Maria, we heard what Rudra Pratap Rudy had to say. He's of course, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, sorry, and he seems very angry, of course, at what has happened in Bihar at the moment. Clearly, the BJP is now pinning hopes on the 2025 assembly elections in Bihar, and even before that, the Lok Sabha elections of 2024.
Yes, that's right. And BJP will now be in opposition. So they have already, taken to the streets. Today they are, doing that protest in front of the BJP office in Patna, which they are calling Vishwas Ghat Divas. So even as the swearing-in ceremony is going to begin in the next 2 hours, for the BJP, this is Vishwas Ghat or betrayal. But when you listen to the other side, the side which will be now forming the next government, they are saying the same thing, that RJD cried betrayal when Nitish Kumar walked out of alliance with them in 2017 and formed the government with the BJP in 2017, and everything happened in the matter of hours, just as it played out only yesterday. So what changed from 2017 to 2022? So, but the man in the center of all this is Nitish Kumar. The question is, what does it do to brand Nitish Kumar from here onwards? Has he really managed to ensure that his credibility is intact? Has that got diminished? And also the question here is, Akanksha, that if Nitish Kumar is indeed now has prime ministerial ambitions, because he understands fully well that that space is perhaps open only in the opposition space, which is witnessing that kind of churning in it to take on Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2024, because as far as the NDA is concerned, that is pretty settled. What will happen to Bihar in terms of governance is something that we'll have to wait and see. But Nitish Kumar in all these years has given a corruption-free government. Although only in the last few weeks his law and order was questioned with kind of raids that were conducted by the national investigation agencies with regards to the PFI links. But overall, as far as this governance model is concerned, it was seen as Nitish Kumar giving a clean government, clean image, someone who enjoyed a completely impeccable clean image, and that is quite a unique thing as far as the history of Bihar is concerned.
Stay with us, Maria, because we are getting in some more breaking inputs from Bihar. We are learning that Tejashwi Yadav is at Nitish Kumar's residence at the moment, just ahead of the oath ceremony. Remember, it is shortly 15 past 12 right now, and within an hour or so, we can expect the two to arrive at the Raj Bhavan to swear in their oath. For more, let's quickly go back to Maria. Maria, what is the sense you are getting? What will be the discussions going on between Tejashwi Yadav and Nitish Kumar at the moment?
Yes, so as Nitish Kumar takes oath as the Chief Minister for the 8th time in this 17 years tenure of his, there are certain issues particularly to do with portfolios. Although, you know, when I speak to my sources in both the political parties, they give us an indication that portfolio and all these are mere formalities because the realignment has happened yesterday. So those are issues that can be sorted out. Nitish Kumar would be ready to give in to a lot of demands that Tejashwi may have, and Tejashwi would also be agreeing. So as far as realignment is concerned, that has happened. The government is only a matter of formality, but the contradictions that are there between the two sides, just as the contradictions that were there between Nitish and BJP, that is something that will be, you know, what will be the meeting grounds, that is something that we'll have to wait and see. And as we have always said, that in politics there is a huge scope of skepticism, and that's what it is till the time a government is formed, and then to ensure that a government is a functional government, all those aspects have to be covered. And Tejashwi Yadav right now meeting Nitish Kumar is also extending that courtesy that yes, he may be coming with signatures of 114 MLAs. He is talking about a Mukhyamantri. If you look at the press conference, and I keep referring to that press conference because that was high on optics, and as for political journalists such as us, we keep reading these body languages. In that press conference, it was Tejashwi Yadav addressing the media, and Nitish Kumar was standing next to him. He was brief in his comment. Nitish just said that I have resigned and now the new alliance is Mahagathbandhan और ये हमारे साथी हैं. But it was Tejashwi who took on the BJP. He was speaking almost on behalf of Nitish Kumar and also speaking as the spokesperson of the entire Mahagathbandhan. So, but he kept on addressing Nitish Kumar as Mukhyamantri ji. So as far as you know, extending that respect or courtesy is concerned, that was also evident. And you know, Akanksha, when we look at these meetings, I think I would have attached meanings to these meetings had it happened yesterday. But for today, just before 1.5 hours, I would see this as more a formality to ensure that, you know, as far as the Assembly Speaker is concerned, if a no confidence motion has been moved by RJD, everything goes on smoothly in the Assembly because that is again a constitutional post. And as far as the Raj Bhavan is concerned, the oath should also happen smoothly is the concern certainly that is there in the Chief Minister's office and also at the Circular Road, which is the home of Tejashwi Yadav.
Right, Maria. In fact, there are some very interesting observations that you have shared about yesterday, their body language and how Tejashwi Yadav was actually the one to be taking on the BJP. And I'm going to come back to you to discuss more of how he did that and how he managed to actually reduce the BJP's actions to the current scenario in terms of how the Bihar churn is happening. I'm going to talk more about that, but quickly let's listen into some very crucial political reactions that have poured in. Let's begin with Ravi Shankar Prasad's.
इतना सब कुछ हो गया, आप सीनियर लीडर हैं, पटना से सांसद भी हैं, आपसे नीतीश बाबू ने कोई संवाद साधने की कोशिश नहीं की?
जी नहीं, सपना देखने पर कोई आपत्ति नहीं, लेकिन इस बात को आप समझेंगे कि अभी वहाँ कोई वैकेंसी नहीं है। 2005 में नेता किसने बनाया भाजपा ने इसी बिल्डिंग में, उनकी पार्टी में लोग उनके नाम पर सहज नहीं थे। रेल मंत्री अटल जी ने बनाया, कृषि मंत्री बनाया, 20 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, तो ये सब भूल गए।
इसलिए विश्वासघात आप लोग
विश्वासघात प्रदेश की जनता के जनादेश का।
इन्हें भी लग रहा है कि आज नहीं तो कल लालू जी का परिवार दिक्कत में पड़ेगा, और जब दिक्कत में पड़ेगा तो हम पूरे राजद को अपने साथ समेट करके निर्विवाद पुनः बिहार के नेता हो जाएंगे। तेजस्वी जी के साथ मजबूरी है कि भोला यादव और हृदयानंद जी की गिरफ्तारी के बाद उनको बिहार सरकार से शील्ड चाहिए। उनको लग रहा है कि सारा कागज तो इन्हीं लोगों ने दिया है, तो अगर इनके साथ रह के मैं उप मुख्यमंत्री बनूंगा तो ये हमें बचाव करेंगे। तो यह इन दोनों का आपस में गठबंधन, इसी व्यवस्था का गठबंधन है। इनको जेल जाने से बचना है, और इनको ये दूसरे पर इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं, यह इसी ध्येय से गए हैं कि कल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को यह पूरे अपने में समाहित कर लेंगे।
क्या आखिरी समय तक नीतीश कुमार से संवाद साधने की कोशिश की भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने?
बातें होते रहती थी, और लेकिन जो घटनाएं बिहार में घट रही थी, जाहिर बात है हम उन पर ध्यान आकृष्ट करेंगे, और जब हम उन पर ध्यान आकृष्ट करते थे तो यह उनको बहुत चुभता था।
सर, क्या हो गया बिहार में? ये क्या आप लोगों को भनक तक नहीं लगी कि नीतीश बाबू इतना नाराज हैं, या ये एक सोची समझी साजिश है?
देखिए, नीतीश जी की यह सोची समझी साजिश है।
जो भी बोल रहे हैं यह उनका बहाना है। उनको विकास से मतलब नहीं है। जब विकास और भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में कहा जाता था, गरीबों की मजदूरों के हित की बात कही जाती थी तो उनको गुस्सा आता था। शराब के कारखाने चलवा रहे हैं, आरजेडी के गुंडे शराब के कारखाने चलवा रहे हैं, आप उस पर कार्रवाई कीजिए, तो उस पर भी गुस्सा। वादा खिलाफी तो उन्होंने किया है, बीजेपी ने तो वादा निभाया था, वादा उन्होंने तोड़ा है। देश के गरीबों ने मसीहा अपने प्रधानमंत्री जी को मान लिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी को जीवन भर के लिए प्रधानमंत्री पद पर रखने का मन बना चुका है।
All right, so there you heard BJP leaders clearly crying foul as far as the new Mahagathbandhan is concerned. But the numbers clearly seem to be in favor of Mahagathbandhan 2.0. Let's break them down for you over here. As you can see on the big wall, there you have JDU has 45 seats. Of course, we all know that the numbers have fallen as far as the anti-incumbency sentiment against Nitish Kumar is concerned. That's been riding high, and that perhaps explains the lower numbers for the JDU. Having said that, the RJD, of course, has a very strong seat sharing as far as their numbers are concerned, 79. Congress having 19 seats over there. We look at the left with 16 seats. We have the individuals with 1. And the BJP over there, as you can see, has 77. So that, of course, still behind the RJD, but very high numbers. Something that Maria was also throwing light on, that the two key players that still stand out in the Bihar Assembly are the RJD and the BJP. Of course, there was no option for Nitish Kumar but to join hands with the RJD if he wanted to quit the NDA. On that note, let's quickly go across to our correspondents. I'm going to take my next question from Siddhant, who's with us, stationed outside the BJP headquarters. Siddhant, we heard what the BJP leaders are saying. They are, of course, crying foul. They're saying that the RJD needed to rely on Nitish Kumar as far as the land for job scam is concerned, the arrest of Bhola Yadav is concerned. We've also heard Ravi Shankar Prasad allege that Nitish Kumar was a man who's a non-Congressee. But to see him now side with the Congress means he's supporting corruption. Could you take us through what are the kind of allegations that are now coming from the BJP and what this actually means for the new Mahagathbandhan as far as the opposition from the BJP is going to be concerned?
Well, look, here I can sense two scenarios. Here I can see two scenarios. A, BJP is going to hit at Nitish Kumar on moral grounds because Nitish has this clean image of a socialist leader, and BJP is going to attack on that credibility of Nitish from now onwards. Also, I was speaking to Sanjay Jaiswal this morning, and Mr. Jaiswal told me that all these papers that are with the CBI right now, this mall of alleged mall of Tejashwi Yadav, this entire job for land scam, the case in which Bhola Yadav was arrested, all these papers which are currently with the investigating agency have been provided to the investigating agency by Lalan Singh. Now, Lalan Singh is the right-hand man of Nitish Kumar. He is close to Nitish Kumar, and now BJP is trying to build this narrative, this argument that this Nitish Kumar has been a force behind exposing the RJD's corruption. And now when investigating agencies are going after RJD, going after close aides of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Tejashwi Yadav, Nitish Kumar is again back with them in an alliance to form government in Bihar. So this is going to be a narrative which BJP is going to build, that why Nitish Babu, who is known for his Sushasan, who is known for his fight against corruption, against Jungle Raj, is now in hand in glove with the same corrupt party. When investigating agencies are exposing them, when investigating agencies are going after them, and there is enough evidence, Bhola Yadav was arrested a few months back. Then the raids were also conducted by CBI. Why Nitish Kumar is shaking hands with them? Also, the other important point that he made is that Nitish Kumar's numbers, the JDU is shrinking. the cadre is shrinking. This is the time for Nitish Kumar to shake hands with RJD, because this is how Nitish Kumar can get hold over the RJD cadre. This could also be the strategy of Nitish Kumar, and this is what BJP is alleging. So to get hold over the cadre of RJD, this step of Nitish Kumar has been taken because he knows that at one point in time he was in triple digit. His MLAs were in triple digit. Then they came down to 70. Now they are 43 in the house. So, you know, with each passing term, Nitish Kumar's party cadre is shrinking. The MLA count is shrinking, and he was worried.
Right.
And this is the reason that, you know, he is thinking of getting hold over RJD's cadre as well. So this is what BJP is alleging, but Nitish is going to be questioned on the moral grounds. RJD is going to be questioned on the corruption issue, and both are going to be questioned that when the same papers which were given by Lalan Singh and Nitish Kumar to CBI, then how are they going to react when tomorrow CBI is going to take action against the corrupt politicians of
Right.
RJD? So this is how BJP is going to build narrative against this new government in Bihar.
That's an interesting take that you've given, Siddhant. As far as Nitish Kumar is concerned, it will be about morality, and as far as Tejashwi Yadav's RJD is concerned, it's going to be about corruption. We are going to talk more about the resistance coming from BJP, but before I do that, let's also listen into some more political reactions, because remember, Saurabh's been stationed at the assembly right now, and he's been speaking to several leaders from the Mahagathbandhan. Let's listen into some reactions that have just come in.
गिरिराज जी, ये क्या हो गया? पिछली बार वो आरजेडी छोड़ के आपके साथ आए, इस बार आपको छोड़ के आरजेडी के साथ चले गए।
मुझे हंसी आती है, जिस व्यक्ति को न नाराजगी से कोई मतलब नहीं है, इनके नाराज की परिभाषा समय समय पर बदलते हैं। ये लालू जी के साथ जब गए, वहां से निकले तो वहां भी नाराज की परिभाषा बदले। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इन्हें मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। नाराजगी इनका है कि नरेंद्र मोदी को हटा करके हम इनको प्रधानमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाए। 10 में भी यही था।
तो पीएम बनने के लिए महागठबंधन का दामन थामा है।
और क्या?
लेकिन कांग्रेस तो कह रही है कि हमारे पीएम पद के उम्मीदवार राहुल गांधी हैं।
जो ये ख्वाब देखा है, और क्योंकि हमारे साथ तो ये ख्वाब पूरा नहीं होगा। नीतीश बाबू अपनी नीति और नीयत को फ्रीज में न रखें और नीति और नियत के साथ राजनीति करें।
This is not simply about two individuals, Tejashwi ji or Nitish ji, taking oath. This is all about entire Bihar going to witness it and be participant in the oath-taking ceremony. You know, Bihar badly needed this. I would say that today is the day when the mandate comes home. Mandate of 17 and mandate of 2020. Because if there is a disconnect between mandate and the government, governance suffers. From now onwards, governance will not suffer. And I assure you, this shall be a government which shall work on the priorities of the people. We are ready to fight any kind of situation, and we shall win, and we shall write a new chapter in the national politics as well.
All right, we're getting some breaking news at the moment. There's a high-level meeting that we are learning of that's currently taking place at Nitish Kumar's residence. We are learning that this high-level meeting is right now being attended by Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi Yadav, Lalan Singh of the JDU, Vijay Chaudhary as well in the meeting. For more details, I have with us Saurabh Rathore. Saurabh, if you could take us through what you are learning from your sources, what will be the discussions as far as this high-level meeting is concerned?
See, here Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi Yadav, Lalan Singh, who is the JDU president, and Viren Chaudhary, who was the education minister, they all are present in this high-level meeting, and probably the cabinet expansion, who will get what portfolios are getting, being discussed over here, because right from morning it is speculated that because there is less time, we are learning that governor is going to be on leave for few days. It was scheduled earlier. After oath he will leave Patna. So there are speculations that the other ministers, they'll take oath after that when the governor returns. We are not confirming this news of governor leaving Patna today, but sources are saying that because he is leaving for some personal reasons, and tomorrow there is a swearing in ceremony of vice president, so he might go to attend that function as well. So these are the reasons given by the sources that the governor will leave Patna today, and because of that only CM and deputy CM will take oath at 2 p.m. and after that the governor will leave Patna. So there are also speculations that Nitish and Tejashwi, they will try to negotiate and include as many ministers in the cabinet today itself, so that they can run the government as soon as possible. So there is a high-level meeting going on here. We will come to know when the leaders come out of this meeting as to what was discussed in the meeting. But so far, we can only speculate that it is about the cabinet expansion. The oath is going to start at 2 p.m. here at Raj Bhavan, which is just 20 to 30 meters away from CM House. We can see already the preparations have started. The roads are getting cleaned by water sprayers and all, and we can see all the media persons, and the activities have increased over here. The oath ceremony is scheduled at 2 p.m. and before that there is a meeting going inside CM House. We'll come to know about exactly what was discussed only when these leaders come out of the CM House.
Right, Saurabh, thank you for bringing in those details. Stay with us because we'll also break down the kind of implications that Bihar could be experiencing as far as the major players of the Mahagathbandhan or even the BJP of the opposition is concerned. Let's also break down those points for our viewers. The implications of the major players, this is what it looks like. Nitish Kumar retaining his chief ministerial post. Remember, we told you this is an 8th time that he'll be sworn in as the chief minister of Bihar. He can expect larger national role in the next Lok Sabha polls, remember, because those Lok Sabha polls will be taking place in 2024, and that's when he may just be moving over to national politics. For Tejashwi Yadav, he is back in power in the state. Remember, we told you earlier as well that he'll be sworn in as the deputy chief minister for a second time. This is a leg up for the next assembly elections as well, and the Lok Sabha polls of 2024. Remember, the assembly elections are taking place in 2025. So Tejashwi Yadav could expect himself to play a very key role during those elections. Now, as far as the BJP is concerned, it will be sitting in opposition. Siddhant and Maria have been trying to bring out to you what that narrative is going to be looking like. They'll be attacking Tejashwi Yadav on the grounds of corruption, Nitish Kumar as far as morality is concerned. The BJP will be free now to target Nitish's clear image. Remember, Nitish is known for his impeccable corruption-free image, but with the latest happenings and the churn in Bihar, the BJP now has a free hand. And with that, let's quickly go back to Siddhant, who's outside the BJP headquarters. Siddhant, the other question that comes to mind is also, why is the BJP posing such stiff resistance when it comes to the post of the speaker? Also, because we know that the numbers are clearly stacked in favor of Mahagathbandhan 2.0, when they can clearly demand a speaker of the Mahagathbandhan to be appointed, then why is the BJP playing so difficult?
Well, you know, Speaker's post is a very significant post, especially when there is a transition in the government when government is in crisis. And usually we see, and we have seen in fact, that once the numbers are with the other side, Speaker quits, Speaker resigns from his post. But this time around, there is no update from Vijay Kumar Sinha whether he is going to resign or not. Also in Maharashtra, if you remember, the first letter which was sent by Shinde to the office of Deputy Speaker was a letter requesting no confidence motion against the Deputy Speaker. And the same is being applied by Tejashwi Yadav here in Bihar. Now RJD is likely to move no confidence motion against the Speaker if the Speaker doesn't resign himself. Now the pressure is building on the Speaker to resign before RJD moves no confidence motion, and for that purpose only this news has been deliberately circulated in media that RJD is going to move no confidence motion, because once this news will get circulated, the pressure will be built on Speaker and he will resign before the no confidence motion. So this is usually done, and Speaker's post is so important that after all political parties want their person on the Speaker's post. So this time around in Bihar we were expecting Speaker's post to be given to Congress, but now what Saurabh has been reporting is that the post is going to RJD,
right.
And for that purpose only to appoint RJD MLA for that post, Tejashwi Yadav can move no confidence motion against Vijay Kumar Sinha.
Right, stay with us, Siddhant. If I could quickly go back to Saurabh. Saurabh, you've been breaking these inputs as far as that crucial high-level meeting at Nitish Kumar's residence is concerned. If I could talk a bit about that meeting, because we've been seeing a lot of last-moment reshuffling that's taking place. Earlier, we were learning that the Speaker's post will be going to the Congress party, whereas today we are learning that it will be held by a member of the RJD. Having said that, the portfolio of home, again, we are learning, is going to be retained by Nitish Kumar. On that note, let's quickly go across to Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP, who's joining me on the phone line. Mr. Memon, what are your thoughts as far as the current churn in Bihar is concerned? What would you like to say about the BJP, which has been crying foul? And in fact, they are also calling it a Vishwasghat Divas today in Bihar. Your thoughts?
You see, it does not suit BJP to call this development as Vishwasghat or something unethical, etc., because BJP is expert in this. You see, in toppling governments and in throwing out the people who have received mandate of the people, the BJP is a master, and they have been doing it in various states throughout the country by one method or the other to clinch power. They have done it in Maharashtra also. They have done it in Karnataka. They have done in Goa. They have done in many states. So I think it doesn't lie in the mouth of BJP to criticize the change of the political combination in Bihar. And Nitish has done well by, although belatedly, and understanding that supporting BJP in the present situation in the country is not desirable and is not in the interest of people of this country.
Mr. Memon, also, how do you react to allegations of Nitish Kumar joining hands with the very man, that is Tejashwi Yadav, who would label him as Paltu Chacha? And of course, we all know that it was for the BJP that Nitish Kumar earlier left the RJD, and today he's left the BJP for the RJD.
No, see, the BJP who feels let down by Nitish can make any kind of abuses or give him any names, which is absolutely not going to matter anymore. People of this country, more particularly in the opposition throughout the country, have welcomed Nitish, that he has understood that to support a government which is not pro-people, is not going to be giving any dividends in the days to come. And he has rightly taken this decision, which of course would strengthen the opposition stand in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, which is going to be decisive even with regard to the fate of NDA.
Mr. Memon, we've all seen what happened to Mahagathbandhan of 2015, and many are skeptical about Mahagathbandhan 2.0. What is your take? What is going to be different in this new grand alliance?
No, see, now the opposition unity will get a boost with the advent of or entry of Nitish Kumar also, because Bihar is politically a very active state. after Uttar Pradesh, Bihar is also very relevant to show the pointer with regard to what is going to happen in the whole country in Lok Sabha election in 2024. And I think with the entry of Nitish, the opposition leaders who are trying to get everybody together, it is definitely a plus point. And I'm sure that leaders like Sharad Pawar, Mamta Banerjee, Stalin, Kejriwal, now Nitish Kumar is an added star, are all regional sartaps, and they together can turn the table on NDA in the days to come.
Also, Mr. Memon, how do you view Nitish Kumar's current innings as the CM an 8th time? Do you think he's doing his need to rely on the RJD has been more to salvage his dwindling numbers, or was it to pave a larger role as far as national politics is concerned?
No, that is up to Nitish Kumar to decide whether he wants to confine to Bihar and keep on working for the development of the state of Bihar, or he wants to plunge into national politics. But certainly, even if he wants to confine to Bihar, he would be a man of utility, because he has some credibility with regard to his clean image. You know, in 8th time he has taken the oath of Chief Minister, and on no innings of Chief Minister there has been even one allegation of being a corrupt politician, and that takes him to a great height as a leader. And therefore, the opposition would certainly gain by his joining the host of top leaders, non-BJP leaders, and which is certainly going to be a very strong point for opposition unity. And I'm sure we'll have to wait for some time, and in the whole of 23 now, there will be emergence of strong opposition outfit which would challenge BJP in the general elections.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Memon, for speaking to us at CNN News 18. And with that, let's now go over to the other big question that everybody is asking, and so are we. Can the Mahagathbandhan be the savior for Nitish Kumar? What will be his options? He will have to play second fiddle to the RJD, as we all know that they are higher as far as the numbers are concerned, and that's not it. Nitish Kumar will also have to handle aggressive RJD base, because remember, this may just be his attempt at expanding the JDU base. It will be a weak CM with limited control, because remember, as we all have been gathering from our sources, as far as the control with the deputy CM, that is going to be Tejashwi Yadav of the RJD is concerned, that is going to increase. Nitish Kumar will disturb his existing electoral arithmetic. He will lose the double engine advantage. He will, because remember, it was only till he was aligned with the BJP was that double engine successful, but that's not going to be anymore, especially when it comes to the national level. He will also continue to face the danger of a party breakup, because remember, skeptics have already raised their doubts over the Mahagathbandhan 2.0, because we've all seen the failure of the initial Mahagathbandhan of 2015. What will be the future of this new alliance is also the big question. For that, let's quickly go back to Siddhant, who will also try and contextualize these points for us. Siddhant, we just discussed what will be the things working against Nitish Kumar. You heard those points. If you could also contextualize them for our viewers.
Well, look, you know, this is a win-win situation for both the parties. I've been saying this because both the parties come from the background of socialist movement. You know, they have come from Lok Nayak Jayaprakash Narayan's Andolan, and you know, in fact, the style of politics is also very similar. In 1994, when Nitish Kumar separated from Lalu Prasad Yadav, the only reason was corruption. Now he's again going back to his party, but it's a win-win situation for both the party. A, Nitish Kumar will be able to fulfill his long pending dream, that is to run for the office of Prime Minister in 2024. B, Nitish Kumar from now will not only be accepted by the cadre of his party, but also RJD. Now, RJD cadre is also a socialist cadre. So that is also the another plus point for Nitish Kumar. And the third and a very important point is that Nitish Kumar can function in Delhi, being the Chief Minister of Bihar. So he doesn't have to give up on his chair to fulfill his dream of becoming the Prime Minister or to get active in the Delhi politics. He can retain the CM-ship, he can be the CM and can be active there.
Right.
Tejashwi will run the show here in Patna. So plus point for Tejashwi is that again he is coming in an alliance with the Socialist Party. The thought process of both the party, like-minded party, both the parties are the like-minded party. They think in the same way. Their cadre is more or less similar. And also this time around Tejashwi is getting more power, more share in the government. And in fact the people in RJD have been telling us that then this government will be fully formed and the cabinet will be announced. And the government will start functioning. Then one can see that Tejashwi will have a good say in the government. And in fact, he is only going to run the show here in Patna. Back to you.
All right, stay with us. All right, let's also listen into what Sharad Pawar has to say.
Nitish Kumar आणि BJP एकत्र जागा देते, पण भाजप फक्त एक आणखी व्यवस्थित असते. निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला एकत्र येतात आणि मित्र पक्षाचे लोक कसे कमी येतील याची काळजी घेतात. हे महाराष्ट्रातही घडलं. तेच चित्र बिहारमध्ये दिसायला लागलं आणि म्हणून बिहारचे मुख्यमंत्री वेळी सावध झाले आणि त्यांनी तातडीनं त्यांनी राजीनामा दिला आणि भाजपपासून दूर होण्याची ही भूमिका त्यांनी घेतली. आज भाजपचे नेते त्यांना काही त्यांच्याबद्दलची टीका टिप्पणी करो, पण नितीश कुमारनी टाकलेलं पाऊल हे अत्यंत शहाणपणाचं आहे. उद्या त्याला जे संकट भाजप त्यांच्या आणणार आहे त्याची नोंद वेळीच घेऊन त्यांनी खबरदारी घेतली. एका दृष्टीनं त्यांनी राज्याच्या दृष्टीनं त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या दृष्टीनं अतिशय योग्य निर्णय घेतला.
All right, that was Sharad Pawar speaking on the Bihar political drama, but we are getting in some more breaking inputs. Let's also listen in. Actually, we are learning that just ahead of the swearing in, Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter Rohini Acharya has hit out at the Prime Minister on social media. She sent out a tweet. Remember, Lalu Yadav's entire family has been on a Twitter spree since yesterday when the churn began in the state of Bihar. And the latest we are learning is that Rohini Acharya has attacked Prime Minister Modi again on Twitter. For more details, let's quickly go across to Saurabh, who's joining us with more details. Saurabh, if you could share what Rohini Acharya has to say on Twitter. Saurabh, can you hear me? Saurabh, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Saurabh, but this is the latest we are learning. Rohini Acharya has sent out a tweet slamming the government at the centre. For more, let's quickly go across to Siddhant, who's also on the broadcast with us. Siddhant, if you could share with us what Rohini Acharya has had to say on Twitter.
Well, Rohini Acharya has been, attacking the government since yesterday. In fact, she was the one who confirmed that this alliance is going to happen. Now, she has come out with this photograph in which, and she writes, "ये रहा इनका झूठ, युवाओं का भविष्य जिन्होंने लिया लूट, जो स्वयं झूठ का अवतार है, वही माफी वीरों की टोली का बना सरदार है." So this is the direct attack coming from Rohini Acharya on Prime Minister and Bharatiya Janata Party. So she has shared one clip of BJP promising jobs to the people of Bihar, and Rohini Acharya has tweeted this clip and say that BJP has lied to the people of Bihar, and this they have been doing from a long time. Also, when Rohini Acharya is questioning the BJP on jobs, then if you remember in the run-up to 2020 Bihar polls, Tejashwi Yadav promised people of Bihar 10 lakh job in the first cabinet meeting. And now, in fact, BJP may question Tejashwi Yadav and this new government. What has happened to those 10 lakh jobs? Is Tejashwi Yadav going to fulfill the same promise this time around, or was that promise was just a Chunavi Jumla? Because now he is in power, he is going to be the deputy CM. So is he going to fulfill the promise which he made in the run-up to 2020 election? So that is also which will be interesting to be seen. Back to you.
Absolutely. In fact, Siddhant, that only reiterates the point in terms of how we've been discussing that with Nitish Kumar now breaking away from the NDA, that is certainly going to give a free hand to the BJP as far as the opposition forces are concerned. They are going to prove to be a formidable opposition for the JDU-RJD alliance.
Absolutely right, and trust me, I have covered Maharashtra, day in, day out, and I know that how strong BJP is when they are in the opposition. If you talk about the situation in Maharashtra, when BJP was in opposition, they had sent 3 sitting ministers to jail, and with each and every month they used to bring new exposés, corruption, scandals, and that how they they always had upper hand in Maharashtra over the running government. This time around, the plan is same for Bihar also, that they are not going to let this government work freely. BJP is going to attack Nitish Kumar on moral values, principle, and RJD on corruption issue. And in fact, there are lot of cases pending with the investigating agency. Bhola Yadav has recently been arrested. Other than that, there are several cases, several files pending with the investigating agencies. So now BJP already has started building this narrative that when agencies are going to go after RJD leaders, Nitish Kumar is shaking hands with them. Back to you.
Well, good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I am Nidhima Bhatnagar. We're beginning this broadcast with some very horrific and unfortunate news coming in. A horrific incident from Telangana now has been reported where a stalker has stabbed a college student in Telangana's Nalgonda after harassing her for months. Now, what we're also understanding is that the victim is badly injured in this horrific knife attack. A case also has been registered against the accused, and hunt is currently on for the culprit. My colleague Swastika Das is joining us from Hyderabad to give us more details. Swastika, first things first, when did this horrific incident take place?
Well, it happened on the 9th of August is what we're given to understand. But first things first, the accused has finally been arrested. He was arrested late last night by the Nalgonda police. In fact, after he attacked the victim, he was chasing her and stalking her since a long time is what we're learning from her family. And he immediately attacked her and then fled from the spot. After a few hours, the special teams were dispatched and nabbed the accused, and Rohit was arrested by the Nalgonda police late last night is what we're understanding. And as far as the victim's condition is concerned, we are learning that she is stable, but she has sustained grievous injuries to her face, hands, neck, and other areas also in the body since she was attacked by a knife.
Okay, so Swastika, the update that you're getting for us is that the accused has in fact been arrested. But before I talk to you more about who the accused is, for how long had he been harassing this victim?
Well, according to the police, the victim was being harassed by this particular accused since a long time. And this was the second time that we're learning that he allegedly tried to attack her. We're learning that the victim's family claimed that both of them are college students. She's a third-year student, he's a second-year student, degree student, and both of them knew each other through common friends. But when the victim was being continuously approached and heckled by the accused, that is when she decided to ignore him. But despite giving out clear warnings and even informing her family members about her being stalked, the accused continued to trail her and resulting in such horrific crime yesterday on the 9th of August, where he stabbed her, attacked her with knife, and she fell down on the spot. With the help of locals, she was immediately taken to the hospital where she is said to be stable with critical injuries. But thankfully, the accused has now been arrested.
That's the update that I wanted to get more clarity on. Swastika, what is the current condition as far as the victim is concerned? You were saying how horrific this knife attack was. There were multiple wounds because of that stabbing. What are hospital authorities telling you?
Well, hospital authorities are saying that the victim's condition is stable. However, her recovery time is going to take a lot because remember, she has sustained horrible injuries to her face. It's all knife wounds, so she has sustained injuries onto her face, to her hands, arms, and even to her private areas as well. An angle of rape and any kind of sexual coercion has been ruled out by the police, but what the doctors say is that the victim is going to take some time to recover, but she's out of danger now, fortunately.
Okay, so Swastika, as you were giving us that update that the accused in fact has been arrested, now talk to us about the identity of this accused and from where was he picked up?
Accused was picked up from Nalgonda district itself. We are learning from our police sources, and in fact he was picked up late last night. Remember, on the 9th of August when the incident took place, the accused attacked the victim and fled from the spot with the help of a bike that he borrowed from a friend. After a few hours of severe manhunt, and the Nalgonda police had also dispatched special teams to nab him. He was arrested late last night. That is the confirmation that we got from Nalgonda SP, and now he is under police custody.
Okay, but Swastika, this once again raises that question that we discuss every time a case like this happens as to where is the law and order situation headed? How do you have people who've been harassing women for months can come and carry out an attack like this and possibly feel that there will be no action that will be taken?
Absolutely, and this raises a lot of questions on the women's safety issue. Remember, I took that question forward to the Nalgonda police, and they tell me that immediately, just hours after the incident took place, they were able to nab the accused. But it's rather unfortunate that they could not prevent the incident in the first place, because this incident, or rather the victim, we are given to understand, did not tell a lot of her family members or friends about her being continuously stalked and harassed by Rohit in this case. But what the police on its part is saying that whenever there have been incidents, the Telangana police have proactively tracked down such cases, though this criticism comes in the wake of, remember, the Jubilee Hills minor rape case, where the police took good 10 days time to nab all the accused, considering there were highly influential political families involved in the case. So the police has time and again faced a lot of criticism, which it has countered by saying that when it comes to the general safety of the public, we have always ensured that the accused is nabbed. And in this case, hours after the incident took place, Rohit was nabbed. That is the justification that the police is putting forward.
Swastika, I want to talk to you a little more about the case. You said that this was a case where the harassment had been taking place for a while. She was being stalked for a while. Was this the classic case of rejection?
Yes, it is a classic case of rejection according to the family members and the police. We can say that it is a case of jilted lover attacking like a crazy maniac in this case, for the lack of better word, because the girl was continuously approached by the accused in this case. In fact, both of them are college students. And we are given to understand, despite turning down his proposal multiple times, the accused did not back down and continued to chase her, resulting in a ghastly crime that we saw taking place on the 9th of August.
Swastika, I'll request you to stay on with us. We also have activist Saira Shah Halim also now joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. How do you react to once again a classic case of rejection? A woman says no, the man harasses her for months and then goes ahead and stabs her.
It's a clear case of stalking and harassment because this cannot be just dismissed as a love affair gone wrong or something. This is clear stalking and harassing the victim. And I think here we really need to set out a very strong example that this bullying tactics and this intimidation will not work, especially for women. Because women have a choice whether they want to be with a man or not. And in this case, it was clearly a no. So this man has just consistently been harassing her, and I think we need to set out a very strong precedent that this cannot keep happening again and again, and these crimes against girls should not happen over just because somebody assumes he's a jilted lover or a crime of passion or whatever.
You know, Saira Shah Halim, once again, unfortunately, what has come to light is that women's safety is left
as far as TV debates are concerned, but the ground situation once again is very, very different.
Absolutely. So that is what I'm saying. So I would request the law enforcement agencies to take strict action, because letting them off, again and again, it just gives a signal to these young people who might commit a crime that they can get away with it. This whole feeling of getting away with it is further emboldening them.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. We also have lawyer Abha Singh now joining us on the broadcast. Ma'am, good to have you on the broadcast with us. Where do you think the lapses are as far as the implementation of the law is concerned, that we continue to see cases like these?
I'm horrified at the manner in which this young girl has been stabbed so brutally in Nalgonda, Hyderabad. And the question which you're asking is, why is it happening repeatedly, is because these goons, these criminals go scot-free. The conviction rate is so poor in cases like rape, when it is barely 29%. So in this would be barely 25 to 30%. So this emboldens them, because with a battery of lawyers and with corrupt cops, it is very easy. These cops are bribed and they destroy the evidence. They make a weak FIR, half the sections they leave out, and then it becomes very easy in the court to get bail. So these are the reasons that these miscreants, these criminals feel that you can stab a woman, you can rape a girl, you can throw acid on the face of any girl and get away with it. I hold the law responsible for this, the weak conviction rate, and also there is no fear of law, because politicians have made the police appear so weak that these criminals feel...
Ma'am, that really is the point, that the law is there on paper, but there is no implementation of fear of law. We're also now putting out the first pictures that we've accessed here at CNN News 18 of the accused, who now fortunately has been nabbed by officials. He was picked up from the Nalgonda district as well. Sarah Shalim, I want to come back to you. This is not a hardened criminal that we're talking about. We're talking about two college students. One college student said no, and the other college student decides to then go forward and indulge himself in such a brutal attack. What does it also say as far as the mindset of these young students are concerned?
That is what I'm saying, because, because of this whole nexus of corruption going on, that, what happens is these young guys are left off the hook easily, and they feel emboldened. They feel they can get away with it. So the peers also, they take a cue and they feel that, okay, they can harass somebody, they can stalk someone, they can intimidate someone, bully someone. But, a no, they need to understand a no is a no. They need to take a step back. They need to, the families need to take cognizance and know about the child's welfare and the whereabouts, what the child is up to, what the son is up to. Because in these patriarchal families, they don't check the boy. They feel that it's his prerogative to go about, sowing his wild oats or whatever. So I think it's time that the families also should guide the boys of the family, how to behave like gentlemen and how a no is a no, because consent should be taken very seriously.
Abha Singh, I want to bring you in and I want to understand from a legal perspective. You said, of course, the biggest problem is implementation and the lack of fear of law. In a case like this, what are the charges that we could see against the accused?
See, this would be, if he has attacked her brutally, then it would be attempt to murder, that is 307 of the IPC, plus causing 323, causing hurt, then criminal intimidation, 503 of the IPC. There are a couple of sections which would be put, which would be non-bailable. So it is necessary that he is not given bail immediately. Because the moment they get bail, there is no lesson taught to them. They may be college students, they may be studying together, but the issue is, how could this young student take law in his own hands? This shows neither does he have respect for the law of the land, and he thinks that he can get away because either his father is well connected or he has the money to bribe the system. So the message which is in the society is that you can do anything. In fact, if you see versus when a woman says no, there are states where these boys, they throw acid on their faces. So these are the things that have to be taken seriously. This boy needs to be reprimanded, not reprimanded just by shouting at him, but put him behind bars, and there should be a record made out of it so that the message goes that do not mess with girls. Even if they say no, you have to learn to take it. mindset is fine, but that mindset will only come when you take strong penal action against such crimes.
Absolutely. I want to quickly go back to Saira Shah Halim. Saira Shah Halim, as I was discussing with my colleague Swastika a short while ago, where the state officials are saying that, look, we've acted very swiftly, the accuser's already been nabbed. But can we really claim victory at just that? Shouldn't we now be talking about a more sustainable vigil on the ground that these episodes are not even repeated?
One catching somebody, nabbing somebody is not going to go far, because they need to be very strong precedents and, a pattern where these crimes do not, are on a low. But however, these crimes are just increasing by the day. It just shows that it's not the usual pattern. It's just a one-off case because the media has taken cognizance, and I'm glad that you all have taken this case to light. That is the reason, this strict action is being implemented. However, it should be the usual pattern that each and every case, whether it is of an asset throwing case or any other domestic violence, or even taking these, stalkers seriously, because stalking is a very big crime. Especially online stalking is happening in abundance these days.
Abha Singh, I quickly want to go back to you, and I also want to talk to you about a larger issue. What my colleague Swastika was pointing out a short while ago, that this harassment actually had been on for a couple of months, but the victim didn't have the courage to even confide in her close friends or other people. Do you still think there is a sense of stigma that is attached, and that's why it takes a while for women to even report these cases at the first instance when it happens?
Absolutely, because if you see stalking became an offense only in 2013 after Nitya happened. Only then we had a special section under the IPC where we took it as a criminal offense. So definitely the society has taken such offenses lightly. They think it can be settled out of court and ladke hain, they can do things like that. Also the manner in which politicians have spoken trivializing these things, and stigma of course, because the way we treat these crimes, we think the character assassination of a young girl that is done if she comes out and speaks against a boy. In fact, in marriages, domestic violence, a lot of women come to me and when they don't want to speak out because immediately the husband says her character is bad, she's having an affair. So definitely we need to get out of this mold. We need to insist that character assassination should also be taken as a strong offense. I think that time has come where you, like we saw recently that the way that Shrikant Tyagi was addressing that woman publicly using such vulgar words. So somewhere we need to impose that women have to be treated with respect and the boys cannot get away by doing anything which is damaging to a woman's ego or her self-respect.
I'll just request Saira Shah Halim and Abha Singh to stay on with us. I quickly want to go back to my colleague Swastika. Swastika, of late, unfortunately, multiple episodes from Telangana have been reported where a lot of questions are being raised as far as law and order situation and particularly safety of women is concerned. What are these concrete steps that the state government now wants to ensure that they're implemented?
Ridhima, is that question for me?
Yes, Swastika, please go ahead.
Well, yes. First of all, Telangana government is the first government which claims to have come up with something called the She Team, basically wherein a person or a woman facing any kind of trouble calls in the police and there are She Team cabs which come to her rescue. In addition to that, the state boasts of having the highest CCTV cameras in the state, all from the perspective of women's safety. In addition to that, the Telangana police also prides on itself being a police force which has the ability to crack down on serious crimes within 24 hours of its occurrence. With regards to this particular incident, took place on the 9th of August. We are learning that the victim was taking a stroll in a park. That is when the accused calls her up, asks her to come to a side area in the park, and within minutes he attacks her and flees from the spot. Now, 24 hours after the incident took place, in fact less than 24 hours is what the Nalaganda police is telling, that they have arrested the accused in this case. But what remains the big question is that there are several facts coming to the light that the victim was being harassed, abused, stalked by the accused since the last 5 to 6 months. And it was only known in her closer circle that she was being disturbed and continuously approached by the stalker. Despite knowing all these facts, Her family members, we are given to understand, never approached the police. Neither did the victim herself went and approached the police. But that beside, it also raises question on how a crime like this can take place in a public park.
Absolutely.
Because the victim was walking with her friends. That is when the accused accosted her and attacked her with the knife. And he flees the spot. The police nabbed him after a few hours of the incident taking place. But as far as the victim's condition is concerned, Ridhima, even though she has sustained serious scars, what about the scars that she has permanently, incurred because of this traumatic incident?
Absolutely. Those are questions that still remain, Swastika. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave the conversation there. Would like to thank Abha Singh and Sara Shahaleem as well. We're now shifting our focus to some other updates that are now coming in, and this is what we're picking by the means of government sources telling CNN News 18 that the anti-corruption branch has now sought the removal of AAP MLA Amatullah Khan from the post of Delhi Waqf Board's chairman. Criminal and bullying nature of Khan is obstructing free and fair investigation in the case against him, and this is what ACB witnesses are then afraid of coming out openly against Amatullah Khan. My colleague Akash is joining us with more details. Akash, first talk to us about what sources are telling you. What is the worry as far as the ACB is concerned?
So, as far as the information that we have got, Ridhima, S.K. Gautam, who is the Special Commissioner of Police in ACB, he has said that the witnesses in this case are afraid of Amatullah Khan, who is an AAP MLA, and due to his aggressive behavior and his position in the Delhi Waqf Board, they are not coming out in public and are afraid of saying anything against him. This is the initial information that we have got, and also we are learning that Anti-Corruption Bureau is now asking LG to remove Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amatullah Khan from the post of Delhi Waqf Board chairman. He is the chairman of Delhi Waqf Board. Also, this is not the first time when police has complained about, or ACB or any other body has complained about Amatullah Khan, because we know that several cases have been registered against Amatullah Khan, and in the recent demolition drive that was carried out in Shaheen Bagh area, we saw how whole drama unfolded in concern with the AAP MLA. But at this point in time, this is the fresh development where ACB has asked for the removal of Amatullah Khan, because the officers are saying that because of Amatullah Khan's nature and attitude, witnesses are now afraid of coming out openly against him in several cases.
Okay. Okay, Akash, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the big political story coming out of Bihar, where Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav will be sworn in as Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, respectively, in a short while from now.
This is a big development. Sources within Nitish Kumar's party are telling CNN News 18 that the alliance with the BJP is at a dead end.
एक मॉडल इस्तेमाल किया गया था 2020 के विधानसभा के चुनाव में, चिराग मॉडल, और दूसरा चिराग मॉडल तैयार किया जा रहा है.
The way Nitish Kumar went to meet Tejashwi Yadav and Rabri Devi again gave a loud and a clear message that Tejashwi is future of Bihar.
संबोधित करने के लिए आया हूं. कल से लेकर अभी तक हमारे पार्टी के नेताओं ने काफ़ी बातों का जिक्र किया है. मैं प्रयास करूंगा कि उन बातों को दोहराया नहीं जाए. मित्रों, एक तो ये झूठा प्रचार किया जा रहा है. कि आरसीपी सिंह को बिना नीतीश कुमार की सहमति के केंद्र में मंत्री बना दिया गया. तो मैं आपसे स्पष्ट करना चाहूँगा कि जब 2019 में हमारी सरकार बनी उसमें शिवसेना के 19 MP थे और जनता दलियों के केवल 16 MP थे। तो पार्टी ने तय किया कि एक एक मंत्री परिषद में एक एक हर दल को एक एक जगह दी जाएगी। क्योंकि जब हम शिवसेना को एक दे रहे हैं तो किसी अन्य को ज़्यादा देने का कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता था। तो केंद्र की सरकार ने, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यह तय किया कि हर दल से एक एक व्यक्ति को मंत्री बनाया जाएगा। और जब जनता दलियों के नेता नीतीश जी से बातचीत की गई तो उन्होंने बाद में कहा कि हमारे दल में लोग किसी नाम पर एकमत नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, इसलिए अभी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। तो मैं फिर इस बात को दोहरा रहा हूं। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे दल में किसी नाम पर सहमति नहीं बन पा रही है, इसलिए अभी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। और जब दूसरी बार मंत्रिपरिषद का विस्तार हो रहा था, उसमें स्वयं अमित शाह जी ने मुख्यमंत्री को टेलीफोन किया और कहा कि कोई एक नाम दे दीजिए। तो उन्होंने RCP सिंह का नाम दिया और ये भी कहा कि देखिए ललन जी थोड़ा नाराज होंगे, उनका भी ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन उन्होंने एक नाम दिया और वह भी नाम RCP सिंह का था। तो जब उन्होंने एक नाम दे दिया तब केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद में उनको शामिल किया गया। तो इतना सफेद झूठ, इतना सरासर झूठ, इस प्रकार का झूठ कि RCP सिंह को बिना पूछे बना दिया गया। अगर बिना पूछे बना दिया गया तो आखिर 1.5 साल तक वो कैसे केंद्र की सरकार में मंत्री बने रहे? आप तो इतने ताकतवर थे कि एक दिन में उनको हटवा सकते थे। तो आपने तो कभी विरोध नहीं किया, कभी नहीं कहा कि उनको हटा दिया जाए। तभी तोड़ना हो तो तोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन इस प्रकार के झूठ का प्रचार ये नहीं करना चाहिए। अब मित्रों, जो दूसरा प्रचार किया जा रहा है कि जनता दलियों को तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही थी, उदाहरण दिया जा रहा शिवसेना का। अरे शिवसेना हमारा सहयोगी दल थोड़ी था, वो तो वहाँ का सत्ताधारी दल था। आप तो हमारे सहयोगी दल थे। हमने सहयोगी दल रहते हुए कभी किसी पार्टी को तोड़ा नहीं। और जब वहाँ टूटी सरकार तो शिवसेना, जो कि हमारा सहयोगी दल नहीं था, उसको वो पार्टी टूटी जो है। आप तो हमारे सहयोगी दल थे, और अगर आपको हम तोड़ भी देते मान लीजिए, तो सरकार कैसे बनती? क्योंकि हम तो केवल 74 या 75 थे और सरकार बनाने के लिए 46 चाहिए था। तो पूरी जनता दलियों आती तभी ना कुछ हो सकता था, तो भी बहुमत नहीं होता। और देखिए बीजेपी ने आज तक कभी किसी को धोखा नहीं दिया। हमने नीतीश जी को एक बार नहीं 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, 5 बार। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने 2 बार बनाया और हम लोगों ने 5 बार बनाया। 17 साल का हमारा संबंध था, लेकिन आपने दोनों बार एक झटके में तोड़ दिया। और मित्रों, मैं आपको याद कराना चाहूंगा, पुराने पत्रकारों को याद होगा, 2005 नवंबर का जब विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा था, समता पार्टी में 2 गुट हो गया। जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस, दिग्विजय सिंह, प्रभुनाथ सिंह, ये लोग नहीं चाहते थे कि नीतीश जी का नाम घोषित किया जाए, वो तैयार नहीं थे। और मैंने बिना पार्टी से पूछे मैंने उनके नाम का ऐलान किया कि 2005 में नवंबर के चुनाव का मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार नीतीश कुमार होगा, और पार्टी ने उस पर मोहर लगाई। तो जिस बीजेपी ने आपको 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, आपके पार्टी के विरोध के बावजूद आपके नाम का ऐलान किया और आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, उस पार्टी को आपने धोखा दे दिया। और देखिए मित्रों, ये जो विश्वासघात है, ये केवल बिहार की जनता के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है। 2020 के अंदर वोट मिला नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर, आपके नाम पर वोट नहीं मिला। अगर आपके नाम पर भी वोट मिला होता तो हम 150 पौने 200 पार कर जाते। अगर आपके नाम पर वोट मिला होता तो आपको केवल 43 सीट नहीं मिली होती। जब लगा कि हालांकि स्थिति ठीक नहीं है, तो नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक दिन में 3-3, 4-4 रैलियां की, जी जान लगा दिया। तो 2020 का जनादेश नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर है। 2020 का जनादेश नरेंद्र मोदी का जनादेश है। और 2020 में जब नरेंद्र मोदी आए तो ये तो समाज के सभी तबकों का वोट मिल रहा था, लेकिन जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है, जो 30-35% है, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी अति पिछड़ा समाज से आते हैं, अति पिछड़ा समाज उनको अपना नेता मानता है। अति पिछड़ा का एक एक वोट गिनकर नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली में पड़ गया, तब आप मुख्यमंत्री बने और तब बिहार के अंदर हमारी सरकार बनी। तो नीतीश जी, ये केवल नरेंद्र मोदी का अपमान और नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है, ये बिहार के जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है, जो 30% अति पिछड़ा है, उसको आपने अपमानित किया है। और ये वही राजद के लोग हैं जिनके 15 साल में अगर सबसे ज़्यादा कोई प्रताड़ित हुआ तो ये अति पिछड़ा समाज के लोग हुए, जिनकी जमीनों पर कब्जा कर लिया जाता था, मार के भगा दिया जाता था, वोट नहीं देने दिया जाता था। और जिसको लालू जी ने कभी जिन कहा था, वो जिन जब आपके साथ आ गया तब सरकार बनी। और आज वो जिन आपके साथ नहीं है, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। इसलिए ये गलतफहमी ना रहे, 2015 और 2020 में बहुत अंतर है। उस समय अति पिछड़ा आपके साथ था, आज नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। और नरेंद्र मोदी की लोकप्रियता पहले की तुलना में कई गुना ज़्यादा है। और मित्रों, पिछली बार जब आपने गठबंधन तोड़ा आरजेडी से, तो आपने कहा मैं भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर कोई समझौता नहीं करूँगा, और कहा कि तेजस्वी ने कोई जवाब नहीं दे पाए, इसे मैं गठबंधन तोड़ रहा हूँ। उस समय तो केवल सीबीआई ने छापा मारा था, अब तो सीबीआई ने चार्जशीट फाइल कर दिया। तो आपके मंत्रिमंडल में जो डिप्टी सीएम बनने जा रहे हैं, वो चार्जशीटेड हैं, भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में चार्जशीटेड हैं, वो बेल पर हैं। कल कोर्ट अगर चाहे तो उनकी बेल को खारिज कर सकता है, उनको दोबारा जेल भेज सकता है। तो तेजस्वी यादव ये भ्रष्टाचार से जुड़े आईआरसीटीसी घोटाले के मामले में ये चार्जशीटेड हैं, ये बेल पर हैं, उनका ट्रायल शुरू हो गया है। और इतने पुख्ता सबूत हैं कि इस ट्रायल का परिणाम उनके जेल जाने में भी हो सकता है, उनकी सजा के रूप में भी हो सकता है। तो आपकी मंशा क्या है? क्या आप राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तोड़ना चाहते हैं? क्या आपकी साजिश है कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तोड़कर और मैं बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बना रहूं? लालू जी तो बूढ़े हो गए, बीमार रहते हैं, ये लड़का कब जेल चला जाएगा पता नहीं है। तो मित्रों, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि लालू जी ने कहा था पलटू राम, बीजेपी ने नहीं कहा था। इसलिए ये कल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को भी धोखा दे सकते हैं, इसलिए राजद के नेताओं को भी और सावधान रहने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, उनकी महत्वाकांक्षा को लेकर बात हो रही है। मित्र, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि उनके नज़दीकी लोगों ने कई बार प्रयास किया कि उनको उपराष्ट्रपति का उम्मीदवार घोषित कर दिया जाए। उनके लोग आए, हमारे नेताओं से मिले और कहा कि नीतीश जी को उपराष्ट्रपति बना दीजिए, बिहार में आप सरकार चलाइएगा आप लोग। लेकिन जब बीजेपी का अपना बहुमत है तो हम किसी दूसरे को क्यों उपराष्ट्रपति बनाते हैं? तो पता नहीं, मुझे शायद यह भी कोई कारण हो सकता है। और मित्रों, नई सरकार बन गई है, आज शपथ ग्रहण होगा और मैं केवल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को स्मरण कराना चाहूँगा कि तेजस्वी यादव ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था, अपने हर भाषण में कहा था, और कहा था कि 15 वर्ष के एनडीए शासन में रिक्त पड़े 4.5 लाख पद भरने के साथ साथ 5.5 लाख स्थायी पदों का सृजन, कुल 10 लाख स्थायी नौकरियों की समयबद्ध बहाली की प्रक्रिया पहली ही कैबिनेट बैठक में पहले दस्तखत के साथ शुरू होगी। तो मित्रों, तेजस्वी यादव को इसी नाम पर वोट मिला, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में सीटों को जीतने में उनको सफलता मिली। तो मैं इनको याद कराना चाहूँगा, आज या कल मंत्रिपरिषद के गठन के बाद जब कैबिनेट की पहली बैठक होती है तो आपका वायदा था, हर भाषण में आप जोर जोर से कहते थे कि कैबिनेट की पहली बैठक में और पहला हस्ताक्षर होगा कि बिहार के 10 लाख लोगों को रोजगार दिया जाएगा, सरकारी नौकरी, रोजगार यानी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में नहीं, सरकारी नौकरी दी जाएगी। इसलिए मैं क्या आपको स्मरण कराना चाहूँगा, और हम रोज रोज आपको स्मरण कराते रहेंगे कि आपका 10 लाख नौकरियों का वायदा था, आप उस वायदे को पूरा कीजिए। और मित्रों ने एक और वायदा किया था कि किसानों का कर्ज माफ करेंगे। तो बिहार का किसान आपसे जानना चाहता है कि आप किसानों का कर्ज कितने दिनों में माफ करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ आपने कहा कि आशा कार्यकर्ता, आंगनबाड़ी सेविका, सहायिका, रसोई कर्मियों के मौजूदा मानदेय को दुगना करके और जीविका दीदियों को नियमित वेतन नौकरी उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। तो जो आशा वर्कर है, आगे ये जो आशा है, आंगनबाड़ी सेविका है, सहायिका है, उनके वेतन को, उनके मानदेय को आपने दुगना करने की घोषणा की है। और नियोजित शिक्षकों के बारे में आपने कहा है कि समान काम समान वेतन की नीति लागू की जाएगी। तो इसलिए मित्रों, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आपने जो वायदा किया था उस वायदे के अनुरूप, चूंकि डी फैक्टो चीफ मिनिस्टर तो तेजस्वी यादव है, नीतीश जी तो केवल जिसको टिटुलर हेड कहते हैं वो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री होंगे। उनकी संख्या 80 है, आपकी संख्या 45-46 है। और लालू यादव के काम करने का तरीका क्या है सब लोग जानते हैं। तो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे नीतीश कुमार और असली मुख्यमंत्री होगा तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव। इसलिए मित्रों, केवल कि मैं जो उन्होंने वायदा किया था उस वायदे को याद कराते हुए, और अंत में केवल कि बीजेपी ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ रखी थी कि अगर कोई शिकायत है तो हम आपकी शिकायत दूर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। 2 बार धर्मेंद्र प्रधान आए, उन्होंने कोई शिकायत नहीं की, नहीं सब ठीक चल रहा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। और ठीक सरकार गिरने के एक दिन पहले हमारे पार्टी के एक बड़े वरिष्ठ नेता ने दिल्ली से फ़ोन किया कि नीतीश जी सब ठीक तो है? बोला सब ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो पूछा कि ये ललन सिंह का बयान आ रहा देख रहे हैं टीवी पर, तो कहा कि जैसे आपकी पार्टी में गिरिराज सिंह है वैसे हमारे पार्टी में ललन सिंह है। आप इन बयानों
Well, that was the BJP's briefing there, hitting out at what played out in Bihar yesterday. They're saying that it was the BJP who made Nitish Kumar the chief minister, and they're still seeing this as a sense of betrayal. But also remember, we're also now counting down to that very crucial oath-taking ceremony, which is going to take place at about 2 in the afternoon. My colleague Saurabh Rathod now joining us from inside the Raj Bhavan where the swearing-in will take place. So Saurabh, 2 things that I want to understand. One, are you seeing any activity around you? Also, who all will be swearing in today?
See, I'm here inside the Raj Bhavan, and you can see the stage is all set for CM and Deputy CM to take oath at 2 p.m. which is scheduled. And here we can see inside, I'll ask my video journalist Shahboob ji, we can show the MLAs and MPs sitting over here waiting for their leaders to take the oath today at 2 p.m. Remember when we broke the news that Bihari Chaudhary was the front runner of speaker in Bihar Assembly from RJD. We are here joining him, and let's hear the words out from his mouth. Sir, ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट हो रहा है कि आप स्पीकर होंगे नए कैबिनेट के, यहाँ नए बिहार असेंबली के, क्या कहना है?
अब ये लोग हमको जो जिम्मेवारी देंगे, मैं तो कह रहा हूँ कि अगर स्पीकर ही बनाएंगे तो जो हमारे नेता लोगों की जो फैसला होगी सिरोधार्य होगी, और जिस नीयत से वो लोग हमें बनावेंगे और जो सोच समझदारी उनको होगी हमको बनाने में, तो उस सोच समझदारी में मैं खरा उतरूंगा। और अगर वही हमको वो लोग बनाएंगे तो बखूबी मैं काम करूंगा, इसमें कहीं किसी तरह की कमी नहीं होने दूंगा।
अभी ओथ होने वाला है डिप्टी सीएम और सीएम का, कब तक हम एक्सपेक्ट करें कि बाकी मंत्रिमंडल का भी शपथ हो जाए?
मैंने तो आपसे कहा कि उसके बारे में मैं कुछ नहीं आपको कह सकता हूं, इसलिए कि मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री का फैसले होंगे कि अब नेक्स्ट जो मंत्रिमंडल में और जो हमारे जो मंत्री शामिल होंगे उनका कब शपथ ग्रहण करावेंगे वो उन लोगों की जिम्मेवारी है, उसके बारे में हम कोई जानकारी नहीं दे सकते आप.
So we heard Awadh Bihari Chaudhary, he is also saying that whatever role he will be given, he'll try to come. We are also joined here by Alok Mehta. He is a very senior leader of RJD, and it is said that he is also going to be a part of cabinet. Let's listen from him. Alok sir, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you seeing this political development? And it is speculated that you will be a part of cabinet.
I mean, I cannot say anything about the speculation, but I can say this is pro-democratic development, I can say, because it was seeing the situation of the country and state. It was visible that democracy is being crushed, and with this development, I think the people's strength is also with us. The psychology of the people is supporting this state. So I think this is pro-democratic.
What led Nitish Kumar to change his decision and come to RJD again, whom he criticized in 2017, saying that it is a party of corruption, and then he broke the alliance in 2017. Now what is the reason? Is it because he wants himself to be projected as Prime Minister in 2024?
I cannot say about his projection as a Prime Minister, but I can say that he was feeling suffocated being with NDA, and it was a great uncomfort with BJP because of BJP's autocratic attitude, the Prime Minister's autocratic attitude, and overall the attitude of BJP rulers.
BJP
is not
is
democratic.
BJP is saying that why, if Nitish was uncomfortable with the alliance, why did he become CM even when he was having 45 seats? Why did he choose to become CM at that time? And he is also alleging that it is Nitish's betrayal to the people of Bihar because the mandate has
Saurabh
been
Rathore,
betrayed.
they're getting us voices from inside the Raj Bhavan. The swearing in and the oath-taking ceremony will take place in about half an hour. Let me bring in my colleague and our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's in fact joining us from outside the Raj Bhavan. Maria, what are you seeing around you? Dignitaries have already started to arrive, is it?
Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes ago, Tejashwi's cavalcade actually entered the Raj Bhavan. Also expected to enter Raj Bhavan any moment now. That is where the swearing-in ceremony of Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister and Tejashwi Yadav as the Deputy Chief Minister will be happening. In fact, the movement looks like that the Chief Minister will be entering any moment. And so that is the Raj Bhavan and that is the Chief Minister's residence. So hardly 100 meters away. You can see the excitement among the supporters of the JDU, that is the JDU flag and the party symbol, which is the tir or the arrow. Then the supporters of Tejashwi Yadav and the RJD are also seen shouting slogans, and the party leaders of both the sides are now entering the Raj Bhavan, that is Patna's Raj Bhavan, where the swearing-in ceremony, the oath-taking ceremony will happen in another 15-20 minutes, which will be administered by the governor of Bihar, which is Mr. Chauhan. So with this, the new tenure of Nitish and Tejashwi will begin. You can see in that entire stretch, that is the movement that you are seeing of various leaders of the RJD are actually now coming in their cars and going inside the Raj Bhavan. They will be present when the swearing-in ceremony happens. As far as other ministers and their portfolios are concerned, that will be decided perhaps later. Just few minutes ago, Tejashwi Yadav and Nitish Kumar had a meeting which was also attended by senior leaders of the JDU, which included Lalan Singh and Upendra Kushwaha, one JDU national president, the other state president. There were, of course, discussions that happened related to portfolios and which will be the probable list of ministers that will be sworn in later. Today it is only Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav who will take oath. So senior leaders from both the parties have started arriving at Raj Bhavan, And so we'll see Nitish Kumar arrive any moment now. For him, it's a small distance of just 100 meters that he'll cover from one NMR to Raj Bhavan. Tejashwi Yadav has already arrived, so we can see all these movement and excitement certainly among the supporters of RJD and JU.
True. So, Maria, you know, the update we're also now getting in is that Rabri Devi is also left for Raj Bhavan. So, we are going to possibly see those visuals also come in, and then Nitish Kumar also. But as you were pointing out that there was a very crucial meeting that happened a short while ago. But would you say that meeting was just a formality to ensure that all goes smoothly as far as swearing in is concerned, because the math and the calculation has already been done?
So as far as the numbers are concerned, that's really not an issue. It's alarming, but there are issues related to the portion.
That is something that Tejashwi has been authorized by all 114 MLAs of various smaller parties that he is bringing on this alliance table. So Rabri Devi will be present, is what we are being told, when Tejashwi, her son, will be sworn in for the second time today. In 2015, Nitish Kumar and Lalu Yadav won that mandate, and a government was formed. The swearing-in ceremony had happened in Patna's Gandhi Maidan. So this time around, the swearing-in ceremony happening at the Raj Bhavan, which is the governor's residence. I would say this is a low-key ceremony, swearing-in ceremony, given the kind of ceremonies that we have seen in the context of Bihar. But this is also a government which is taking shape mid-term. A government which is already there for the last 1.5 years, and it has come midway. So that's the reason why the ceremony is limited to it's a limited gathering which is there inside. The arrangement is very limited. So Tejashwi and his mother, accompanied by probably the brother as well, the elder brother Tej, will be present in that swearing-in ceremony, and other senior leaders of the RJD, JDU will be present when that oath-taking ceremony of Tejashwi Yadav and Nitish Kumar actually takes place.
Maria, we'll request you to stay on with us. If I could quickly go back to Saurabh, who continues to get us voices from inside the Raj Bhavan. So, you know, Saurabh, as you and Maria were pointing out, today we'll see the swearing in of only Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister and Tejashwi as his deputy. Any word as far as the other members who will have a crucial role in this government?
Any other word is not coming from anyone, because nothing has been said that when this whole cabinet will take oath. Yesterday it was tweeted by RJD that the oath is going to happen at 2 p.m, which is, we can see the stage is set over here, but we can see only 2 chairs. If I ask my camera person to zoom in, we can see only 2 chairs. The 2 chairs are for CM and for the deputy CM. Had it been for other ministers, it would have been more chairs over there. But that's for sure that today only 2 chairs are here. So deputy CM and CM are going to swear in. And but when we asked some leaders sitting over here inside this Raj Bhavan, they said that it will be sooner, and the discussions are still on, and discussions are going for the portfolios. We have come to know that RJD is going to hold all those portfolios that were held by BJP in this last government, and also there will be induction in the cabinet from Congress as well. So as far as the other leaders, other portfolios are concerned, we are yet to see when those oath ceremonies will take place. Somehow we got to manage an information from Governor House, although the source didn't confirm this, but we are learning that the governor is leaving Patna after this oath ceremony for a few days. Maybe one of the reason can be to attend Vice President's swearing-in ceremony tomorrow. So only after the Fagu Chauhan, the governor of Bihar, comes back, the oath ceremony will take place for rest of the ministers. So as far as today, the CM and Deputy CM.
Okay, so the update that Saurabh is getting for us is...
और सब लोग यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, और एक काफ़ी बड़ा मौका है जब इस मौके में सभी लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद होंगे। राबड़ी देवी, तेज प्रताप यादव, तेजस्वी यादव की धर्मपत्नी भी यहाँ पर आ चुकी हैं, और इसके पहले थोड़ी देर के बाद अब माना जा रहा है कि तेजस्वी यादव भी यहाँ पर पहुँचेंगे और उसके पहले ये तस्वीर है। हालांकि तेजस्वी यादव अभी तक आए नहीं हैं, उम्मीद है कि वो थोड़ी देर के बाद आएंगे, लेकिन उनके परिवार के जो अन्य सदस्य हैं वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं, वो और बाकी जो उनके पार्टी के।
Okay, so the update that we have for you and the visuals that we just showed you a short while ago, Rabri Devi in fact entering the Raj Bhavan, where you will have Tejashwi being sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. We saw Tej Pratap, the other brother, also entering the Raj Bhavan. We're expecting Nitish Kumar also to come to the Raj Bhavan shortly. I want to go back to my colleague Saurabh. Saurabh, could you talk to us about what's really happening? We just got those visuals of Rabri Devi entering.
Yes, we can see Rabri Devi is accompanied by her elder son Tej Pratap Yadav, and also daughter-in-law Rachel is there. We can see Ashok Chaudhary also. He was not in picture for last 2 days, but today we can see him there sitting in the front seat. Now we are expecting Tejashwi Yadav. He'll arrive soon because the family has arrived, so he must be on his way. He'll enter inside, most probably with the CM himself. Both will, the CM designate, both of them will enter together, and the oath ceremony will happen. We can see the 2 chairs lying over there. It's just for CM and Deputy CM. The governor will, they will take oath in front of the governor today, which was scheduled as told by RJD sources yesterday. So now we can see only 2 chairs. It's confirmed that no other ministers are going to take oath today.
So Saurabh continues to get us that update of all the dignitaries who have already arrived. Rabri Devi with her son Tej Pratap and the wife of Tejaswi Yadav as well. I want to quickly now go back to Maria Shakil, who's reporting for us from outside the Raj Bhavan. A lot of activity happening inside and outside, Maria. I quickly want to speak to you about what you are seeing around you. How soon before we see Tejaswi and both Nitish Kumar enter Raj Bhavan?
One moment. Yes, Tejaswi has just entered the Raj Bhavan, and the euphoria of the RJD workers is visible here. That was Tejaswi's cavalcade, and you can see that flag of the RJD with the lantern symbol. Tejaswi, sitting on the front seat right next to the driver, has just entered the Raj Bhavan. We can expect Nitish Kumar now to move with his cavalcade any moment now. Just before Tejaswi arrived, we did see other members of his family, including his wife, mother, the former chief minister, and also his brother, the elder brother, present in Raj Bhavan. So if you look at the 2 chairs, as we have been saying, only 2 individuals will be sworn in today, the chief minister and the deputy chief minister. So as far as the equation between them is concerned, you may talk about contradictions that are there, but so were the contradictions also between Nitish Kumar and the former ally BJP. But a lot of questions for Tejaswi. Is this an opportunity for him to really recast his image, to really ensure that all baggage that has been associated with the governance of his parents, Rabri Devi and Lalu Yadav, are washed away? So certainly as far as Tejaswi Yadav is concerned, this is opportunity for him to really ensure that he can revisit his own politics and his own governance, and also his skill sets in government as well. So a lot of excitement certainly outside and inside Raj Bhavan, as this is coming together, as we have been talking about to several leaders who have worked with Nitish and Lalu in the past. They are talking about the socialism movement and how they worked together once upon a time. But the differences did emerge in 2017 when they were briefly together for 2015, because, you know, when Nitish Kumar defeated Lalu Yadav in 2005 and won government and formed the government, it was a BJP-JDU government. So Nitish Kumar's politics has been anti-Lalu throughout. There was brief tenure in 2015 when he perhaps realized that the only question of survival, it was a question of his political survival that brought Lalu Yadav and Nitish Kumar together, having been completely decimated in 2014 Lok Sabha elections. And now this is the excitement that we usually see when there is a power transition. Several leaders of both the parties have started arriving. Tejaswi has entered the Raj Bhavan now, and we are seeing now, and perhaps waiting for the Chief Minister, who will take oath in few moments, that is Nitish Kumar, to come.
You know, Maria, quickly, before we get, the visuals of other dignitaries coming in, of course, Nitish Kumar is expected. I want to talk to you specifically about the reaction that we're seeing from the BJP, where they're hitting out and saying that what is to say that this alliance will actually hold. They're saying Nitish Kumar will just be a rubber stamp chief minister, the main man will be Tejashwi. Is it fair with the BJP dismissing Nitish Kumar as just a rubber stamp chief minister now?
Well, that was expected. I mean, the fact is that Nitish Kumar walked out
NDA, and he was among very few left who were seen as old leaders or old politicians in terms of the oldest allies of the NDA. So for Nitish Kumar walking out of that alliance, the BJP's reaction is on expected lines. They have, even as the swearing-in ceremony takes place at Patna's Raj Bhavan, the BJP is mourning today as Vishwas Ghat Divas. Those visuals have started also coming in. So we have heard from several BJP leaders of Bihar, all of them saying that Nitish Kumar has betrayed the trust and the mandate of people. But the same voices were heard also from RJD. I would say the same argument was heard from RJD in 2017 when Nitish Kumar walked out of RJD alliance, Mahagathbandhan, and formed the alliance with the BJP. At that time, RJD had tried betrayal. So the only constant factor in all these power dynamics is that Nitish Kumar is constant. There are various political parties that are shifting or changing, but Bihar witnessing today is something, we may say it's unprecedented, but not really, in the sense that with this, and if this alliance actually works, and this alliance actually delivers in terms of governance, then Nitish Kumar will be the longest-serving chief minister of a Hindi belt state, having completed 20 years in office.
Maria, I also want to talk to you about what has changed from 2017 to now. The first comment that we heard from both parties involved was, let's forget whatever took place in 2017 and this is a new chapter. How are the power dynamics going to play this time around?
Look, in 2017 when Nitish Kumar walked out of the alliance, he said that he wanted to protect his image and his carefully crafted work of governance, which was completely corruption-free. In all these years, having covered Bihar politics, I can safely say that Nitish Kumar is one chief minister who has given a completely corruption-free government to the state of Bihar. Nitish Kumar wanted to protect his own image and also the image and said because Tejashwi Yadav was facing the charge of the CBI and with the CBI very active, he would rather protect himself. What has changed in the 5 years? Because cases against Tejashwi is still continuing, and hence that is the reason why this is what the BJP is asking. But as we have been saying, that this is Nitish Kumar trying to seek relevance in politics, and he knows as far as the opposition space is concerned, there is churning in opposition space, and that's where he can find space and perhaps seek relevance. And that is the reason why in all these talks, one thing is becoming clear, that the formula that has been worked out is that Nitish Kumar could very well be heading to Delhi for a larger national role. Let me ask my camera person to pan towards one alley mark, because the barricades have started being removed, because the Chief Minister's cavalcade or Nitish Kumar's cavalcade, I would say, because he's no longer the Chief Minister, Nitish Kumar's cavalcade will start moving any moment now. We can see the movement in terms of the barricading that has happened. So the barricades being removed, and yes, so here comes the man of the moment in many ways, Nitish Kumar, in that car right here in front of me. That is Nitish Kumar, and he is accompanied by Lalan Singh. Yes, I can see him. Nitish Kumar sitting there, accompanied by Lalan Singh, and he is now entering the Raj Bhavan for the oath-taking ceremony. Nitish Kumar returns for the 8th time, and this is the oath-taking ceremony of Nitish Kumar in his tenure, 8th oath-taking ceremony of Nitish Kumar in his tenure of 13 years. So that is Nitish Kumar's cavalcade. You can see that entire, it is being stopped now by the supporters. He was sitting in the car with his with the national president of the JDU, that is Lalan Singh. and Nitish announcing the Raj Bhavan for the oath-taking ceremony.
So the update that Maria is getting for us is that Nitish Kumar, the man who is going to become the Chief Minister for the 8th time, has now in fact is entering the Raj Bhavan, and Lallan Singh is of course accompanying Nitish Kumar as well. Visuals of Tejashwi Yadav also now on our screens. This is going to be a big day for Tejashwi Yadav as well, as he is going to be sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. I want to continue the conversation with Maria. Maria, yes, it's a big day for Nitish Kumar to become the Chief Minister for an 8th time, but a momentous day for Tejashwi Yadav as well.
Absolutely. This is Tejashwi Yadav 2.0. I can safely say that because Tejashwi Yadav's body language, the confidence with which he's approaching this government, and of course understands fully well that there are compromises that have to be, confronted with when you have an alliance full of contradictions. So if you remember the press conference that was impromptu done by Tejashwi and Nitish Kumar only yesterday, right in front of Tejashwi Yadav was the one doing all the talking to the media. He's saying Nitish Kumar that मुख्यमंत्री का बॉडी रिक्वेस्ट नहीं करता, मंत्री जिस तरह बिहार को विकास के किया है और बिहार के काम की है, उस पर कोई सवाल नहीं उठा सकता. And then it went on to BJP while Nitish Kumar was brotherly, just saying I've broken the line, now I'm the face of Mahagathbandhan. So for Tejashwi, this is an opportunity, but he also realizes that there are several baggage of the past.
देशवी जी लंबे समय तक दूर रहे, देशवी जी लंबे समय तक दूर रहे, फिर साथ आ गए. देशवी जी रोजगार मिलेगा क्या फार्मूला होगा सर? क्या फार्मूला होगा? क्या फार्मूला होगा?
So, as we can see, the media has completely thronged the Raj Bhavan, and CM Nitish Kumar all set to swear in or be sworn in as the next CM of Bihar. He's just arrived, flanked by media persons. As you can see, just minutes ago, Tejashwi Yadav was also received by his family at Raj Bhavan, as we saw him being seated next to his mother Rabri Devi, along with his brother Tej Pratap Yadav. And the latest, we are now bringing to you visuals of Nitish Kumar now arriving at the Raj Bhavan to be sworn in as the 8th Chief Minister of Bihar. Indeed, this is going to be Mahagathbandhan 2.0, as we've been discussing with Maria Shakil, who continues to stay with us. Maria, this is going to be Mahagathbandhan, and as much as we can see that the CM has arrived, but all eyes are also on Tejashwi Yadav. He almost seems to be the man of the moment. I'm going to take a minute and request you to also focus on JDU's need to depend on RJD and how crucial RJD is going to emerge as a key player in Bihar. And what we are seeing today is a new Tejashwi Yadav as he takes on the second innings as the Deputy CM of Bihar. Maria, can you hear me?
You can hear me. Hello? You can hear me, Akansha.
Yes, Maria, go on. Now I can. All right. Maria, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Maria, but those are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you. Tejashwi Yadav seated next to Nitish Kumar as they are all set to be sworn in as the next CM and the Deputy CM of Bihar. The ceremony all set to go underway. We can see Tej Pratap Yadav accompanied with Rabri Devi, also seated next to Tejashwi Yadav. We know what we are witnessing today is Mahagathbandhan 2.0. Skeptics have questioned this Mahagathbandhan, the Grand Alliance, the BJP primarily turning out to be a formidable force as the opposition. They have been crying foul over this new Grand Alliance that has taken place. They've been calling it the Vishwasghat Divas today. For more details, let's also go across to Saurabh, who will take us through what is happening in the Raj Bhavan. That is the hub of all the activity today in Bihar. Saurabh, we can see that CM Nitish Kumar has arrived. Of course, he'll be sworn in as the next CM, as the 8th CM. But the man of the moment, as we can make out by the media frenzy around Tejashwi Yadav, remains Tejashwi, of course. And having said that, how crucial will be RJD's role now in this grand old alliance, considering they've been a key player in the entire churn?
Certainly, RJD had a perception earlier. The people had a perception about RJD. Now, certainly, when Tejashwi Yadav fought election in 2020 and he managed to get a very good number of seats. It was number 2 party at that number 2 political party of that time. And since then, Tejashwi has been the voice of the people. He has been campaigning. He has been going to reaching to people at different districts in Bihar. So he has been toiling very hard, and he has tried to change the perception of RJD, which was there a few years back, and it is because of that his perception has changed somewhere. If we see that Nitish also appreciated it and has also now it is allied with Nitish has formed an alliance with this RJD and other political parties such as Congress and left. So the perception that was earlier, that is changing a bit of RJD now. Now as a party it is more organized. Earlier it was alleged that it is a party of the miscreants over there. Many corruption charges were there, although it is there, but now the perception of RJD has changed. Nitish, who talked about the corruption issue earlier and had broken the alliance in 2017, has decided to form alliance this time, and we can see both the leaders sitting over here and they are waiting for the governor to
right, sort of. All right.
The governor is inside. The Raj Bhavan. Phagu Chauhan has already arrived. Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav both are present on the front seat, and we can see Phagu Chauhan. He is reaching to the stage where 2 chairs are kept besides him for the ceremony, oath ceremony of CM and Deputy CM. So, and these are significant pictures, and this has happened in just not even the completion of 2 years.
Right.
The oath ceremony is taking place again in November 2020. The oath ceremony took place, and it's not even 2 years that the oath ceremony is getting done here in Raj Bhavan again. So this is the 8th time Nitish Kumar he is going to take oath. He has resigned 4 times in his tenure from 2000 to 2022, and this time
right, Saurabh.
The national anthem being played, and now we were talking about the RJD's perception. See, Tejashwi Yadav, he has been working very hard, and he has been the front face of opposition of RJD when there was the oath ceremony is going to begin.
All right, so we just saw the national anthem take place in the presence of Governor Fagu Chauhan, and in just minutes from now, we will be seeing Nitish Kumar being sworn in.
आदेश बिहार राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए श्री नीतीश कुमार को बिहार राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री एवं मंत्रिपरिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। बिहार राज्यपाल के आदेश से राज्यपाल के प्रधान सचिव। राज्यपाल महोदय की अनुमति से माननीय श्री नीतीश कुमार से अनुरोध है कि मैं मंच पर शपथ ग्रहण के लिए पधारूं तथा महामहिम
अरे बैठ जाइए सर, खाने का हो रहा है आप लोग, अरे बैठ जाइए ना। अरे बैठ जाओ, बैठ जाओ, बैठ जाओ। भैया भैया, अरे भाई एमओ भाई भाई क्या कर
मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं नीतीश कुमार सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूं कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप में संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
राज्यपाल सचिवालय, बिहार। आदेश पत्रांक 1305 राज 101 दिनांक 10/8/2022। बिहार के राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए मुख्यमंत्री की सलाह से श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव को बिहार राज्य का मंत्री एवं मंत्रिपरिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। बिहार राज्यपाल के आदेश से राज्यपाल के प्रधान सचिव।
महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय की अनुमति से माननीय श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव से अनुरोध है कि वे कृपया मंच पर शपथ ग्रहण के लिए पधारें तथा महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ लें।
मैं तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूँगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूँगा। मैं राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूँगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार कार्य करूँगा। मैं तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूँ कि जो विषय राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूँगा।
महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय, कृपया समारोह के समापन की अनुमति दी जाए।
अनुमति दी जाती है।
अल्पाहार की व्यवस्था राजभवन के मुख्य भवन के प्रथम तल पर की गई है। आप सभी महानुभावों को सादर आमंत्रित है। आइए, निकलते हुए आइए। वो हो चुका है।
All right, so there we have it. Nitish Kumar has been sworn in as the 8th Chief Minister of Bihar, along with Tejashwi Yadav being sworn in as the second Deputy CM, a second time for him as a Deputy CM of Bihar. Both of them seeing in a tight embrace, as Tejashwi Yadav would like to call him. This is a Chacha Bhatija Jodi. For more, let's quickly go across to Maria Shakil, who's joining me on the phone line. Maria, what a stunning turn of events. It takes me back to 2017 when Nitish Kumar had left the alliance only because of the corruption charges that were leveled against Tejashwi Yadav. But he's back with Tejashwi Yadav this time. It's clearly going to be a Mahagathbandhan 2.0.
Yes, that's right. And this in Bihar, we'll have to wait and see in terms of how the government functions and what will be the relation between the Chief Minister and his deputy, the Dr. Tejashwi Yadav. Yes, in the last 24 hours.
बीजेपी आरोप लगा रही है कि जनादेश चुरा लिया गया।
जो साथ ही आए और फिर जब साथ ही लड़े तो आप जरा हमारे जितने लोग हैं, पार्टी के जितने लोग हैं, उन सब लोगों से जरा पूछ लीजिए कि क्या सबकी स्थिति हुई है, किससे पूछिएगा। लेकिन फिर भी हम तो चाहते नहीं थे बनना, हम तो चुनाव के बाद नहीं बनना चाहते थे, लेकिन उन पर पूरा किससे पूछिएगा। लेकिन फिर भी हम तो चाहते नहीं थे बनना, हम तो उस चुनाव के बाद नहीं बनना चाहते थे मुख्यमंत्री, लेकिन मुझ पर पूरा चारों तरफ से करके दबाव कि नहीं आप संभालिए, हम कर लिए। लेकिन बाद के दिनों में जो कुछ भी हो रहा था आप देख रहे थे ना, और पिछले 1.5-2 महीने से हम किससे बात कर रहे हैं आप लोगों से, क्या क्या किया गया है। तो जो कुछ भी किया गया है उसको ठीक नहीं लगता था, आप इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं। तो अंत में हमारे पार्टी के लोगों में बहुत ज्यादा था, और उसके बाद उन लोगों ने जब बातचीत किया और सारे इन लोगों से पूरी बातचीत अंदरूनी हो गई और ये बात हुआ, तो कल ही हम लोगों का फैसला हो गया। अब हो गया और देख लीजिए, अब सोच लीजिए, जो वापिस फिर वहीं चले गए। आज जहां पर जब था, तो आप जरा सोचिए ना, हम लोगों का 15 में कितना सीट जीते थे, आज जब इन्हीं लोगों के साथ चले गए तो क्या हुआ है, 20 में क्या स्थिति हुई थी, तब तो सब हो ही न गया। ये सब तो सब समय पर चलेगा।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि यहाँ भी 2025 तक नहीं रहेंगे।
अब हम रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे, क्या रहेंगे, उनको जो मन में आता है बोले, लेकिन इतना जान लीजिए कि 2014 में अब नहीं रहेंगे।
All right, so we heard what Nitish Kumar had to say. Right now, he's just addressed all those allegations coming from the BJP of betrayal coming from Nitish Kumar towards the BJP alliance. For more, let's quickly go back to Maria. Maria, we heard what Nitish Kumar had to say. He's gone back to hinting that there was perhaps a conspiracy being hashed by the BJP. That is what perhaps prodded him into breaking away from the NDA and realigning with with Tejashwi Yadav.
Yes, that's right. And the committee says that he did not want to post as the chief minister in 2020, but was rather pressurized by the BJP. If the BJP will have to what was since the JDU had emerged as the party number 3, with Nitish Kumar's party, that is the JDU, winning just 43.
All right, we'll try and reconnect with Maria due to audio issues, but that's the latest we're bringing to you. In a historical turn of events, we are looking at Mahagathbandhan 2.0, and there we have an elated family of Lalu Yadav addressing the press. Rabdi Devi.
बिहार की भाग्यशाली है। अब बिहार के जनता के लिए बहुत अच्छा हुआ है। बहुत बिहार के जनता के हम धन्यवाद देते हैं, शुभकामना भी देते हैं, और सारे मीडिया के लोगों को मैं शुभकामना धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि बहुत अच्छा हुआ बिहार के जनता के लिए, बिहार के देश राज्य के लिए बहुत खुश है। सब कोई खुश है, बिहार के जनता बहुत खुश है।
हाँ, सरकार में आया है काम करने के लिए, नौजवानों के लिए। चलिए
What Rabdi Devi had to say, she of course sounds very elated and jubilant, saying that बिहार की जनता के लिए आए हैं, बिहार के लोगों की।
देखिए, हम तो आप जान रहे हैं, आप लोग को अभी भी हमने कह दिया, पिछले 1.5 महीने से कोई हम बातचीत नहीं कर रहे थे, और जो कुछ भी हो रहा था सर इधर घूम के हम लोग जो 15 में जो चुनाव में जीते, 17 लेकिन जो 20 का चुनाव हुआ उसमें जनता दल यूनाइटेड के साथ क्या व्यवहार हुआ, हमारे पार्टी के MLA और जो भी चुनाव पूछ न लीजिए, आपको पता चलेगा। सब लोग बोलते रहे, अल्टीमेटली मुझको लगा कि भाई सबकी इच्छा है, तो उनकी इच्छा का हम स्वागत करते हुए फिर हो गए, और जो पहले एक साथ थे 15 से, और फिर वापस सब लोग मिल करके काम कर रहे हैं और बिहार के हित में काम करेंगे।
प्रधानमंत्री पद की दावेदारी रहेगी 24 में।
नहीं, मेरी कोई दावेदारी नहीं है, ये सब छोड़ दीजिए, हमारी किसी चीज की दावेदारी नहीं है, और हमने जो भी निर्णय लिया है अपने पार्टी के साथियों का सबके मन में ये बात थी
की राजनीति को मजबूत करेंगे पूरे देश में,
बहुत पूरे तौर पर,
पूरे देश में मजबूत करेंगे।
नहीं, पूरे तौर पर मजबूत करेंगे। अब कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि विपक्ष खत्म हो जाएगा, तो हम लोग भी तो आ ही गए विपक्ष में। जितना करना है उतना वो करते न रहे।
आपकी परिकल्पना था कि पुराना जनता पार्टी एक रहे, क्या चाहेंगे कि यूपीए के कन्वेनर के
आगे सब कुछ करेंगे।
अब आप सब दलों को एक करेंगे।
आप तो जानते हैं, पहले भी हम कोशिश
प्रयास किया था, एक बार
किया था, लेकिन आगे भी जरूर हम चाहेंगे कि सब लोग मिल करके अब पूरा का पूरा मजबूत हो, और सब लोग आगे का सब कुछ करें। अब तो आने वाला है ना भाई, देखिए, जिनको 14 में मिला, अब 24 है ना फिर, तो इसलिए सब लोग एकजुट हो जाए।
नीतीश जी, आप क्या पूरे कन्वेनर की भूमिका में रहेंगे पूरे देश? मुख्यमंत्री जी कन्वेनर की भूमिका में रहेंगे।
14 वाले को 24 के आगे कुछ कामयाबी होगी,
पूरे देश में घूमेंगे,
जो भी होगा
रविदा रुके, फिर से करते, रुके।
So the Raj Bhavan over there, gripped by media frenzy, as you can see, media persons flanking Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav. We heard Nitish Kumar come down heavily on BJP, which is now its opposition party. He sounds very confident that
उनके साथ जो अप्रोच था, आप सोच न लीजिए भाई, 3 में 2 अलगे न हो गए। तो जो उनका व्यवहार और जो कुछ भी चुनाव में जो अप्रोच था, अपने दल के सब लोगों को ये फीलिंग है कि ठीक नहीं है। हम लोगों के लोगों ने उनको सपोर्ट किया, और उनकी तरफ से जेडीयू को हराने ही की सब बात हो गई। सब पूछिए, हम तो तब तक कुछ नहीं, हम तो चाहते भी नहीं थे बनना, लेकिन हमको लोगों के मान लिया, लेकिन अब जो पार्टी के सब लोगों से बात होती रही, सबके मन में था नहीं, तो फिर हम लोग चले गए अपना पुरानी जगह पर। अब ठीक है।
सर, वाजपेयी जी और मोदी जी में क्या अंतर है?
क्या
ये आरोप लग रहा है बीजेपी की ओर से कि नीतीश कुमार ने उनको धोखा दिया है।
बीजेपी हम लोग को धोखा दिया, नीतीश के बहका के ले गया, वो कहाँ गया? पहले तो वही धोखा दिया, आगे आगे रहा दिखाया, तो वही हम लोग भी रहा आगे आगे, नीतीश जी भी दिखा रहे हैं। नीतीश के बहका के ले गया 18 महीना में।
तो 2024 और 25 में क्या होने वाला है, किस तरह से?
बहुत अच्छा होने वाला है। जनता देश के बिहार के समझ गया है, बीजेपी के रंग को, कलर को, बीजेपी के रंग को, कलर को समझ लिया कौन कलर का है बीजेपी।
लालू जी पूरी अपनी भूमिका निभाए हैं।
दल के लोगों को कुछ नहीं, एक आदमी को हम जिम्मा दे दिए, आप फिर उसी आदमी के बारे में सबसे पूछिए पार्टी के तरफ रहने के बजाय कहीं और दिमाग चले।
मोदी जी क्या
ना, हमको देखिए, हमको किन्हीं पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर, 2024 के प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं,
आपके कार्यकर्ता,
लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना
नरेंद्र मोदी जी को रोकेंगे 24 में।
All right, we just heard what the new Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, had to say, along with a very vociferous Rabri Devi, alleging that it was not their party which actually betrayed the current alliance, but in fact it was their party, the RJD, which was betrayed, which was a victim of the BJP that took Nitish Kumar away from them back in the year 2017. Those are the visuals, the latest visuals that we are bringing to you of the Chacha Bhatija Jodi in a tight embrace. For more, we have with us Maria on the phone line with us. Maria, you've seen it all. How would you contrast what's happening today with that of 2017? A lot has changed, which is why I'll come back to saying it is the Mahagathbandhan 2.0.
Yes, Akanksha, I think for the moment, let's talk about what Nitish Kumar has just said.
Right.
He has given several news points in his statement, because yesterday he just said that he has walked out of Mahagathbandhan and he has resigned. Today, Nitish Kumar leveled a direct charge against the BJP. He also said that he was pressurized by the BJP to take oath in 2020 and that he did not want to become the chief minister in 2020. Then he also went on to say that as far as the opposition is concerned, he will do his part in strengthening the opposition. So Nitish Kumar making his national ambitions known. When reporters confronted him and asked him that question, will you be throwing your hat into the ring of becoming the prime minister in 2024? He said, that is something that I will not say at the moment. I'm not going to discuss that at all. But I think the big takeaway certainly is that Nitish Kumar saying that the BJP was trying to weaken JDU, that there was a larger conspiracy. So far, it was not said openly or publicly. It was only communicated to all of us via sources. This is Nitish Kumar saying it on camera, on record, saying clearly that in 2015, there was a bigger mandate of JDU, RJD combined. And the JDU did very well in 2015 elections. If it was in 2020, the JDU's tally went down, it was because of a larger conspiracy of the BJP, which was working to weaken the JDU. For Nitish Kumar to level these direct charges in a soundbite becomes politically significant, because the BJP so far had been crying betrayal. Now Nitish Kumar says only because he had seen conspiracy that he was becoming victim of what was BJP's larger conspiracy. He walked out of this alliance and will now be working towards strengthening the opposition. I think these are the big takeaways, even as the oath-taking ceremony is over. And interestingly, from the other side, Rabri Devi, former Chief Minister of Bihar, says that it was the BJP that took away Nitish Kumar from the RJD. So again, Nitish Kumar being seen as someone who was victimized, but not really someone who took decisions on his own. So I think, again, as we have been saying, Nitish Kumar has the art of politically communicating why he has been doing these multiple U-turns. And this could be another turn in which he has managed to communicate to his new alliance partner, the RJD, as to why he took the decision in 2017 of moving away from Mahagathbandhan, and again now looking at them favorably, and now this alliance which has begun.
Absolutely, Maria. Also, the other aspect that has emerged. All right, we'll continue with that discussion because we are running short of time. I'll have to quickly slip into a short break as we'll continue with the latest updates on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into water surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
2 men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the 2 men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the 2 men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. but the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, the Bihar government swearing in has just taken place, and CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive conversation with the Deputy CM, Tejashwi Yadav. Let's listen in.
I have already given my comment. BJP has alleged that there was corruption in RJD and it was
2024 और 25 में होने वाला है
mandate what BJP is alleging. BJP is alleging that
by doing a protest in Patna, they should be doing a protest in Delhi. There, and they are in the central government. What happened to the promise of Bihar status, special status category?
Will this government be till 2025, and after that, how do you see 2024 elections?
This is a time to work. This is the time to work.
चलिए बढ़िया आप लोग बढ़िया बढ़िया आगे बढ़िए
बिहार के हित में फैसला है
Come this way.
आपको नई दिशा में और ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाएंगे बिहार की तरक्की हो इस दिशा में हम लोग
All right, we are getting in some breaking inputs right now. Bihar CM Nitish Kumar has slammed Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he won in 2014 but should now worry about 2024. Also clarified on his own prime ministerial ambitions. Nitish Kumar said, "There is nothing like Prime Minister contender in my mind." Those are some very crucial points made by Nitish Kumar. Let's listen into what he had to say.
नहीं हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समझ। नहीं हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समझ।
All right, let's try and get in a bird's eye view of what he has said. And for that, let me go back to Maria. Maria, we just heard what Nitish Kumar had to say. There are two things which stand out. Of course, he's going on the offensive instead of being on the defense as far as the BJP is concerned. Secondly, and more importantly, he's of course highlighted the fact that he'll be a galvanizing force as far as the opposition in 2024 Lok Sabha election is concerned.
Hello?
Yes, Maria, go ahead. Maria, Maria, my point, the question that I'm asking you is that we just heard what Nitish Kumar had to say, and two things stand out. That A, he's now gone on the offensive. All right, we've lost Maria on the phone line, but we'll quickly go back to Saurabh Rathore, who was trying to speak with Tejashwi Yadav. But Saurabh, if I could bring you in on what Nitish Kumar had to say. He's clearly gone on the offensive as far as the BJP is concerned. At the same time, making it amply clear, rather extending a strong word of caution towards the BJP to watch out for him, as he'll be one of the galvanizing forces in the opposition in 2024.
See, we have been reporting this, that it was not just excuses what JDU gave for breaking the alliance, the grand alliance of NDA, and which was the oldest ally of BJP. The JDU had broken that alliance, giving excuses, saying that the post of CM was belittled by the state ministers and several corruption charges. They were all these talks were said, but those were the mere excuses. Now Nitish Kumar has talked about the prime ministerial candidate of 2024. We have been saying this, that in fact the BJP has also alleged that it was his aspiration for becoming prime minister. It was earlier also in 2014, and this time for 2024 Nitish Kumar has broken this alliance and has joined hand with the party which Nitish Kumar had criticized in 2017, breaking the alliance again there in that time, saying that RJD is a corrupt party, and there were several allegations against RJD, and also misbehavior of Tejashwi Yadav and Tej Pratap Yadav came into light when the alliance was getting broken at that point of time. Now today we saw the visuals of Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav again hugging each other. Tejashwi touched his feet and then they hugged each other. This was the dramatic picture that came out from Raj Bhavan today after the oath ceremony. So the aspiration of 2024 of Nitish Kumar can't be ruled out. We have tried putting questions in front of him just after he came out of the oath ceremony. At that time he avoided that question, but later we heard him saying about his aspiration of 2024.
Right.
So it is also said that this alliance is not a alliance of Bihar, but it is seen as a united grand alliance which will come out as a bigger opposition, which will be a stronger opposition in 2024 as far as prime ministerial elections are concerned. So this words coming out of Nitish Kumar certainly
Saurabh,
signifies...
stay with us because Maria is back on the phone line, and Maria, if I could come to you, we heard what Nitish Kumar had to say. He's of course extending a word of caution as far as 2024 is concerned. He's gone on the offensive with the BJP. While he's ruled out that he will not be a PM contender, he has sounded the fact that he will be a strong opposition force. He will be galvanizing the opposition in 2024.
Yes, that's right. And Nitish Kumar has been a man of few words, but when he speaks, he makes strong political points, and that's what he has done even today. He has given us several news points. First saying that in 2020, when he became the chief minister, he knew that he did not have the numbers. He did not want to take oath as the chief minister. It was the BJP central leadership that pressurized and forced him. So far, we had heard from the BJP only yesterday and today. They were asking Nitish Kumar and they were questioning the JDU as to why did Nitish Kumar take oath if he was so uncomfortable or restless in this alliance. He should not have taken oath, knowing fully well that he did not have the numbers. The JDU had won just 43 MLAs. Now Nitish Kumar responding to that only because he was pressurized did he go ahead and take oath. Second, as far as his opposition duty or role is concerned, Nitish Kumar, as we have been saying, that this was a political move in which Nitish Kumar is playing his last inning politically, and he's also now sought political relevance. In this relevance, he understands fully well that it can be done only in the opposition space, and that is the reason why he said, without naming Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that he may have won in 2014, but 2024 is still far away, and it's still very difficult for him.
Absolutely. And as you rightly mentioned, that even without naming Prime Minister Modi, the fact is that he attacked not just the BJP, but the attack was also directed towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What do you make of his posturing just some years before the elections as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, or even the assembly elections of the 2025 are concerned?
Yes, Akanksha, throughout his political career, despite disagreements, despite the fact that in 2013 he walked out of BJP only when Prime Minister Narendra Modi became the campaign committee chairman of the BJP during the national executive in Goa, Nitish Kumar never named Prime Minister Modi. He never named him, and yet he made his opposition and disagreements against him pretty public and known. He went ahead and forged the alliance in 2017, knowing fully well that in Delhi it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who was the Prime Minister, and of course the entire decision was being taken by him. And today, again, he has said that 2024 will be difficult for Prime Minister Modi. And he also said that he will do everything to strengthen the opposition. What will be his role? Can he really emerge as that glue that we have been talking about in terms of opposition? Because the opposition space is seeing multiple churning. There is a fight among various parties in opposition to emerge as that face. And can various parties in opposition really trust Nitish Kumar? Given his somersault and also multiple U-turns. So we'll have to wait and see as to what the Aam Aadmi Party says, what the Congress says, and also what TMC says.
Right, Mario. Also, I'd like you to tell us how this anger within the JDU towards the BJP, primarily coming from Nitish Kumar, was actually, it's been brewing for quite a while now, because I couldn't help but notice him say this on record, putting it on record, the fact that he said that we weren't speaking for the last 1.5 months, but बातें होती रहती हैं पार्टी में, हमें पता चलता रहता है, जिस तरह का रवैया था हमारी पार्टी की ओर, हमें बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आया. The fact that, this was anger which had been brewing within the party for some time. A. B. It may seem like a turn of events that happened overnight, but this was a well-planned strategy.
Well, for Nitish Kumar, the restlessness that we keep talking about, or the discomfort with the BJP, had begun from the day he took oath as the Chief Minister, and the BJP in the alliance sharing formula, or the power sharing formula, got 2 Deputy Chief Ministers' birth, and also the birth of the Speaker of the Bihar Assembly. So that discomfort has been visible from the word go. There were several reasons. Nitish Kumar also questioning the center on a number of policy front as well. The most recent one being Agni-Veer, with the protests that were happening against Agnipath in Bihar, escalating. Local BJP leaders questioning Nitish Kumar's law and order, saying that why is he letting it escalate? Is it only because he wants to question this entire move of the central government? So there have been disagreements on multiple fronts, but again, as we have been saying, that what really happened in the last 1.5 months that precipitated the crisis, the sense certainly that is coming from Nitish Kumar, which he has gone now on record, and also in general, was what RCP Singh, the former JDU president, was up to. So there was this sense that perhaps the BJP was engineering some kind of defection or engineering some kind of split in the JDU, or weakening it, and that's what Nitish Kumar clearly said today. So now we'll wait for a reaction from the BJP, because so far the BJP was waiting for everything to be on record. Also, in another 1 hour from now, Akanksha, there will be a press conference that will be done by Lalan Singh, the national president of the JDU, which will be attended by the state president as well, Upendra Kushwaha. And then perhaps what we are being told is that they will be responding to all the conspiracy charge. They will be also responding to the why, essentially why Nitish Kumar walked out of the alliance, and how this entire equation had become completely untenable.
Right. I'm sure all eyes are going to be on that much-awaited press conference. Maria, stay with us, because I'm also joined in by Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP. Mr. Memon, if I could ask you what Nitish Kumar has just now said. He's clearly extended a word of caution to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he may have won the election in 2014, but he should worry about 2024. How do you view his comments in the light of today's swearing in AB, just years before the Lok Sabha election of 2024?
If you are asking a question to Nitish Kumar as to whether he is a contender for the Prime Minister's position in 2024, in my view, you are rushing too much. I think let the things settle down. Let him take charge of the new government in Bihar. Let him continue to be on the side outside NDA for some time, and the things will get adjusted.
Right,
and I think
that's a
nobody is in
possibility,
hurry.
Mr. Memon. He's already ruled out that he does not see himself as a PM
No, correct.
contender.
He has
But
ruled out because
having
you have
said
asked
that,
him.
He has also extended a word of caution to the BJP to watch out for 2024. That means he will be a galvanizing force as far as the opposition is concerned.
That is precisely what I have been saying. Even to earlier conversation with you, I have said this, that he would be a very, very strong utility for the opposition attempt to dislodge NDA from power in 2024. That I have already said, which he has said now. But let me tell you that whether he is going to be a contender, and he has denied everything, even that question itself is immature. It is not the time that we are searching for a contender against Narendra Modi. That time will decide. Let the opposition become strong. Let the opposition form itself. And it's the question of, as I have said earlier, that it would be a unanimous decision of all the top leaders of the opposition front, that the contender of PMship would emerge. So it is not the proper time to even ask a question to Nitish, and then Nitish saying that I am not the contender. Naturally, he is not the contender today. No, he can't be a contender today. He can only be a contender if there is unanimity among the opposition. So therefore, these are all expectations which are immature. And he certainly has now told BJP rightly that BJP will have difficulty in 2020.
All right, let's hope that Mahagathbandhan actually helps him to win that unanimity. I'm sure there are high hopes on that. Having said that, Mr. Memon, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. And with that, it's time to slip into a quick break as news and updates follow with my colleague Ritima Bhatnagar.
These drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the water surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
Two men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the two men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the two men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience.
Good afternoon, it's 3 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 60 minutes, beginning this broadcast with some breaking developments coming in. There's big news coming in from the national capital. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has now written to the Lieutenant Governor alleging rupees 6,000 crore scam in collection of toll tax in MCD run by the BJP. Now at this point, Manish Sisodia is asking for a CBI probe alleging license worth rupees 1,200 crores was given for rupees 786 crore. Sisodia is claiming 10 lakh commercial vehicles come to Delhi every day, but the MCD is just not getting the toll tax money. My colleague Rupashri Nanda, who tracks developments of the Aam Aadmi Party, now joining us. Rupashri, first break down what are the allegations as far as the irregularities are concerned.
Well, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, has actually asked for a CBI probe into what he has alleged to be a scam worth rupees 6,000 crores. And he has alleged that the MCD which collects the toll tax actually in connivance with a BJP leader is collecting the money, but that actually is not being given to the MCD and is not being shown as a toll tax, which is resulting in loss of revenue for the government. And he has also said that licenses worth 1,200 crore rupees has been given away for rupees 786 crore rupees. And he has said that this actually merits a CBI probe, according to him. And he has also said that when 10 lakh commercial vehicles enter Delhi every day, and money, according to him, is being collected, but it is not being shown as toll tax by the MCD. That is the allegation he has made. We have to wait for a response from the Lieutenant Governor's office on this. We have asked for a response on this from the Lieutenant Governor's office. And as soon as we get that response, we are going to inform our viewers about what steps the Lieutenant Governor is going to take.
Now, on the other hand, there is also some trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party itself or its government itself because the Delhi ACD has also written to the Lieutenant Governor's Secretariat asking that its MLA Amanatullah Khan, who is the chairman of the Delhi Waqf Board, be removed so that it facilitates its inquiry process. And this actually, this decision also has been taken this recommendation has been actually given because a letter has been written by to the Lieutenant Governor's Secretariat by the Special Commissioner of Police, Mr. S.K. Gautam, who has alleged that Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan, because of his aggressive behavior, is proving to be an hindrance in the investigation of cases registered against him. So yes, it is back and forth between the between the elected government and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor's office in Delhi. It remains to be seen how investigations in each particular case pan out from here.
Okay, Rupashi, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's take in a reaction from BJP as well. Harish Khurana, the Delhi BJP, now joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. How does the BJP respond to the allegations that are now coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, where they're alleging that there is a rupees 6,000 crore scam as far as the collection of toll tax in MCD is concerned, and this has all happened with the collusion of the BJP?
This is just a diversion tactic from Minister Sisodia. When whole Delhi is asking about what has happened, why you have given your friends, your dosts, 144 crore rupees to a liquor people. People are asking that. You have scrapped the policy of liquor because of the corruption in that. And the CBI is already taking cognizance and doing an inquiry on that. Just to divert that issue, he has wrote a letter to the scam in MCD and all this stuff. We should understand what the actual matter is. Matter is the previous vendor who was collecting the toll has surrendered his license, and a new licensee has been collecting it. And we should understand 30% of the vehicles are not coming to Delhi because the issue is illegal. So the collection has come down. So you are giving a corruption charge. We don't mind.
But that's exactly where the claim that is being made by the Aam Aadmi Party is completely different. They in fact are highlighting 2 points. And the first point that they're saying is that, one, they're of course asking for a CBI probe, but they're also alleging that a license worth rupees 1,200 crore were in fact given for just about 786 crore. That's the first allegation. The second, what they're also saying is, despite the number of vehicles being extremely high that are actually coming into Delhi, about 10 lakh commercial vehicles is what they're saying. If you look at the collection that is happening, that's very, very less because the money is being diverted somewhere else.
No, we should understand. And first they have to release the data. How many vehicles which were coming in on 2017-18, and now how many vehicles are coming in. We should understand the fact that because of the eastern western peripherals, we don't have a commercial trucks coming inside the Delhi. We should understand that. So giving that, they're giving the name of the corruption in that. We don't mind. If they want to inquire about CBI, we don't mind. But people of Delhi today asking, what about 144 crore rupees you give to your friends? CBI are already inquiring it. This is diversion politics.
Okay.
This is diversion tactics what they're doing it.
Mr. Khurana, I want, while you're saying that this is all distraction because their own leaders are under ED heat or whatever, I want a clear response as far as the BJP is concerned on the allegation where the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the BJP-led MCD gave a contract to a company named MEP, and they're also saying the contract was given at a rate of 12 crore for 5 years. After the first year, the company gave only 10% to 20% return. What happened with the rest of the money?
See, what I'm saying, why were they silent previously? This contract was given in 2018-19. Since last 3 years, the collection is coming in because the collection has come down. Now, why they are raising issue right now? Why they have written a letter to CBI right now? What about timing? It's all about timing.
No, so Mr. Khurana, while I'll take that question to the representative of the Aam Aadmi Party, hopefully in just a bit, asking why they didn't raise this issue earlier, but is the BJP accepting the fact that yes, there was involvement as far as a company named MEP and there was concession that was given?
What myself, I don't mind having an inquiry. We don't mind it because we have done nothing. MCD has done nothing wrong. See, MCD has done nothing wrong. Let's say inquiry will happen. Point taken. Now what BJP is asking is, what happened to your friends which you have given 144 crore rupees? Have you given any answer till date? Why you have given? We are asking that since last few days. They are not giving the answer of that. In spite of giving the answer, they are receiving the issue and saying BJP is doing corruption. Arey Baba, NCD corruption. Why are you silent since last 7
So the
years?
BJP is questioning the timing of when these allegations are being made, saying this is all distraction because their own leaders are currently facing heat from various agencies. Okay, Harish Khurana, I'll just leave the conversation there. We'll try and get a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party also. I quickly want to go back to Rupashri. Rupashri, how is the Aam Aadmi Party reacting to the criticism coming in from the BJP that look at the timing? This is coming at a time when we all know what's happening with Satyendra Jain. There are questions being raised as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned. So all of this is just a distraction tactic.
Well, to be extremely honest, Aam Aadmi Party is yet to react officially to what the BJP is saying, because you just heard the BJP reaction coming just now. So we'll just have to wait. But as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned or the government is concerned, Aam Aadmi Party's government is actually, it has a sort of a kind of experience in dealing with these kinds of cases, because remember, this is not the first time that the leaders are under attack. This is not the first time the cases are being filed or people are behind bars. Even though at a particular time it is not much more serious than what it was in the past. And therefore, the party actually believes, you talk with anybody in the party from top to bottom, the party actually believes this is something that its MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj also said on record when he was asked about whether Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is considering removing Satyendra Jain, his minister, and he clearly said that arrest under PMLA cannot be taken as proof of dishonesty. So the Aam Aadmi Party has actually braced itself for more attacks from the BJP, for more cases against it, and for battling it out in the court of law. So unless something is proven in the court of law, the party is very unlikely to take any action against any one of its own, and that is something that the Chief Minister has also made it very clear in his reactions. As far as the timing is concerned, yes, the timing as it comes, because the Deputy Chief Minister himself is under CA probe now. So a question will be very naturally asked by the opposition as to why is he raising his question now. But then for the Aam Aadmi Party, the government to answer, and also for the BJP or the BJP MPD to come up clearly about the allegation that has been made by Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. The other point that I was making, do I have a minute?
Sure. We're running out of time, but quickly, Rupashri, 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, the other important point that I wanted to make is that even as this speech, even as this letter today from the Deputy Chief Minister's office went to the Lieutenant Governor's office, we immediately heard from the Lieutenant Governor's office on a different issue, that is the removal of Aam Aadmi Party's controversial MLA Amanatullah Khan from the chairmanship of the Delhi Works Board. Now that is also another controversy that is brewing, and over here, the ACB has actually written to the Lieutenant Governor. Saying that
so another war of words that is now erupted between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP questioning the timing of when these allegations are being made. Rupashri Nanda, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. Amid speculation of change in Karnataka's chief ministerial phase, Congress has called the Chief Minister Bommai a puppet chief minister. Now, the spectre of another change in chief ministership has risen in Karnataka following the visit of Union Home Minister Amit Shah to the state last week. The state Congress unit on Tuesday mocked Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, claiming he is counting hours before he is asked to step down from his post. Meanwhile, the BJP rubbished all the claims and hit back at the Congress, saying that DKS and Siddaramaiah, the fight has reached the streets after Siddaramaiah's birthday bash, and now they're trying to cover it up by mocking the current chief minister.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಹೇಳದ್ನ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಪಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳು, ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕರು, ಮಾಜಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅವರೇ ಸಿಎಂ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳದ್ನ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಆಹಾರನ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿನ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು
ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ್ ಅವರು, ಎಂ ಬಿ ಪಾಟೀಲ್, ಖರ್ಗೆ ಇವರ ಜಗಳ ಆ ಸಮಾವೇಶ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಬೀದಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಪಾದಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಆಗಿ. ಸುವರ್ಣ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಸಂಭ್ರಮದ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ತನ್ನ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಬೀದಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಜಗಳನ ಮುಚ್ಚಾಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಲ್ಲದ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್, ಅಂದರೆ CM ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮುಕ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಗೆ ತಳನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ? ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗಾಗಲಿ ಯಾವ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ? BJPಯ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇವ್ರ ಏನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇದೆ?
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಆಂತರಿಕ ಜಗಳವನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೀದಿ ಕಾಳಗವನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ, ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೊಂದಲವನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚಿಡುವುದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ 3ನೇ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಟ್ವೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಪೂರ್ಣಾವಧಿಗೆ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯನ್ನ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಗೊಂದಲಗಳನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
Let me also now bring in my colleague Ritu, who is joining us on the broadcast from Bengaluru. Ritu, two things that I want to understand. One, how is the BJP, of course, reacting to this sarcasm that has been used by the Congress? Also, more importantly, is the BJP rubbishing all these rumours and allegations as far as the change in the chief ministerial face is concerned?
Yes, now with the recent political developments happening here in the Karnataka, you see the series of tweets that have been tweeted from the Congress party, and has also called the CM Basavaraj Bommai as in the puppet CM. Now with all this, you see BJP party is taking a jibe at the Congress party and is saying that this is for these are the unnecessary comments that the Congress party is passing because of the lot of infighting within the Congress party, and this is something the damage control that the Congress party is focusing on. Now right after the Siddharamotsava, there is lot even more about the CM discussion that we have got to see from the Congress party itself. With so much of the troubles that the Congress party is going through, they have just found this as in the one way for the damage control and are in fact commenting unnecessarily on the BJP party. Now with all this, you see the BJP party being very much clear about it and is saying that this is unnecessarily created from the Congress party, one thing, and secondly they say that there's already of such more incidents that we can see and witness from the Congress party itself back in 1990s as well, when the Virendra Patil, the Lingayat top leader from the Karnataka, was the CM of Karnataka. He was been made to step down from his post right after the Rajiv Gandhi in fact sacked him in a way from the airport itself. So when there are such incidents that we have seen in the Congress party, what moral right does the Congress party has to speak about the BJP party is what the BJP party has to say. But now you see all those leaders in fact reiterating the same line, is that the BJP will be fighting the upcoming assembly elections under the guidance of Basavaraj Bommai and the leadership of the B.S. Yadurappa. In fact, B.S. Yadurappa, the former CM himself, has been very clear about it and has said that there is nothing that sort of the talks within the BJP party. It is all the Congress that they have found a way. But you see Congress party, in fact, especially D.K. Kumar, who is saying that these are the talks that we have picked from the BJP ex-MLAs for that matter, or ex-ministers, or the leaders of the BJP party. So we have picked the topic of this particular of the CM, the change of a CM in the Karnataka from the BJP party itself. But BJP party on the other side says that it is all unnecessarily, it's all been created from the Congress party purposefully.
Okay, that's the question that I wanted to get to actually. That's the other allegation that has been made by the Congress, that it's in fact people from within your own party who are saying that possibly there could be a chief ministerial change or face as far as the chief minister is concerned. So one, how is the BJP reacting to that? Two, is the Congress actually in a position to be even making a comment like this, considering the fact they have a bigger issue to deal at hand, which is infighting between D.K. Kumar and Siddharamaiah?
Yes, so that's the very much a point over there as well. You see Siddaramaiah, the former CM himself, when he was being questioned about this particular tweet of coming in from the official Congress handle itself, he said that he doesn't want to comment on this because it's something which is of a BJP party itself and they have to look up to it. Now you see the official comment coming in from the Congress handle itself, but Siddaramaiah clearly says that he doesn't want to speak. And then next time when media questioned the same thing to the DK Shikumar, he too denied from answering, saying that he will be answering this particular question after 15th of August. But after a couple of hours, you see DK Shikumar as well coming and speaking about it and says that it is all of the BJP leaders, in fact, who had spoken about it. And right after the Amit Shah's visit in the Bengaluru is something that has sparked this controversy in the Karnataka. With all this, the clarity, all the air has been cleared from the BJP party itself, who are saying that right now their only focus is on the assembly election and they do not want to focus on such comments coming in from the Congress party, which is nowhere going to benefit BJP, and the only target for them is to win the 150 seats in the upcoming assembly polls.
Okay, Ritu, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. You can read about all these stories and much more on our website news18.com as well. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
15 weeks of TRP domination. India's ace news channel delivers again. CNN News 18 on your side.
Said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
Two men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the two men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the two men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था। इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है?
जी बताइए। जी।
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishnan Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice-Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Mohammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into water surrounding the island. Multiple types.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. The Mahagathbandhan forms the new government in Bihar as Nitish Kumar of the JDU was sworn in as the Chief Minister for a record 8th time. RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav is now the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. After the oath-taking ceremony, Nitish Kumar finally broke his silence over the speculations looming over his Lok Sabha contention for the PM post. Nitish cleared the air by saying that he is not interested in the Prime Ministerial post. However, the Modi government that came into power in 2014 should now be worried about 2024. Meanwhile, amid this crisis, the BJP is also set to hold a key meet in the state today.
नहीं हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समय।
I have already given my comment.
BJP has alleged that there was corruption in RJD and it was. They have betrayed the mandate. It's what BJP is alleging. What would you say on this? BJP is alleging that
They are doing a protest in Patna. They should be doing a protest in Delhi. There, and they are in the central government. What happened to the promise of Bihar status, special status category?
Let me also now bring in our colleagues, Saurabh Rathore joining us live from outside the Raj Bhavan in Patna. We'll shortly be joined by political editor Maria Shakil as well. Saurabh, let me come to you first. Before I talk to you about that big comment that has come from Nitish Kumar as far as the BJP should be worried about 2024, you spoke to Tejashwi Yadav. There have been a lot of allegations that whether this alliance will actually hold or not. What has been the response of Tejashwi Yadav as far as what has changed from 2017 to now?
See, Tejashwi Yadav must be happy today because he was waiting for this moment for a long time, right from 2020 when although he was the number 2 party, but when he became the number 1 party, the RJD with 79 seats, it was then only it was speculated that there may be a change in the government, and from that time, in fact, it was said that Nitish allowed the MIM MLAs all the 4 MLAs who joined RJD later, Nitish didn't oppose to it, and it was a part of kind of planning that RJD becomes the number 1 party, so that there is no issue of the Lok Sabha, the Vidhan Sabha, where the number 2 party can't express their majority. If BJP would have been the number 1 party with 77 seats, then it would be difficult for RJD to claim majority. Now, when RJD became the number 1 party, then it's a matter of only 1 or 2 months that these all developments were seen. And today, finally, Tejashwi Yadav took the oath in front of all those Mahagathbandhan leaders.
No denying the fact that this is a new
cheering
lease
up
of life as far as the RJD is concerned, and this is going to have huge responsibility for Tejashwi Yadav as well. But I want to bring in our political editor, Aamir Shakil, who's also now joining us. Aamir, I want to speak to you about what we heard from Nitish Kumar. One, he cleared the air saying that I don't have any aspirations as far as becoming the Prime Minister is concerned. But in what is being seen, he's given an open dare to the BJP, saying that you should be worried about your own performance.
Well, Ridhima, if anything, I will say that today Nitish Kumar made his prime ministerial ambitions pretty open. The fact that he said that he will be working towards uniting the opposition, the fact that he said that 2014 he may have won, but in 2024 the elections will be difficult, he should be worried about it. These are enough indications of Nitish Kumar trying to position himself in the opposition space. So obviously we cannot expect any politician to say that, yes, I'm throwing my hat into the ring directly. But yes, enough indications coming in from Nitish Kumar to talk about what he will be doing. Remember, Nitish Kumar has been seeking relevance. This is his attempt and the final attempt at relevance as far as his last inning is concerned. And I think the big takeaway certainly would be we'll be waiting for the BJP to now respond to. So far, the BJP had said that if Nitish was indeed so uncomfortable in an alliance with us, then why did he become the chief minister? Why did he choose to take oath as the chief minister in 2020? And Nitish Kumar saying today that I never, I was in fact not keen. I never wanted to be the chief minister, but in fact he was pressurized in taking oath as the chief minister. So I think the two big takeaways certainly would be the conspiracy charge about which he has become pretty open now. This conspiracy charge saying that my party MLAs would have communicated to all of you that how the BJP...
Maria, I apologize for interrupting. I'll just come back to you in just a bit. We also have Shahnawaz Hussain of the BJP now joining us. So good to have you on the broadcast with us. Multiple allegations that have been made as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned. He's finally spoken about what went wrong as far as the alliance is concerned. The first comment that we heard from him was that he actually did not want to become the chief minister last time around, but he was pressurized from the party.
नहीं, ये उनका जो कहना है वो अपने तरफ से है. ये सही है कि जब 74 बीजेपी को मिला था, उनको 43 मिला था, तो उन्होंने कहा बहुमत तो आप लोगों का है. लेकिन हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने ऐलान किया था कि अगर सरकार हम बनाएंगे तो नीतीश कुमार चीफ मिनिस्टर होंगे. तो हमने अपना वादा निभाया, लेकिन उसके बाद सरकार तो स्मूथली चल ही रही थी, कोई ऐसी बात भी नहीं थी. लेकिन जिन मुद्दों पर वो हमारे से अलग हुए हैं, वो जवाब तो देना होगा ना कि आखिर जिन लालू यादव को छोड़कर एक पार्टी बनाई, अलग पार्टी बनाई, और फिर उन्हीं से अलायंस किया, तो ये जवाब देना होगा. जहाँ तक वो इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं कि ये 14 में आए, वो 24 में नहीं आएंगे, तो ये ख्वाब है. ये कोई भी देख सकता है. ठीक है, 14 में जेडीयू को 2 सीट आई थी, 24 में वो 2 सीट भी नहीं आएगी.
मैं आपसे ये भी समझना चाहती हूँ, जैसे आपने कहा, एक और बड़ा कमेंट आया है नीतीश कुमार से कि अब तो बीजेपी को अपनी परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में सोचना चाहिए, 2024 के बारे में सोचना चाहिए, पर अभी तक कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं समझ में आ रही है कि कहाँ गड़बड़ शुरू हुई दोनों के बीच में. क्या नीतीश कुमार ने कभी अपनी कोई जो दिक्कतें हैं या तकलीफ है बीजेपी तक बताई थी? क्या कोई ऐसी बातचीत हुई थी?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं तो कैबिनेट में काम कर रहा था एज ए इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर, और 2 दिन पहले जो उनका लास्ट प्रोग्राम जो बीजेपी, तो वो हमारे साथ था. दोनों डिप्टी सीएम थे, हेल्थ मिनिस्टर थे.
1.5 घंटा और मैं वो दोनों साथ बैठे थे, तब भी कोई बात नहीं हुई। मैंने बताया कि इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक भवन का उद्घाटन हम कर रहे हैं दिल्ली में, जो कल ही मैंने किया, करीब 11:30 बजे पहले से प्लान था, ये भी उनको बताया।
अच्छा।
आगे हम क्या क्या करने वाले हैं ये भी बताया। तब भी कोई ऐसा उन्होंने नहीं कहा कि आप मत कीजिए, अभी थोड़े दिन रुक जाइए, ऐसा कुछ नहीं कहा।
जी, शाहनवाज हुसैन बने रहिए हमारे साथ। वी ऑल्सो हैव नीरज कुमार ऑफ द जेडीयू ऑल्सो नाउ जॉइनिंग अस। नीरज जी, मैं आपसे ये समझना चाहती हूँ, आज तो सरकार बन गई है, महागठबंधन वापस आ गया है, पर बीजेपी का कहना है कि नीतीश कुमार को चीफ मिनिस्टर बीजेपी ने ही बनाया था, तो क्या अच्छा लगता है ऐसी बातें बोलना?
नहीं, और सरकार में अगर हमने लाया तो वो किसके बदौलत आए थे 17 में? इस ढंग की बातें कोई राजनीति में करता है? भाई नीतीश कुमार जी क्या है, पार्टी तो एप्लीकेशन लेके नहीं गई थी कहीं पर, हम लोग एप्लीकेशन लेके तो नहीं गए थे कि आप और हमको चीफ मिनिस्टर पोस्ट करवा दीजिए। और ये क्यों भूल जाते हैं कि जब देश में श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का नेतृत्व कर रहे थे, तो समता पार्टी उस समय नीतीश कुमार जी उसके नेता आदरणीय जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस साहब नेशनल कन्वेनर बने थे। तो हम इस बात को याद दिलाए क्या बीजेपी को कि पहला एलआई हम ही आपके थे? ये राजनीति में इस ढंग की भाषा का क्या मतलब है? हमारी पार्टी के विधायकों ने ये तय किया, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ने तय किया, उसके आधार पर पार्टी ने निर्णय लिया। हर एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को अपना निर्णय लेने का अधिकार
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्टी में कंसेंसस था कि अलायंस से अलग होना चाहिए। बीजेपी का ये भी कहना है कि हमारे साथ तो आज एक धोखा हुआ है, लोगों का जो मैंडेट है उसके साथ धोखा हुआ है, क्योंकि जब भी बीजेपी ने नीतीश कुमार से पूछा क्या सब ठीक है या नहीं, तो उन्होंने कहा हाँ कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है। तो आज वो कह रहे हैं सिर्फ बीजेपी के साथ नहीं पर लोगों के मैंडेट के साथ धोखा हुआ है।
नहीं, मैं वही तो पूछ रहा हूँ कि मैंडेट किसको कहते हैं? तो 2015 तो मैंडेट था ग्रैंड अलायंस का, तो 2017 में जब बीजेपी सरकार में शामिल हुई थी तो उस समय मैंडेट के साथ हुई थी। आप शामिल हुई तो मैंडेट है। दूसरा, अगर हम एलआई पार्टनर मेरा बने तो मैंडेट का उल्लंघन है। मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ। ये तो सुविधा के अनुसार तर्क है, और इसको हिंदी में गांव में कहावत कहा जाता है कि आप करिए तो राम राम, दूसरा करे तो जीना हराम।
अच्छा नीरज जी,
तो नहीं चल रहा
जी नीरज जी, मैं आपसे एक चीज और पूछना चाहती हूँ। काफी सारे लोगों का अब ये सवाल है कि 2017 में यही नीतीश कुमार ने आरजेडी की तरफ काफी आरोप लगाए थे, सो 2017 से 2022 तक क्या बदल गया है?
बदल गया कि सरकार में रहते हुए सरकार की नीतियों की आलोचना करना। हम लोगों का आपने देखा, कभी हम लोग अलग अपनी राय भी रखते तो एक सीमित दायरे में। देख लीजिए, बयान उठा करके देख लीजिए, जो भी बयान इधर 5 महीने के अंदर में स्टेटमेंट भारतीय पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष का बयान देख लीजिए आप, क्या क्या नहीं बोल रहे थे। फेसबुक लाइव कर रहे थे, क्या क्या कर रहे थे, फेसबुक पर लिख रहे थे, शराबबंदी की आलोचना कर रहे थे। और शराबबंदी इसके बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2017 में जब हम लोगों से अलग थे, उसके पहले गांधी मैदान के सार्वजनिक सभा में कहा था, ग्रैंड अलायंस की सरकार उस समय थी, उन्होंने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार जी ने शासित फैसला लिया है, तो शराबबंदी का लीकर बैन की आलोचना कर रहे थे। भाई आप पॉलिसी की आलोचना कर रहे हो, आप लीडरशिप की आलोचना कर रहे हो, क्या मतलब इसका है? आप सरकार में भी शामिल रहते हो, सरकार के खिलाफ भी बोलते हैं।
तो आप बोल रहे हैं जो सोच विचार है उसमें कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं हुआ है। एक और एलिगेशन आई है बीजेपी की तरफ से, वो कह रहे हैं कि ठीक है नीतीश कुमार चीफ मिनिस्टर बन गए हैं, बट वो सिर्फ ऑप्टिक्स के लिए है। जो ड्राइवर सीट में है वो तेजस्वी यादव है, क्योंकि नंबर भी उनके पास ज्यादा है और पावर डायनामिक्स भी इस तरफ आरजेडी की तरफ होगी इस बार।
अब ये तो बोलेंगे ना, नहीं बोलेंगे तो कौन जानेगा उनको? वो तो अपने हिसाब से, उनको भी एहसास है कि उनके केंद्रीय मंत्री थे सुनील चौबे, उनके बेटा पर कम्युनल वायलेंस का आरोप लगा। हम लोगों ने यह नहीं देखा कि सरकार का क्या होगा, उनको जेल जाना पड़ा, कार्रवाई कानूनी हुई। हमारा गवर्नेंस का क्या तरीका है इस सब को मालूम है बिहार में। इस तरह की बातें नहीं, हम आपसे यही अनुरोध करेंगे आपके माध्यम से भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कि गठबंधन में रहे हैं, अलग हुए हैं, ये हमारी पार्टी का फैसला है, आप शामिल हुए, आपकी पार्टी का फैसला है, कोई टीका टिप्पणी व्यक्तिगत नहीं करें।
Okay, that was Nitish Kumar of the JDU, where the JDU is saying that the consensus within the party was to move away from the alliance, and things have changed. from 2017 to 2022. Some other reactions also coming in. Let's listen in.
एक गठबंधन की सरकारें थी और बहुत अच्छे ढंग से नीतीश कुमार जी काम भी कर रहे थे, इसमें भी कहीं दो राय नहीं है। फिर ऐसी कौन सी परिस्थिति बनी कि उन्होंने ये ऐसा डिसीजन लिया, ये हम लोगों के समझ से परे की बात है। देखिए 2020 में जब विधानसभा का चुनाव हुआ और 43 MLA उनके दल में जीत के आए थे और भाजपा का 76 या 77 MLA थे, फिर भी भाजपा के लोगों ने उनको मुख्यमंत्री मनोनीत किया, मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। तो इतना बड़ा सम्मान उनको मिला, सम्मान में कहीं कमी नहीं हुई थी। लेकिन अब पता नहीं कहाँ इफगरबट हुआ, क्या हुआ और कैसे हुआ, अंदर अंदर ये सब बातें चल रही थी। हम लोग सुन रहे थे अखबार मीडिया में कि कुछ बात हो रहा है, लेकिन ऐसा कभी विश्वास लोगों को नहीं था कि इस तरह की घटना खास करके नीतीश जी कर सकते हैं। बहुत अनुभवी नेता हैं, बहुत पुराने नेता हैं और प्रशासक भी रहे हैं। तो ये अच्छा नहीं हुआ। मैं तो इतना ही कहूँगा कि जो कुछ भी हुआ है वो बिहार के विकास के लिए अवरुद्ध हो गया।
सर, आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि आप बिहार की राजनीति से भली भांति परिचित है, लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी का क्या स्टैंड है? आपकी पार्टी का चिराग पासवान की अगर बात करें तो उन्होंने भी कहा है, समर्थन देने की बात करी है।
नहीं, मेरा स्टैंड तो क्लियर है। मैं तो कल बोल दिया हूँ कि मेरा स्टैंड क्लियर है कि देखिए अभी देश में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो देश चल रहा है, कोई विकल्प नहीं है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि आज़ादी के बाद पहला बार इतने अच्छे प्राइम मिनिस्टर देश को मिला है। यह देश को गर्व है प्रधानमंत्री पर। 1 अरब 35 करोड़ की आबादी है और चाहे विदेश का पॉलिसी हो, चाहे देश का पॉलिसी हो, चाहे गरीब का मामला हो। अभी आप देखिए राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव हुआ 2014 में, तो उन्होंने किसी दलित को बनाया राष्ट्रपति। फिर अभी राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव हुआ तो उन्होंने आज़ादी के बाद से या आज़ादी के पूर्व भी आज तक किसी प्रधानमंत्री ने ऐसा नहीं सोचा होगा, न किया होगा, और उन्होंने आदिवासी समाज से महिलाओं को राष्ट्रपति का पद दिया। तो ये उनकी सोच है।
Multiple political reactions continue to come in. Let me continue the conversation with my colleague Saurabh Rathore, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Saurabh, this is now on expected lines become an allegation, counter-allegation between the BJP and the JDU. The BJP is saying no grievances were ever communicated to us. Every time we spoke to Nitish Kumar, he said everything is fine. The JDU is saying you should have sensed the reality. The consensus was to move away as far as the alliance is concerned. What is the JDU saying as far as what the real issue was between both the parties?
Sorry, I don't get your voice properly. It's breaking.
Can you hear me now, Saurabh?
I don't get the question. Yes.
Saurabh, I'm essentially just trying to understand, while the BJP is saying that we were never communicated as far as the grievances of Nitish Kumar were concerned, what is the JDU saying as to what the real reason was of why Nitish Kumar decided to move away?
See, there were several issues that JDU was giving. It was not yesterday or today. JDU has been complaining. We have heard Upendra Kushwaha, who was the parliamentary board chairman of JDU. He said that BJP is trying to put. He didn't name BJP at that time, but he said that someone is trying to put Chirag model and is projecting RCP instead of Chirag at this moment of time. So this Chirag model actually was that in 2020 Chirag contested elections, who was backed by BJP at that time, and then it was alleged by the JDU that he cut size the votes of JDU, and because of that the JDU was able to manage only 43 seats at that time. So that was a major. And if we talk about the tussle between JDU and BJP, there were several issues. If we consider the major issue was of Vijay Sinha, who is the local, who is the speaker of assembly, and he was from BJP. He had a spat with Nitish Kumar in the assembly a few months back over a Lakhisarai incident where Vijay Sinha alleged that the police was acting against the BJP leaders and they are not, detaining the JDU supporters in an event at which was there in Lakhisarai. It was a Saraswati Puja incident that happened. Over that issue, there was a great rumbling inside the assembly where generally Nitish Kumar is not seen angry, but he spoke very harsh words in the assembly, and it was directly to the Speaker Vijay Sinha. So that at that time, this thing came into light that JDU, there is a tussle, there is a rift between JDU and BJP. Now again for the latest,
so that
if we see
split
the
is
last 2
already
months,
done because Nitish Kumar is now being sworn in as the Chief Minister for the 8th time. This time around, he is back with the RJD, where you have Tejashwi Yadav being sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. The BJP also saying we will give a befitting reply when the time is right. So, unfortunately, we'll have to leave the conversation there. We'll keep tracking all these developments. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Why are you skirting my straightforward question, Dr. Sunil Singh? You are saying the unwritten law is because they are Muslim majority students, they want holiday on Friday. So I am asking you, in schools where majority of the students are Christian, will you decide that they can take their holiday on Sunday?
Can the world afford another one? And this time, even if it's going to be between China and Taiwan, what lessons has the world drawn, if any, from the war between Russia and Ukraine in a way that we can prevent another one?
What is being promised here is irrational freebies which influences voters, completely vitiates the entire process.
It is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue.
Arif Mohammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the water surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle-ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming U.S. Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the U.S. Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
Two men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the two men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the two men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are...
Thanks a lot for staying with us. This is a News 18 exclusive. The Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has spoken to News 18. He's gone on to say, if Sushil Modi was with me, then this situation would not have risen. That's the big comment that's coming in from the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, who was sworn in today for the 8th time for the chief ministerial position. Now he's gone on to say and actually elaborating on what really led to him walking away from this alliance with the BJP. He straightened guns at Sushil Modi, saying if Sushil Modi was with me, then this situation would not have risen. Let me also bring in my colleague, editor Input News 18 Bihar, Braj Mohan Singh, who is joining us. Braj Mohan, give us more context of what Nitish Kumar has gone on to say.
देखिए, आज जब गवर्नर हाउस से वापस आ रहे थे नीतीश कुमार, तो उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया कि अगर सुशील मोदी होते, बाकी जो दो डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स थे, हालांकि उनका नाम उन्होंने नहीं लिया, अगर सुशील मोदी यहाँ पिक्चर में होते, बिहार की राजनीति में होते, तो शायद आज जो स्थिति बिहार में बनी है, ये स्थिति नहीं बन पाती। जाहिर तौर पे ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि नीतीश कुमार को जब यहाँ से मूव किया गया था, तो बीजेपी ने इस मकसद से किया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की स्थिति यहाँ बेहतर होगी बिहार में। लेकिन जिस तरह से स्थिति को संभाला बाकी लीडर्स ने, उसके बाद ये हुआ कि जेडीयू को एनडीए गठबंधन से वॉकआउट करना पड़ा, और आज ये स्थिति है कि जेडीयू जाके महागठबंधन का हिस्सा हो जाती है। तो निश्चित तौर पे ये जो स्थिति बनी है, इसके बीच बहुत बड़ा बयान आया है नीतीश कुमार बिहार के चीफ मिनिस्टर की तरफ से।
पर ये काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है, क्योंकि बीजेपी का तो अभी तक ये कहना है कि हमने जब भी नीतीश कुमार से पूछा कि क्या सब सही है, कोई तकलीफ है, तो उन्होंने हमें कुछ नहीं कहा। तो वो तो कह रहे हैं कि उनके साथ धोखा हुआ है। इस बैकड्रॉप में नीतीश कुमार ने जो कहा है वो कितना क्रूशियल है?
ये निश्चित तौर पे क्रूशियल है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से पहले यहाँ का जो राजनीतिक गठबंधन था वो चल रहा था, तो उसको लेके बहुत सारी चीजें बैकग्राउंड में हुई। जेडीयू की तरफ से कहा गया कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी थियरीज हो रही हैं, यहाँ पार्टी के एमएलएज को तोड़ने की कोशिशें हो रही है। ये सब तमाम बातें अपनी जगह है, लेकिन जिस तरह से एक गठबंधन था, उनका जो साथ था, सुशील मोदी और नीतीश कुमार की जो एक जोड़ी चल रही थी पिछले 15 वर्षों से बिहार में, उसमें जब स्टॉप लगाया सेंटर ने, क्योंकि उनको लग रहा था कि सुशील मोदी के बिहार में रहते हुए भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ ग्रो नहीं कर सकती है। शायद इसी वजह से उनको यहाँ से मूव किया गया था, हालांकि वो राज्यसभा के मेंबर हैं। लेकिन इस चीज को नीतीश कुमार के मन में, दिल में कहीं ना कहीं ये बात बैठी हुई थी कि अगर सुशील मोदी होते तो बातचीत अच्छा होता और एक जो कोऑर्डिनेशन था दोनों पार्टियों के बीच में शायद वो थोड़ा बेहतर होती, तो सरकार शायद उनको एनडीए से वॉकआउट नहीं करना पड़ता।
जी, ब्रजमोहन बने रहिए हमारे साथ। एज वी सेड, न्यूज़ 18 has spoken exclusively to the Bihar Chief Minister. Let's listen in.
से तो मेरी मित्रता रही है, अब काहे उनको काहे नहीं बनाया? अगर वो बने रहते तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती। से तो मेरी मित्रता रही है, अब काहे उनको काहे नहीं बनाया? अगर वो बने रहते तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती। से तो मेरी मित्रता रही है, अब काहे उनको काहे नहीं बनाया? अगर वो बने रहते तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती। से तो मेरी मित्रता रही है, अब काहे उनको काहे नहीं बनाया? अगर वो बने रहते तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती।
ब्रजमोहन continues to be with us. ब्रजमोहन, क्या बीजेपी का कोई रिएक्शन आया है अभी तक इस पर?
नहीं, ये बातचीत गवर्नर हाउस के अंदर हुई जहां मीडिया वाले बहुत सारे मौजूद नहीं थे। निश्चित तौर पे अभी इसका रिएक्शन हम लेंगे क्योंकि बीजेपी के जो सारे लीडर्स हैं आज महाधरना पे बैठे हुए हैं बीजेपी दफ्तर के सामने, क्योंकि वो मान के चल रहे हैं कि उनके साथ में विश्वासघात किया गया है जेडीयू की तरफ से। तो निश्चित तौर पे बीजेपी की तरफ से बड़ा रिएक्शन होगा और इसका क्या असर होगा, किस तरह का रिएक्शन सुशील मोदी देते हैं, ये भी देखना बहुत जरूरी होगा, क्योंकि सुशील मोदी एक बहुत लंबे अरसे तक पार्टनर रहे हैं नीतीश कुमार के। 1977 से ही वो नीतीश कुमार के साथी रहे हैं छात्र आंदोलन के बाद से। तो ये देखना बहुत ही रोचक होगा, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि सुशील कुमार मोदी और बाकी जो तमाम टॉप लीडर्स हैं बीजेपी के जो आज धरना प्रदर्शन पे बैठे हैं क्या
ब्रजमोहन बने रहिए हमारे साथ। वी गेटिंग सम अदर रिएक्शंस courtesy of political editor also. Let's listen in.
How is this different from Tejashwi Yadav of 2015 as the Deputy Chief Minister of Nitish Kumar?
देखिए, काफ़ी इवेंटफुल रहा 2015 से 22, काफ़ी चीज़ें सीखने को मिली, लेकिन आज की जो ज़रूरत थी और पूरे देश में जिस प्रकार से सामाजिक और सांप्रदायिक तनाव था, जिस हिसाब से भाजपा के लोग ना संविधान को मानने वाले, ना लोकतंत्र को मानने वाले, और उनका साफ एजेंडा था कि देश को कब्जा लो। सारे जितने भी संवैधानिक यानी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस थे, सब पर दबाव है, किसी को ढंग से काम नहीं किया जा रहा, एक तानाशाह माहौल बनाया गया है। इसलिए हम सब लोगों से यही कहना चाहते हैं कि ये जो आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो निर्णय लिया वो काफी निडर निर्णय लिया, और हम इतना जरूर कह सकते हैं कि यही आज की जरूरत थी। बिहार की तो जरूरत थी ही, लेकिन ये देश की जरूरत है। और एक मैसेज पूरे देश में गया, ऑपोजिशन में गया कि लड़ाई लड़ना है तो बिहार से सीखो।
लेकिन तेजस्वी, 2020 में आपने नारा लगाया था नीतीश कुमार थके हुए हैं, वो थके हुए नीतीश कुमार के साथ आप 2022 में साथ हो गए।
देखिए, हम लोगों ने आरोप भी लगाए एक दूसरे पर, सवाल भी उठाए हैं, लेकिन हम लोग समाजवादी लोग हैं और हमारी जो पुरखों की जो विरासत है, समाजवादी जो विरासत है, उसको कोई और नहीं हथिया सकता। तो ये लड़ाई सब पास थी। अब हमको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला है आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ काम करने का, और जिसकी लड़ाई हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं नौजवानों को बेरोजगारी को लेकर के, इस चीज को लेकर के हमारी चर्चा हुई है। और भाजपा ने नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ क्या क्या नहीं किया, आप बताइए। फंड नहीं दे रहे, ना यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा नीतीश कुमार जी ने मांगा, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा आज तक नहीं दिया, क्यों नहीं मिला? स्पेशल पैकेज नहीं मिला, तो हर चीज में कटौती। पिछड़ा राज्य है तो आपको जितने भी सेंट्रल स्कीम्स हैं उसमें सहूलियत देनी चाहिए थी, स्पेशल स्टेटस बिहार को देना चाहिए था, लेकिन कोई काम नहीं।
वादा आपने किया है 10 लाख नौकरी 2020 में,
20 का जो वादा था, अब परिस्थिति जो है अलग है, लेकिन एक महीना देखा बिहार ऐसा राज्य होगा जो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में और हम लोग मिलकर के निकालेंगे, रोजगार देंगे कि शायद ही किसी भी देश के राज्य में ऐसा नहीं हुआ होगा।
कोलकाता में आपने बोला था विश्वासघात किया नीतीश कुमार ने, आप विश्वास कर पाएंगे उनसे?
देखिए, तो पहले ही बात दे दिया, हम लोगों ने आरोप लगाए, हम पे भी लगे, लेकिन हम लोग समझवादी लोग हैं। आज भाजपा जेपी नड्डा कहते हैं को खत्म और कब्जा होगा बीजेपी की सरकार खत्म करने की बात कर रहे चाहे नीतीश कुमार हमारी कि ऐसे आरएसएस के एजेंडा को इस देश में लागू ना होने दे। इसलिए मैंने कहा पूरे देश में ये मैसेज गया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि नीतीश कुमार जी, आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी, नौजवानों के दुख दर्द को मिटाएंगे और देश एक नया रास्ता,
देश की बात जब
नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ खड़े।
Okay, that was Tejashwi Yadav there speaking to my colleague Anna, political editor Maria Shakil, and also giving her reasons as to why they thought this was the right opportunity for them to come together. But all of this in the backdrop of what Nitish Kumar has said to News 18, that if Sushil Modi was there, then possibly the situation would have been very, very different. Brajmohan continues to be with us. Brajmohan, जैसे आप बता रहे थे कि काफ़ी क्रूशल है ये कमेंट, बीजेपी का अभी तक कोई रिएक्शन नहीं आया है और ये काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि सुशील मोदी ने ही आज सुबह एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी थी बीजेपी की तरफ से, जब उन्होंने कहा कि जो हुआ है नीतीश कुमार और बीजेपी के बीच में वो एक धोखा है।
निश्चित तौर पे ये एक पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट हो सकता है, लेकिन एक सच्चाई भी है कि 15 साल तक जिस सुशील मोदी की अगुवाई में जब वो डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे बिहार के, दोनों एक साथी के तौर पे बिहार में सत्ता चलाते रहे, लेकिन बीजेपी को कहीं ना कहीं एक अंदर में एक फीलिंग इस तरह की आ रही थी कि बीजेपी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के तौर पे काफी ज्यादा डिपेंडेंट है जेडीयू के ऊपर और नीतीश कुमार के ऑरा और उनके करिश्मा के ऊपर। तो वहां से उससे ब्रेक फ्री होके बीजेपी ये चाह रहे थे कि बीजेपी का अपना संगठन बने और बीजेपी मजबूती के साथ बिहार में एस्टेब्लिश हो। यही वजह आपने देखी होगी कि बीजेपी की जो कार्यकारिणी की मीटिंग हुई, एग्जीक्यूटिव की मीटिंग हुई है, वो बिहार में हुई और जिसमें अमित शाह और जो तमाम लीडर है, जेपी नड्डा और तमाम बड़े लीडर्स जो थे संस्था के, वो यहाँ पहुंचे और उसके बाद से बीजेपी के तमाम जो सेंट्रल लीडर्स थे, मिनिस्टर्स थे, एमपी थे, उनकी ड्यूटी लगी बिहार के अलग अलग इलाकों में कि आप जाइए और बूथ पे जाके वहां लोगों से बातचीत करिए कि बीजेपी को बेहतर हम कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो इन सब चीजों को लेकर कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि जेडीयू के अंदर और नीतीश कुमार के मन में कहीं ना कहीं एक डाउट ये था कि जिस तरह से बीजेपी अपने आप को एस्टेब्लिश करने की कोशिश कर रही है, तो शायद आने वाले समय में इस चीज को नीतीश कुमार ने भांप लिया था अच्छी तरह से। उसके बाद ये जो फैसला है तो शायद काफी सोची समझी हुई ये रणनीति रही है, एक स्ट्रेटजी है नीतीश कुमार को कि किस तरह से बीजेपी के गठबंधन से निकला जाए, एनडीए के गठबंधन से निकला जाए, क्योंकि एनडीए के गठबंधन में रहने से उनकी पार्टी को खतरा हो सकता था। तो इस चीज को लेकर नीतीश कुमार ने फिर से महागठबंधन के साथ हाथ मिलाया है और अब स्थिति यह है कि बीजेपी को आगे 2024 के लिए अपने साथी भी
We really will have to see how this plays out. Brajmohan, completely out of time. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. With that, it's a wrap from my side. Tossing it over to my colleague Anusha, who takes the news forward.
Thank you so much for that, Ridhima. Once again, a very warm welcome here on CNN News 18. Hello, I'm Anusha Sonia. Top focus this hour. It continues to be the twists and turns in the politics of Bihar. Mahagathbandhan 2.0, what does it have in store? Is this a new Tejashwi Yadav? Is it a far more assertive RJD? Is this a weaker Nitish Kumar? And what is it that the future holds for this new alliance? The Mahagathbandhan forms the new government in the state of Bihar. As Nitish Kumar, JDU was sworn in. He was sworn in as the Chief Minister for the 8th time. RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav is now the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. After oath-taking ceremony, Nitish finally broke his silence over the speculations looming over his Lok Sabha contention or for the prime ministerial post, his national ambitions. Nitish cleared the air by saying that he's not interested in the prime ministerial post. However, the Modi government that came to power in 2014 should now be worried about the 2024 polls. Meanwhile, amid the crisis, BJP is set to hold a key meeting in the state. Listen in to what the Sushashin Babu had to say.
नहीं हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समय.
My colleague Siddhant is joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, Mahagathbandhan 2.0, how is it different from the earlier government? In many ways it is. What is the chatter that you're picking up from the ground?
Well, look, it's completely different. It's completely different. For the namesake, okay, fine, they call themselves Mahagathbandhan, but it's completely different because this time around, Tejashwi Yadav is going to have more say in the government. He's going to get more lucrative portfolios. Also, this time around, the need was for Nitish Kumar to come with RJD to stay relevant in the politics of Bihar and to stay relevant also in the national politics. And this entire drama has been orchestrated for the same reason. Also, Nitish Kumar says that हम कोई दावेदार नहीं हैं, हम कोई भी दावेदार नहीं हैं. फिर उन्होंने ये बात क्यों बोली? Why did he say that those who came in 2014 will remain after 2024? That is something to be seen. Why this statement was made by Nitish Kumar? Obviously, Nitish Kumar's political ambitions are quite evident. He wants to be more relevant, not just in the state politics, but in the national politics. Now, what is the way to be relevant in the national politics? If you are in an alliance with BJP, you cannot be relevant in the national politics because they already have a prime minister in Delhi and who is still fit and fine and will be running for the office in 2024. So the only way out of being relevant in Delhi's politics is to join hands with the opposition forces, to join hands with the socialist forces, and that is exactly what Nitish Kumar has done. And it is quite clear that he is going to be there on the chief minister's chair, but Tejashwi is going to run show here in Patna. And this time around, Nitish Kumar doesn't have any option also. If tomorrow he will go and tell this to the world that I'm facing problem in an alliance with RJD, even BJP is not going to accept him back.
Yep.
So the doors are for Nitish Kumar. The last ditch, the last innings that Nitish Kumar is going to play now is going to be full of risks and full of enemies around. And his friends have also turned enemies now. But Nitish Kumar believes that Bihar has a potential coming from a state which gives which has a sizable amount of MP constituencies. This decision has been taken. Also, the revival of the entire socialist ideology, Jayaprakash Narayan's movement, is something which both RJD and JDU are looking for, and the same will be applied in coming days.
Siddhant, it's a different Nitish Kumar in many ways. The Mahagathbandhan is different. As you pointed out, the name might be similar. Tejashwi Yadav has also changed. His political stature has grown. He's far more smart with his political statements, and it's evidently clear that his ambitions and all eyes are on the chair of the chief minister in the eventual due course of time.
Yes. So yesterday when I spoke to Tej Pratap made it very clear that I have been saying, मैं पहले से कह रहा था कि चाचा आने वाले हैं और चाचा आ गए. तो इस बार चाचा आए हैं, भतीजे नहीं गए हैं चाचा के पास. Now, when there was a situation of a pre-poll alliance in 2015, the scenarios were different. Two parties coming together, and they are contesting election. They win the election, and then they form the government. This time around, Nitish Kumar didn't have any other option other than joining hands with RJD if he wanted to stay relevant in politics, in the state politics and centers both. So this is a even Tej Pratap Yadav is saying कि चाचे ही आए हमारे पास, हम नहीं गए उनके पास. So this is why RJD's clout has increased, Tejashwi Yadav's clout has increased. कि नीतीश कुमार पे जो राजनीतिक रूप से शय मिली है वो आरजेडी के पास मिली है, and this is in fact perhaps the reason Nitish Kumar also accepts, and he went to meet Tejashwi Yadav yesterday. Usually whenever we see such kind of political activity taking place,
Yeah.
Junior leader goes to meet senior leader.
That's right.
Nitish Kumar, being such a senior leader, went to meet Yadav yesterday. So, I mean, things are pretty clear with the pictures and the optics that is being played around.
All right, I'm cutting across to our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's been relentlessly tracking this story from the ground. Maria, Mahagathbandhan 2.0, Nitish Kumar is different in many ways. You've spoken to the RJD leader. The Deputy Chief Minister looked very different, far more confident in his tone and tenor. What lies next in the Bihar pot boiler?
I mean, again, as I said, Tejashwi Yadav's body language shows that he's very much in control. He's telling everyone and also his ally, Nitish Kumar, that 2000 history, that what happened before that is something that they are ready to forget for the larger interest of the people of Bihar. That's what he told me. I repeatedly asked him the taint that was leveled by Nitish Kumar on him and what he himself.
Maria Shakil getting us all the details. I'll just check if that audio line with Maria is absolutely fine. Maria, moving forward, how will this team of Mahagathbandhan 2.0 or Nitish Kumar's yet another term will really look like? What are the caste equations they would want to balance out in this entire setting? I'll track the story. We'll talk about this. Right now, we're getting some breaking news coming in from none other than the Supreme Court of India. And this is the Supreme Court dictating its order in Nupur Sharma's plea to club the FIRs or multiple FIRs that were filed against her. Now, the court says that the live threat on Nupur Sharma has persuaded the court to rethink its order, and that's why it passed the July 19 order, in which there was a notice, you remember, that was issued. There is a process of the dictation of the order which is underway. We are getting you minute-by-minute details of what is transpiring at the court right now. Let's just take you back in time a little bit. You remember what had happened when Nupur Sharma had approached the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court bench had some very scathing and, I must say, some controversial observations to make, including the fact that the court held her responsible for the sort of violence that we were witnessing across the country. They also said that Nupur should have not made such kind of statements. The application before the court is that if there are multiple FIRs against a person, they should be clubbed together in one go, and there should be a single trial that should go on. That is in many ways the ratio of multiple constitutional cases that have been passed in the country. Such applications are moved under Article 32 of the Supreme Court of India, and Nupur Sharma did the same thing. She moved that application and she said that club all of these FIRs together. After those scathing observations of the Supreme Court, the petition was dismissed as withdrawn. The lawyers took back the petition. However, once again, with fresh grounds, new grounds, persuading the court that there is a fresh threat to her life, the petitioner, Nupur Sharma, and her lawyers went to the court and said, look, these are the conditions on which the client, Nupur Sharma, is right now managing. These are a very real threat to life that she is facing right now, and she cannot go to multiple parts of the country to seek any kind of justice or cooperate with the police authorities. In the last hearing, the court took up the matter. There were notices that were issued, and now the court is in the process of dictating that order. What are the possible things that can happen? The most obvious thing that can happen in a scenario like this is the court tells you that club all the FIRs together. This is a very ordinary relief which is available to every accused in this country. It is also the ratio of the case of Nanda Bharti case. It is also the ratio of multiple cases, including the constitutional bench judgment of the Lalita Kumari. Various constitutional cases in the country have said that you're an accused. You have a right to free and fair trial, and the process in itself cannot become the punishment. Keeping all of that into mind, usually in cases like this, the Supreme Court gives a marginal relief to an accused, that you can club all the FIRs together. There's a single trial that can happen, and if the crime, if the action which the alleged crime has taken place is same in all the FIRs, then there is no point of having multiple cases at different locations. So the most obvious thing is that she can get this kind of relief, that all the FIRs will be clubbed together. That in no way means that Nupur Sharma will not undergo trial. The trial will go on. She will have to depose before the court. She will have to record her statement. Witnesses are going to be examined. The criminal process against her will continue to go on. The clubbing of FIRs, what it will do is that suppose there's an FIR in Uttar Pradesh, another one in Maharashtra, another one in Rajasthan. She doesn't have to go to all these places individually and depose before a court of law or before a police authority. Swapnil Kothari, who's a lawyer, is with us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Swapnil. Always good to have you. Clubbing of FIRs in many ways is a right which is available to most accused. What are the factors that the court takes into account before passing an order of this nature?
Well, Anusha, what happens generally in these cases is that the court will look at the fact that it is not inconvenient to you. Rather, it's look at it positively that it's more convenient for you to attend it at one place, given that there are several FIRs across the nation. So if it's there in Delhi itself, you go to a Delhi High Court or even the Supreme Court can say that, okay, please club these FIRs, let her be tried in Delhi itself. And for that, obviously, the court will look at the fact that she does not have any bodily threat or harm or anything of that nature, which she has got in this case. So in most of the cases, it is imperative, especially better for the court to give that relief to her because it means nothing. It is a very simple procedural relief that they are giving. They are not absolving her from any arrest or anything of that sort.
Yes.
So if it was anybody else in her position, I think they would have easily got it. But I think today itself, the court should be a little bit more magnanimous and easily give that to her because it's a very simple relief to ask for. She's not saying that please spare me from any legal trial or spare me from any arrest, which the court had at last time until today. The court had said there'll be no adverse action taken against her. But today they'll lift that up. Obviously, I'm sure they'll do that if they give her the relief that lest she be tried in Delhi itself, where I believe she wants to be tried. So I don't know why she has not gone in the past couple of days since that order which said that come to us on August 10. She should have gone to the Delhi High Court and got this done itself so as not to bother or approach or wait for the Supreme Court. But now that she's not done that and she's now at the mercy of the Supreme Court, let's hope for the best for her.
And I want to just put out some more details which are coming in from the Supreme Court. Ashwini Dubey, who's a lawyer, is also with us on the broadcast. Ashwini and Swapnil, please continue to stay with us. The court says that we entrust these FIRs to one investigation agency for the purpose of investigation. Court has begun dictating the order and the process of dictation of the order is underway. We're not going to jump to any conclusion till the dictation of the order is over. But as Swapnil was pointing out, this is a very ordinary process of law, a remedy which is available to most accused. Ashwini, I'm coming to you. TT Antony versus State of Kerala, where it was held that if the crime is a single crime and if you have FIRs at multiple places, it is in many ways violation of your Part 3 fundamental rights, Article 20. And that is the reason that in most instances the court chooses to club the FIRs.
Yes, the law is the same because on the same allegations, number of FIRs are filed at different places under different police stations, and the constitutional courts have duty to club those FIRs. The TT Antony case is clear, followed by various other cases.
That's right.
Recently, what has happened is on the behalf of the certain complainants, some complaints were filed before various police stations on the similar cause of action and similar FIRs was registered. So finally approached to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court, the law says that on the similar kind of allegations, number of FIRs should not be filed, and it is a violation of a fundamental right of an individual. So the Supreme Court made it clear in TT Antony case, followed by Arnav Goswami's case, Amish Devgan's case, and also Rohit Ranjan's case, and Jubair Ahmed's case, that if number of FIRs are filed at the behalf of the state government and the complainant are same, allegations are same, then those FIRs should be clubbed and it should be entrusted to the one investigating agency. The law also says it would be the first, where the cause of action has taken place, those the cases will be transferred to that place. So here if we see the first FIRs registered in Delhi. So Delhi, in fact, the court may, on its own wisdom or following the due principle, may transfer the investigation of the FIR because look, the investigation of the FIR, quashing of the FIR, two different things. Investigation, when the FIR is registered, then the police or any investigating agency is duty bound to take it to the logical conclusion. So the logical conclusion has to be done by the agency if the similar FIR is registered to the same place. This is the law. So ultimately now court will, so now the court will transfer it for the investigation, and if tomorrow it comes out
Ashwini I want you to stay with us on the broadcast. Swapnil is also with us on the show. I'm just going to reiterate all the developments that my colleague Ananya is reporting from the Supreme Court. He's tracking the hearing for us. I'm going to reiterate what has been said so far in the process of dictation of the order. These are not conclusion, but a process in which the court is dictating the order. The court goes on to say that notice was issued as to why the alternate prayer shall not be entertained. The court further records the submissions that have been made. The court goes on to say that with regard to the quashing of the cases which have been registered against her, we are of the view that the councils can approach the Delhi High Court for seeking of the quashing of the FIR. So there were multiple prayers that Nupur Sharma had made before the court. One of them was that there is no merit in the case which has been filed against her, and the FIR should be quashed for being devoid of any kind of merit. The court is saying for that remedy, you might as well go to the Delhi High Court, something that Swapnil was also mentioning some time ago. We'll just continue tracking all the details. Swapnil, coming to you immediately. As far as the quashing of the cases are concerned, what are the remedies or what are the steps Nupur can take before a Delhi High Court?
Anusha, it's good news for Nupur Sharma. The FIRs have all been clubbed by the Supreme Court. Now, as far as the quashing is concerned, the Delhi High Court, may take a view that the comment was made as a response to the comment made by one Mr. Taslim Rahmani. It was all in the heat of the moment. I don't think that anybody intended to insult someone or anything of that sort, or that is a view that the court might take and may just end up saying that this is just, one of those road rage kind of a moment where, people just get out of the cars and abuse each other. And, one shouldn't take too much notice about it and kind of quash the FIRs. But to come to that conclusion, the court will have to examine all the details, all the evidences, which I'm sure they will. And it'll all depend upon how vigorously Nupur Sharma's, advocate argues this point, and I believe he should be arguing this point, because if it was made during that heat of the moment, then I think these things should be quashed. But I don't see that coming very easily.
It is a big relief for Nupur Sharma, all the FIRs to be clubbed. That's what the Supreme Court of India is saying. There were two major prayers that she had made before the court. One is that all the FIRs should be clubbed into single place so that she can cooperate with the investigation, depose before the agency. And second, that the case prima facie has no merit, and hence the FIR against her should be quashed. The Supreme Court is of the view that they have agreed to club all the FIRs together. However, for quashing of the FIR, Nupur Sharma is free to move the Delhi High Court. It's a big, big relief coming in for her. For any accused who's dealing with multiple FIRs filed in different parts of the country, a simple process of clubbing of FIR leads to a huge process which serves as a punishment in some way being thwarted. Cutting across to Mr. Majid Memon as well, who's with us on the broadcast. Mr. Memon, the Supreme Court has agreed to club all the FIRs filed against Nupur Sharma. Your reaction?
Well, under the criminal law, if an offense has been committed by an accused person, and for one same offense, different FIRs are registered in different parts of the country, in different states, then certainly a relief can be sought. And the court has, Supreme Court has considered it on merits that the accused must not be made to run from state to state for same act, alleged act, which is an offense. Now, without going into the merits, the Supreme Court has not spoken anything about the quashing. As far as the quashing of the FIR is concerned, quashing of the allegations are concerned, she may be given a liberty to approach Delhi High Court, where it would be examined. But as far as the clubbing of the FIR is concerned, it has been granted without going into the merits of the allegations.
Absolutely. Mr. Majid Memon, thank you so much for sharing your view with us. Ashwini ji, I'm coming back to you. Manojit Mandal of the TMC is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Mandal, thank you so much for speaking to us. A relief for Nupur Sharma, the FIRs have been clubbed.
I think we will definitely go by the order of the Supreme Court. Will decide and how it goes, and then the state government will take a call.
Right.
What is there to comment on it? I mean, what she said, Ms. Nupur Sharma, I think should be perennially condemned. She can't say what she said, whether this is a crime, offense, how intense the offense is, that will be decided by the court of law. But she is definitely, whether the court quashes FIR, she doesn't get any punishment, she remains, I think, this will be treated as a moral culpability, and she will have to answer to this nation why she said what she said.
Well, Manojit, as you said, the process of law will continue. It is only about clubbing of all the FIRs together. Ashwini Dubey continues to be with us on the broadcast. He's a lawyer. Ashwini ji, I'm going to argue merely on the merits of the case. However grave an offense may be, however serious charges there may be against you, every accused has the right to move before a superior court and seek clubbing of FIRs. The simple process or the simple remedy was a very tricky one for Nupur Sharma.
Yes, see, initially this should have been done because, as you rightly pointed out, that the TP Antony case categorically held that the filing of another FIR for the same cognizable offence has been alleged in the first will be violated of Article 22 and 21 as well as Section 300 of CRPC. So, clubbing of FIR and cashing both are the different things. But for the question of the FIR, the essential conditions are that in cases where the allegations made against the person are proved to be false in entirety.
Yes. Ashwini, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you for a second. I'm just going to read out what the latest update is, that all the FIRs have been clubbed and Delhi police shall ensure that Maharashtra and various other FIRs shall be investigated together. So it's the Delhi police which is going to investigate the entire matter, since the court has already taken cognizance of the threat to the life of the petitioner and specific instances have been cited. We direct that all FIRs be transferred and clubbed to Delhi police. That's the big development that we are confirming here on CNN News 18. Not just that all the FIRs have been clubbed, Delhi police is going to investigate the matter. Takeaway number 3 is the fact that if she wants to move an application for the quashing of the FIR, which means Nupur Sharma says, prima facie, there is no case against me, she can go to Delhi High Court and argue on the merits of the case. This is a relief coming in for her after a very stern position that was taken by the Supreme Court in the earlier hearings. Vinod Bansal of the VHP is also joining us on the broadcast. Vinod ji, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. Finally, नुपुर शर्मा को एक रिलीफ मिल गई, एक ऐसी रिलीफ जो बहुत सारे अक्यूज जो हैं जिनको कोर्ट से मिल जाती है, लेकिन उनके लिए काफी मुश्किल रहा.
Definitely, it's unfortunate that she had to fight the last to get the stuff done through the Supreme Court. Actually, anyway, देर आए दुरुस्त आए. एटलीस्ट जो अधिकार उनका था वो मिला. आप देखिए कि चारों तरफ से जो लोग उनकी जान के दुश्मन बने हुए थे और उनसे कम से कम कुछ हद तक उनको राहत मिली. But the question is that the court should also intervene into the matter that those who are those who have the right to kill the people and openly threaten them. जो सरतन से जुदा करने की बात कर रहे हैं, आखिरकार वो मानसिकता वतन से जुदा कब होगी और आखिरकार उन लोगों के खिलाफ एक्शन कब होगा? वो मुस्लिम उलेमा क्यों नहीं बोलते आखिर? तो बार बार हिंसा को कहते हैं इस्लाम तो शांति का धर्म है, लेकिन वो जब सरपंच करने की बात करते हैं तो उन लोगों को इस्लाम से क्यों नहीं जुदा करते आप?
नहीं विनोद जी, हम बिल्कुल मानते हैं कि अगर कोई भी इस तरह की गैर कानूनी धमकियां दे रहा है किसी भी दूसरे इंसान को, कानून को सामने आना चाहिए और उस पूरे प्रोसीजर को अडॉप्ट करना चाहिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए, उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए. नुपुर शर्मा को आज एक बहुत बड़ी रिलीफ मिली. राशिद अलवी इज ऑल्सो जॉइनिंग अस ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट. मिस्टर अलवी, the Supreme Court has agreed to club all the FIRs against Nupur Sharma and the Delhi police is going to investigate the matter. Your thoughts?
देखिए, कोर्ट के तमाम आदेश पूरा देश सम्मान करता है, लेकिन जो कुछ उन्होंने किया है वो निंदनीय है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट खुद ही कह चुका है कि जो कुछ हो रहा है देश में वो उनके बयान की वजह से हो रहा है. अफसोस की बात यह है कि कोर्ट का फैसला क्या आता है, पुलिस क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती, वो एक अलहदा सवाल है, लेकिन उनकी गिरफ्तारी तक तो हुई नहीं है, तो क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है? उन्हें अरेस्ट तक नहीं किया गया है. क्या इस देश के अंदर यही होगा कि एक दूसरे के देवी देवताओं प्रॉफिट के खिलाफ बेइज्जती की जाएगी? क्या देश इसीलिए जाना जाता है? वो कोई मुसलमान करे या हिंदू करे, उसके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई एकदम होनी चाहिए. आप आजाद हैं निश्चित तौर से, लेकिन दूसरे के जज्बात को आप ठेस नहीं पहुंचा सकते. देवी देवता प्रॉफिट तो बहुत बड़ी चीज है. आप किसी के पेरेंट्स के बारे में कुछ कह के दिखा दीजिए, उसका क्या नतीजा निकलेगा?
राशिद जी, वैसे आज की मैं पूरी बहस कोर्ट के ऑर्डर पे रखना चाहती थी, लेकिन एक सवाल है जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी. वारिस पठान ऑफ द AIMIM is also joining us on the broadcast. मगर राशिद जी, we can't be a nation of hurt sentiments when we talk about democratic temper, when we talk about freedom of debate. There is a certain degree of tolerance that we all allow. Whenever there is a debate on any religion, and this is not to justify Nupur Sharma in any way, but whenever there is a debate on any religion, there has to be a certain degree of tolerance.
It is all right. Everybody should have respect for not only his religion, but even the religion of others. How can you hurt sentiments of anybody? I am not talking about of Hindu. Whether you are You cannot be allowed. Sentiments and particularly religious sentiments.
Okay, Mr. Alvi, I've taken your point. I also want to bring in Mr. Varis Pathan of the AIMIM into the discussion. Mr. Pathan, thank you so much for speaking to us. A huge relief coming in for Nupur Sharma. All the FIRs have been clubbed and Delhi police is going to investigate the matter. Your reaction, sir?
Well, see, Nupur Sharma, by her statement, has hurt the sentiments of billions of Muslims all over the world. There were FIRs registered against her, and our demand was that she should be arrested, brought before the court of law, and punished as per law. Now, the honorable courts have clubbed all the matters. They will be heard by Delhi, I think. So let us hope, and we are hopeful that as Mohammad Zubair, who just wrote something and he was arrested, similarly, Nupur Sharma will be arrested and let her come out on bail. Let the procedure of law take its own course. But here we would say one thing that earlier the Supreme Court has also stated, so rather observed, that Nupur Sharma, by her statement, by her words spoken, has insulted as our Prophet, peace be upon him. And because of that, the entire world, like major countries, Qatar, Kuwait and all, they had to call our ambassadors. Our ambassadors were called, and we had to face humiliation. And Modi government had to suspend Nupur and call her a fringe element. So the only thing now remains is she should be arrested as per law and dealt as per the law.
Vinod Bansal is also with us on the broadcast. Vinodji, would you want to come here? There are many questions that are being raised on the investigation that has been done by the police so far, that in various other different cases where it was about a particular kind of a speech that was made in the public domain, there were immediate arrests that done by the police authorities. That has not been followed in the case of Nupur Sharma. That's what is the argument of Mr. Varis Pathan.
No, I would like to ask him that whether, as he's asking to arrest Nupur Sharma, why he's not asking to arrest the person who instigated Nupur Sharma, and those who are continuously humiliating the Hindus and attacking on our Devi Devtas. Why he's silent, kept silent on this? Number one. Number two is that kill the lady, and they don't have even a single word to condemn them. Those who are shouting Sartan se juda.
Mr. Pathan, is the condemnation one-sided? That's what you're saying, Mr. Vinod Bansal. कि अगर एक condemnation आता है तो वो सिर्फ एक ही तरफ के argument के लिए आता है, दूसरी तरफ के लिए नहीं आता. Mr. Vinod Bansal and Mr. Varis Pathan, we also had Mr. Rashid Alvi of the Congress Party. We'll continue getting you all the reactions on the story. Once again, reiterating for all the viewers who have just tuned in, this is a huge relief coming in for the former BJP leader and spokesperson Nupur Sharma. She moved an application before the Supreme Court of India seeking clubbing of all the FIRs against her that were filed in different parts of the country, allegedly for hate speech and inciting of violence. She moved the Supreme Court saying that all these FIRs should be clubbed together. In the last two hearings, especially in the first hearing, the Supreme Court took a very stern view. There were observations that were made against Nupur Sharma by the bench concerned, where the court said that she was very irresponsible in the statements she had made earlier. However, looking at the threat to life that she is facing right now, multiple threat and intimidation calls that she has received so far, the court gave the matter a fresh look, a new perspective. The court said that because this matter is presently under investigation, Delhi police is the authority that should investigate all the cases. So all the FIRs clubbed together, Delhi police is going to investigate the matter now. Development number 2, which is about the quashing of the FIR. Nupur Sharma also said in her application that there is no merit in the case that has been filed against her. There is no evidence to prove that she said anything with the motive of inciting violence or as a matter of hate speech. The Supreme Court is of the view that you can take these arguments and the petition and the prayer for quashing of the FIR before the Delhi High Court, and at the Delhi High Court, you can argue there. So as far as quashing is concerned, there is no relief which is coming in for Nupur Sharma, but there is a door which is open for her. She can go to the Delhi High Court and get the relief and argue for the relief that she wants. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar has been tracking all the developments and that crucial order from the Supreme Court of India. Ananya, take us through what transpired in the court.
Well, yes, the hearing continued for almost an hour or so, and wherein the court has clearly given directions to the Delhi Police's IFSO unit. Remember that IFSO is a specialized unit of the Delhi Police and is clearly directed it to investigate all of the FIRs against Nupur Sharma. In fact, it has also stated that all of these cases shall be clubbed and be brought before the Delhi Police's special cells IFSO unit. And in fact, it is also directed that in case she wants to seek a squashing of all of these FIRs, then it is the Delhi High Court where she has to approach. And what more has been said by the court is that in view of the threat to her life, all of these cases have been now transferred to the national capital, though the West Bengal government is giving out a lot of opposition to the relief that has been granted to Nupur Sharma. The court was inclined to pass this order and has now clearly stated that all of these cases would be transferred to the national capital. Anusha.
Ananya, what was the objection that the West Bengal government had? Ujjwal Nikam is also with us on the broadcast. Catch your breath, Ananya. I'll come back to you. You know, that hearing that went in the court, as Ananya was pointing out, for roughly 1 hour, there were arguments that were made on all the sides. And then, as Ananya was pointing out, there was an opposition that came from the side of the West Bengal government. Justice Kant and Justice Pardiwala were the judges who were hearing this matter. Ananya, coming back to you, the objections from the West Bengal Government Council. Tell us about that.
Well, yes, the West Bengal government was essentially arguing that the most important impact, the most impact of the statements of Nupur Sharma has been in the state of West Bengal, and hence these cases shall not be transferred to Delhi. And in fact, it was also pointed out by senior advocate Menaka Guruswamy, who is appearing for the West Bengal government, that the maximum impact of her statement is in West Bengal, and the first FIR that has been registered against her in the national capital was actually filed by her itself, and that's the reason that the cases should not be transferred to the national capital. She was seeking as to either the cases are transferred to Maharashtra, wherein the second FIR was registered against her, or to the state of West Bengal, where the maximum impact is there. It was a clear statement made by Menaka Guruswamy that there was a maximum impact and in the state of West Bengal, while the first FIR where she's an accused was in Maharashtra. Delhi is not even on the list of this, and hence the cases shall not be transferred to Delhi. But then the court took a view of the serious life threat that Nupur Sharma is facing and has now transferred all of these cases to the Delhi Police's Special Cells IFSO unit, that is the Intelligence Fusion and Strategic Operations unit of the Special Cell of the Delhi Police. Remember that this is a specialized unit which deals into cybercrime, which deals into social media and all of the kind of the new age media that is existing. It investigates cases relating to the cyber criminals, and hence this is the reason the court noted that it's a specialized agency, and that's why the cases have been transferred to the IFSO unit. The IFSO unit is also given the power to call upon the West Bengal or any kind of the police officials, all the people or the FIR content people in the other states as well, in case they feel it necessary. The Delhi Police's IFSO would be investigating all of these cases, whether the cases are registered in Bengal, whether in Maharashtra or any other part of the country, including the national capital. And now she can approach the Delhi High Court seeking a quashing of all of these FIRs. Since all of these FIRs are clubbed, the Delhi High Court is the forum where Nupur Sharma can go and seek her remedy.
Ananya, let's also take our viewers through what were the grounds that Nupur Sharma highlighted before the Supreme Court, that the court should give a fresh look at her petition of clubbing all the FIRs together. In your reportage, you pointed out how the threat to her life and the sort of intimidation she is facing is one of the principal issues that the court looked at.
Well, this is exactly the major reason why, in fact, the Supreme Court has granted her this relief today, and why a July 19 order was also passed. Because remember, this is the same bench which had passed scathing observations against Nupur Sharma. It was the same bench which had called her a loose tongue and, in fact, said that she is responsible for the Udaipur killings. But then later on, when she approached the Supreme Court again on July 19, the Supreme Court, noting that there is a serious threat to her life, not even before the order, but then even after the order of the topmost court of the country, the threats had increased. The Supreme Court took a strong view of it. The same bench of Justice Suryakant, Justice J.B. Pardiwala, granted her interim protection from arrest then, and today a big relief has been granted to her by a way of clubbing of these FIRs. Another very important case that has been cited by Mr. Maninder Singh, who was appearing for Nupur Sharma, was of Mohammad Zubair, which the Supreme Court has very, very recently granted. In fact, Justice Chandrachud-led bench had, in fact, noted that there is a vicious cycle going on against the people where multiple FIRs are registered. And this is the particular reason why this case was cited, because there are also multiple FIRs against Nupur Sharma. So this is the reason why Mr. Maninder Singh cited this particular case. And the bench also in its order today noted the observations made in that order of Mohammad Zubair, wherein the bench, while dictating its order today, said that we are adopting one of the views of our coordinate bench, which was indicating to that of Justice Chandrachud's bench, and now the relief has been granted to her.
Ananya, it's also pertinent to take our viewers through who were the different parties in the case. You pointed out to the arguments of the West Bengal government that were made by one of the senior advocates. There is, of course, the argument that must have come from the side of the union. Who were the different parties in the case? What were the arguments of the various states which were before the court?
Well, majorly the arguments were between Ms. Nupur Sharma's counsel, Mr. Maninder Singh, the senior advocate, and Ms. Menika Guruswamy, who was opposing that on the part of the state of West Bengal, while there was also Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who was appearing for the Union of India, clearly who had not said much about it, but was in the favor of, in fact, clubbing of these FIRs, because he was also appearing for the national capital. He was appearing for the Delhi police, which was actually to investigate this case first, because the first FIR has been registered against her in the national capital itself. So that's the party's sum up that has been there. Advocate Rahul Chitnis was also appearing for the Maharashtra government. However, he didn't argue since the Solicitor General was there, and various other advocates were appearing for the different governments, whether it's West Bengal, whether it's Maharashtra or the state of Uttar Pradesh. Ms. Garima Prasad was appearing for the state of Uttar Pradesh. But the major arguments happened between senior advocate Maninder Singh, Menika Guruswamy and the Solicitor General.
Menika Guruswamy, I'm just going to give a recap of what Ananya Bhatnagar, my colleague who's reporting all the developments from the Supreme Court, is telling us, that largely the arguments were between Mr. Maninder Singh, he's one of the senior advocates, also of course one of the top lawyers, and Menika Guruswamy, who appeared on this on behalf of the state of West Bengal. The key argument was that the jurisdiction will not lie with the Delhi police, because West Bengal is one state which has registered an FIR. The argument was about whether the FIR should be clubbed and which will be the correct agency to really investigate the matter. If you look at the crux of the order, and if you try to understand why the court has made a departure from what it said about 2 hearings ago, which was to pull up Nupur Sharma for the way she spoke, the court today takes note of the unprecedented threat to life that she faces right now. Intimidation, threats coming in from different quarters, her family under threat. All of these factors were taken into account by the Supreme Court of India, and hence this order has been passed. Ananya, I'm coming back to you. Let's talk about another facet of this order, which is about the quashing of the FIR. Nupur Sharma is free to move the Delhi High Court for seeking quashing of the FIR. That door has been kept ajar by the Supreme Court of India. How crucial is that development?
Well, this is a very, very crucial aspect of this order. The quashing has been sent to the national capital because, remember, Nupur Sharma is a resident of the national capital and she can approach the Delhi High Court. But in case this order would not have been passed, in case she would have to approach various high courts in the country, she would have to go to Calcutta to get the FIRs registered in West Bengal to be quashed against her. She would have to approach the Bombay High Court in a case of the Maharashtra FIRs, and so on and so forth. But now, since the orders of the Delhi High Court are there, the FIRs are already clubbed, and now all of these cases have been transferred to the Delhi Police Special Cells IFSO unit, the Intelligence Fusion Strategy Operations unit, the Delhi Police Special Cell. Now all of these cases have been transferred to the national capital. All of these cases would now be heard by the Delhi High Court, and any kind of quashing she wants, whether it's in the FIR that's been registered in Maharashtra, whether it's in West Bengal, the final forum for this would be the Delhi High Court. And in case the High Court refuses to quash this, the next step would be to approach the Supreme Court or in a revision before the Delhi High Court. And now the doors are clearly open for Nupur Sharma to knock the doors of the Delhi High Court and seek a quashing of these FIRs that have been registered against her with regards to the TV debate that had happened, and following which multiple cases were registered against her, not only in the national capital, 2 FIRs in the national capital, 8 in the state of West Bengal, and some others in the state of Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh as well. In fact, a very, very crucial aspect of this order is also that any FIR that is registered after the passing of this order or in the near future in connection to this incident would also be clubbed and would be investigated only and only by the special cell of the Delhi police.
And that is why, Ananya, that order of Mohammad Zubair is also very important, and we should also not forget that Supreme Court on Monday had granted interim protection to one of the journalists as well, who was part of this TV debate from multiple FIRs, complaints that were registered over the remarks made by Nupur Sharma. So the other panelist who was on the broadcast, who was allegedly responsible for what had happened, was granted some kind of protection and relief by the Supreme Court, and by the same ratio, Nupur Sharma also today has been granted that relief. We'll continue this discussion with my colleague and our guest here on the broadcast. We are slipping into a very short break.
Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle-ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
2 men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the 2 men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the 2 men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The 2 men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his
Welcome back, and we continue to track that very crucial order that has come in from the Supreme Court of India. The top court has passed an order giving relief to the former BJP leader Nupur Sharma, granting her relief in terms of clubbing of all the FIRs that were filed against her. This involves multiple offences of alleged incitement to violence and hate speech that were registered after a TV news program. Nupur Sharma, in her application, said that there is an imminent threat to her life and hence the Supreme Court should grant her that relief. Delhi police is going to investigate the matter, and for quashing of the FIR, she can move the Delhi High Court. Ishkaran Bhandari, who's a lawyer, is joining us on the broadcast. Ishkaran, thank you so much for speaking to us. Good evening and welcome to CNN News 18. It's a relief coming in for Nupur Sharma finally from the Supreme Court of India. Your first thoughts on the order?
My first thoughts on the order is that it's complete justice. It's an extremely fair order, and it is in line with well-settled principles of law. Forget this case. If any person has multiple FIRs on the same incident, the Honorable Supreme Court has ruled that only one investigation should go on, which is very simple because you don't want to waste police resources. You don't want to waste judicial resources. Otherwise, we are living in an age of social media. Everything can result in 200 FIRs. Which would basically be denying a person the rights of procedural fairness. Anything you speak on social media, technically by old rules, if somebody feels it's an offense, can register 500 FIRs all across the country. That is clearly not tenable in the age of social media. Forget social media offenses, even other offenses. If it's one offense, it is usually one investigation, which is your right to Article 21, your right to life, your right to procedure established by law. So this is a well-settled Honorable Supreme Court has applied in this case. In this case, there were also extremely serious circumstances. You have all covered and in detail how people have lost their lives in this issue, how there is a grave threat to the life of Nupur Sharma. People are openly calling for extreme levels of violence, which we don't want to repeat here. So in those circumstances, Supreme Court is obviously going to consider those factors which were brought in additional affidavits before the Honorable Supreme Court. And thus, the Honorable Supreme Court has clubbed all the investigations and transferred it into one jurisdiction. I do not see how anybody can have objection to that.
No, I agree with you there. I agree with you there, Ishkaran, that one can't understand why somebody would have an objection to that, because it's not that the criminal investigation has stopped. But we can't forget that various twists and turns this matter has taken, especially ever since it reached the Supreme Court of India. In the first hearing, the court was not very happy with how Nupur Sharma conducted herself. There were many observations that came against her. In the second hearing, these multiple instances of threat and intimidation were pointed out. And now finally, she's gotten relief from the Supreme Court. Clubbing of FIRs is an ordinary CRPC process. It happens very ordinarily in different courts. Why was it so difficult for Nupur?
Sometimes, as the Honorable Supreme Court also, because the order has just come in, but as in the last hearing, let me say, as the Honorable Supreme Court itself said, we will not leave anybody remediless. So the effect of what happened was that somebody was getting left remediless because that person is under grave threat of life and cannot approach all the high courts. And that's been well documented. It's not a case of threat to her life. Even threat to life, people who have supported her has been well documented by you on various debates. So that threat existing, it became impossible for her to approach various high courts. Thus, the matters have been clubbed, and now one jurisdiction will do it, and one high court will hear all the related matters which may arise from it. If somebody, Nupur Sharma or somebody else, wants to challenge something, either in the trial court or in the high court, which is their right, because Nupur Sharma, of course, has the right on any FIR to seek quashing, which she may well choose to seek in the Honorable High Court. Somebody may file some other petition, but now at least there is clarity as to which agency will do the investigation, which courts will have jurisdiction, which I think is an ordinary relief, which should be given to all citizens, irrespective of offense. For one offense, there has to be only one FIR.
For one offense, one FIR. That's the rule of law in this country. Mr. Ratan Sharda is also joining us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking to us. Finally, a relief of sort. Not that the criminal investigation will stop or the process of law will not take its course, but all the FIRs have been clubbed for Nupur Sharma. This is a relief that she wanted for long. Your first thoughts?
I think it's, of course, I have to welcome this particular decision. My only regret is that so many weeks were lost and the person was put to hardships and mental tension, though there were precedences already of various judgments being clubbed together. Despite this, the kind of language used at that time, which inflamed people's passion, which was used against her by all the critics, all the opposition in every possible public platform, and this created havoc with her life and also with the society. Keeping that in mind, I think Supreme Court has also done itself a good turn by turning back its earlier decision and reviewing the decision and finally giving her the much required relief.
Mr. Shada, in this...
and I would also like to add
yeah.
that today Professor Vara Rao has also been given permanent bail on health ground. The person who actually was supposed to be involved in arms runs for the Naxals.
Mr. Shada, I just have one very humble objection to that analysis. Is that the offences for which Mr. Rao is being tried and booked are far, far serious than what has happened in the case of Nupur Sharma?
Yeah, exactly. Point is that Supreme Court has used same logic. So will people also object to his bail? That is what I meant. I am not getting into the details of his case right now. Point is, Supreme Court has taken a uniform stand only in case of Nupur Tiwari. The stand was very much against their own earlier precedents, and that is why havoc was created. I have just said that they have again shown that they will take uniform stand, which I welcome. I may have objection to Mr. Vara Rao, but today I am just citing it, an example of a common ground that the Supreme Court has used, which it could have used earlier also.
Mr. Shada, I'm short of time, but I do want your reaction on the sort of threat and intimidation that Nupur Sharma has been facing. And in fact, this is one of the key grounds that the court looked at, considered while passing its order today.
It is not just Nupur Sharma. In her name, people have been killed, beheaded, citing the kind of words used by judiciary earlier and by the opposition. And nobody condemned, hardly anybody condemned it. The threat to her was visible right from day one, which was deliberately instigated by people like Muhammad Zubair, who picked up a clip and then made it viral. So these kind of people deserve much more harsher punishment and law than the one which was a result of a debate which was going for 2 weeks, when Hindus were abused, insulted, and debased for 2 weeks, and their gods were made fun of. Despite all these provocations, the conditions were not looked in by the various courts, and the forum she has gone is the only forum she could have gone. She couldn't have gone to different states to club her cases. Every other person who has gone has always gone to Supreme Court. So the way she was insulted for going to Supreme Court, the way today Bengal government is trying to twist the case and score some stupid secular points has been exposed today.
All right, Mr. Ratan Sharda, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Ishkaran Bhandari was also with us on the show. I also want to once again go back to my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar. Ananya, we have last 2 minutes on the show. Can you wrap up for our viewers all that transpired at the Supreme Court, and what are the grounds on which the top court has given relief to Nupur Sharma?
Well, yes, the Supreme Court has very categorically clubbed all the FIRs that have been registered against Nupur Sharma to the national capital. All of these FIRs would now be investigated by the special cell of the Delhi police. It is the specific unit, the IFSO, that is the Intelligence Fusion and Strategic Operations Unit of the Delhi Police Special Cell, specialized in cyber crimes, that would be investigating all of these cases, whether it's in West Bengal, whether it's in Maharashtra or any part of the country. All of the FIRs, whether registered till now or to be registered later, would be investigated by the said authority. Apart from that, the court has also extended the order of interim protection from arrest against Nupur Sharma. No coercive action to be taken against her. In fact, it is also directed that she can now approach the Delhi High Court seeking quashing of all of these FIRs before the Delhi High Court itself. The major reason for granting all of this is the grave threat to her life, and it was even after the West Bengal government, through senior advocate Menaka Guruswamy, constantly opposed and made a prayer that a specific SIT, the court-monitored SIT, should be set up in order to investigate all of these cases, and also that the maximum impact of all of these statements of Nupur Sharma on those TV debates were in the state of West Bengal. The court did not take those submissions and clearly has now transferred all of these cases to the national capital, and now Nupur Sharma can approach the Delhi High Court for seeking quashing of these cases.
Ananya Bhatnagar reporting from the Supreme Court. We also had multiple political and legal voices joining us here on the broadcast. All the perspective and voices here on CNN News 18. We're slipping into a very short break. News continues on the other side with my colleague Anand Narasimhan.
military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the water surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming U.S. Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the U.S. Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
2 men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the 2 men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the 2 men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The 2 men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था। इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? जी बताइए। जी।
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after.
Namaste, you're on the Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the mega CNN News 18 exclusive. CNN News 18 and your channel has been at the forefront of leading this fight against this conversion mafia and the conversion racket. We started with Jalandhar, we went on to Tirunelveli, then now we've got instances that have come to the fore from Palghar in Maharashtra and Dhanbad in Jharkhand. Shocking details that have come to the light with demands on ground growing that there needs to be a pan-India solution to this problem and an anti-conversion law needs to be firmly in place. There needs to be more states that will follow and the centre has also needs to draft an act. That's the call that's coming from ground when increasingly this menace is surfacing at various parts of our country. Let's start with the first instance that is coming in, rackets that are coming in, this breaking news that's just coming through. After Jalandhar, Tirunelveli, now it's Palghar and Dhanbad. The rackets in Jharkhand and Maharashtra, the details that are coming through. Christian missionaries are under the scanner of the state police. In both cases, the cops have initiated probe into inducement in the Katras area. These are the details that are coming through from the Katras area in Dhanbad district of Jharkhand. Families allegedly induced to convert for monetary benefits. There is a connection of these people coming in somewhere from the state of Tamil Nadu who are actually housed there and going from house to house and trying to allure and via inducements getting people to convert. And their target is the Vanvasi. The Vanvasis are the ones, the tribals are under the radar both in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. The locals have protested demanding action against the missionaries. The families were allegedly assured money for medical treatments. This is what happened in Katras region in Dhanbad district of Jharkhand. Now let's try and tell you what happened in the Dahanu area of the Palghar district. Complaint against induced conversions in Dahanu. Cops have arrested 4 Christian missionaries. Reports of induced conversions. Racket allegedly in Talasari, Jawahar and Vikramgarh region. Hindu groups have demanded an anti-conversion law in the state. We'll try and check if we have... Herman is now joining us live from Palghar. He's gone to that entire region in Dahanu area, in Palghar district in Dahanu. Herman, what's the allegation the locals are making? Have there been arrests also that have been made now?
Well, Anand, yes, I'm right now in Palghar district, which has a lot of, many tribal hamlets. And on Friday, it was somewhere in the afternoon when 4 Christian missionaries entered the home of an elderly tribal woman and they tried to convert her. That is when she raised an alarm and she gathered some of the villagers and a phone call was made to the nearest police station, which is the Dahanu police station. When the cops arrived there, they found that there were 4 missionaries who were there inside. And they had allegedly asked the woman to move to convert her faith to Christianity, and the excuse that was given to her was that in case if she had any sort of ailments, all of them would be cured. But when the cops arrived there, when there were several other neighbors arrived there, what they also found was that they were carrying along a lot of cash with them. Now the allegation is that she was forcefully either being converted by giving the excuse, stating that in case if she was converted, then she would be free of health problems, and there was also the inducement of cash being offered as a prize. Now, Anand, in this entire region, this sort of racket, there have been a number of such cases coming forward, but formally these 4 are under arrest right now. Many Hindu groups have been asking for the anti-conversion law to be put into act, but here that we've been seeing, I've been moving across from one village to another, and there's no great connectivity. If one looks at them, they're clearly very far away from the mainstream, and that is the advantage being taken by such groups, which is what we've been seeing in this case. But as far as arrests, yes, 4 of the missionaries have been arrested, but what we're also picking up is that in several of these tribal hamlets, you have them visiting time and often, but probably this is one of the rare instances where you have an arrest taking place, because either way, in other instances, we have seen them getting away with this sort of a racket, Anand.
Yes, the fact is that it's the Vanvasis, the tribals who are being targeted, specifically targeted. Inducements are being given. Ladies and gentlemen, today 2 opposite sides of the country. Jharkand here in the east, Maharashtra in the west. It is Dahanu there in Maharashtra, and this is Dhanbad. Dahanu in Maharashtra and Dhanbad in Jharkhand. Both places, the modus operandi remains the same. Inducements are being given. It is the Vanvasis who are being lured. They are being lured with money and with the fact that there are these Changai Sabhas which are being conducted, where these fake kind of miracles are being also enacted by people, and they are having a free run, these Changai Sabhas. Sanjay Gupta also joining us. Sanjay, what happened in the Katras region in Dhanbad?
यहाँ जो धनबाद जिला है, इसके अंतर्गत कतरास थाना आती है, और यहाँ एक मालकेरा करके जगह है, 5 नंबर छाताबाद। यहाँ पर ईसाई धर्म के जो लोग हैं वो आ रहे हैं और प्रार्थना सभा कर रहे हैं, और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हिंदू परिवार के दर्जनों लोगों को उस प्रार्थना सभा में शामिल करवा रहे हैं। और इसके बाद जो है स्थानीय जो लोगों है उसमें हंगामा हुआ और थाना में बात गई, लेकिन जब थाना की बात आ रही है तो थाना अब तक आवेदन मिलने के बाद भी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही है। केवल इस थाना के जो एसपी हैं, जिले के जो एसपी हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि एक आवेदन आया है और उसके बाद ही वो कार्रवाई करेंगे, जांच करेंगे। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि अभी तक जो पुलिस की जांच है वो एक तरफा हो रही है। जो हिंदू परिवार इस मामले को बताए थे, उन हिंदू परिवारों को अब जो है पुलिस के द्वारा तंग किया जा रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है। जबकि जो पादरी 80 किलोमीटर दूर से इस कतरास थाना क्षेत्र में आए थे, उनको अब तक किसी तरह की ना तो पूछताछ की गई है, ना ही अन्य किसी बारे में कहा गया है। तो इसे लेकर यहाँ के स्थानीय विधायक भी जो है तो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है वो भी जो है सो इस्लामीकरण और ईसाईकरण और कसाई की तरफ जा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर गौ हत्या हो या धर्म परिवर्तन, ये सब सारी चीजें चल रही है, लेकिन जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है इसे लेकर कोई गंभीरता नहीं दिखा रहे हैं।
संजय, आप कह रहे हैं कि जिन्होंने कंप्लेंट किया अब उनसे सवाल किए जा रहे हैं, जिन्होंने कहा कि उनके साथ जबरन धर्म परिवर्तन की कोशिश की जा रही है, उन हिंदू परिवारों को ही अब सवाल पूछा जा रहा है। तो ये लोग कहाँ से आए हैं? ये जो ईसाईकरण कर रहे हैं वहाँ कतरास में, ये कहाँ से आए हैं? ये वहीं झारखंड के हैं या किसी दूसरे राज्य से वहाँ पर आए हैं?
ये धनबाद और बंगाल के बॉर्डर जगह पे चिरकुंडा करके जगह, और वहाँ के एक पादरी जो है 80 किलोमीटर दूर आ रहे हैं और यहाँ पर प्रार्थना सभा कर रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इन लोगों का टारगेट जो है वो SC ST और गरीब तबके के लोग हैं, जिनको कहीं ना कहीं खाने पीने की दिक्कत होती है। और यही कारण है कि उनको सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब हमने 2-3 लोगों से बात की तो उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि 15 लाख रुपए को उन्हें प्रलोभन दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक परिवार को ये भी कहा गया कि उनकी मदर का किडनी खराब है तो उसे भी जो है वो चेन्नई अस्पताल में इलाज करवाएंगे। ऐसे प्रलोभन के साथ में प्रार्थना सभा में शामिल करवाया जा रहा है और इसके बाद धर्म परिवर्तन का एक खेल चल रहा है। लेकिन जो स्थानीय प्रशासन है उसके तरफ से अब तक उन ईसाई मिशनरियों पर कार्रवाई को लेकर कोई पहल नहीं की गई है। वहाँ के 2-3 युवकों को ही उल्टा हिरासत में प्रशासन के द्वारा लिया गया, उनसे ही सवाल जवाब किया जा रहा है। उनको ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि आप धर्म के ठेकेदार बने, आप धर्म के रक्षक बने। तो ये सब चीजें जब हो रही है तो इससे लेकर स्थानीय जनप्रतिनिधि जो यहाँ के ढुल्लू महतो हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि इन सभी आवाजों को जब हमने विधानसभा में उठाया था तो उन्हें सस्पेंड किया गया था। और यहाँ के साथ साथ धनबाद के भी जो विधायक हैं राज सिन्हा, उन्होंने भी कहा कि यहाँ पर नमाज रूम बनाया जाता है, विधानसभा में इस्लामीकरण हो रहा है, स्कूलों में संडे के जगह में फ्राइडे को छुट्टी दी जा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये सरकार के सह पर ही प्रशासन काम कर रही है और जो हिंदू परिवार है, हिंदू लोग हैं, उनके धर्म को लेकर अब संकट आ रहा है। तो इसकी आवाज बीजेपी उठाएगी, लगातार उठा रही है। और चाहे कुछ भी हो,
राजनीति अपनी तरफ, लेकिन यहाँ पर सोशली ग्राउंड पर जो चल रहा है वो क्या सही मायने में जायज है या नाजायज है? ये कन्वर्जन माफिया काम कर रही है कि नहीं? पुलिस आप कह रहे हैं जिन परिवारों ने कंप्लेंट किया उन्हीं के खिलाफ अब एक्शन लेने में लगी हुई है, ये आप कह रहे हैं। वी आर ऑल्सो गेटिंग लॉट ऑफ इनपुट्स फ्रॉम दहानू. We will keep putting out those inputs as and to when it is coming. This story just coming to light, and we've sent our team on ground to investigate, and we are getting you all the reactions one by one. For the moment, we'll continue to focus on Dhanbad, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Nation at 5, again, where a conversion racket is being alleged. These are the voices that we have got for you. There is Dhullu Mahato, who's the MLA of that area. There is Raj Sinha, who's the MLA of Dhanbad. And we also have the SP, rural of in that region, that is Rishma Rameshan. Let's listen into all of them.
जब से यह सरकार आई है झारखंड के अंदर, जेएमएम कांग्रेस और आरजेडी के गठबंधन वाली सरकार, तब से यह मनोबल काफ़ी बढ़ गया है। और आप लोग को ने देखा होगा कि हम लोग विधानसभा के अंदर भी गौ हत्या बंद करो, धर्मांतरण कानून कड़ाई से लागू करो, इसके अलावा नमाज कक्ष कभी बना दिया, झारखंड राज्य का इस्लामीकरण बंद करने की हम लोगों ने मांग किया। तो ये तो सरकार अपने राह पर चल रही है। ईसाई कसाई हम लोग लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं। और ये जो है रघुवर दास जी ने धर्मांतरण कानून को ये किया था, लेकिन यह सरकार उसको पालन नहीं कर रही है। इसे मेरा सलाह माने प्रशासन के लोग या चेतावनी माने, जो भी मानना है, लेकिन यह समय दूर नहीं कि इनके ऐसे लोगों के सत्ता से ये लोग बाहर होने वाले हैं और चुन चुन कर ऐसे लोगों पर कार्रवाई किया जाएगा जो धर्मांतरण कानून को नहीं लागू कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा कांग्रेस के सरकार बनने के बाद हिंदू खतरे की ओर बढ़ रहा है। उनकी स्थिति बहुत दयनीय होती जा रही है। आज खुलेआम गो हत्या हो रही है, आज इस्लामीकरण बढ़ रहा है, आज हिंदू धर्म के लोगों को लालच लोभ देकर मतलब धर्म परिवर्तन करवाया जा रहा है। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई बहनों को जो धर्म परिवर्तन करवा रहा है, लालच देकर लोभ देकर, इस पर कार्रवाई सरकार करे। अन्यथा जिस प्रकार से लोगों का मन में गुस्सा आक्रोशित बढ़ता जा रहा है, अगर कहीं न कहीं इस तरह का कोई बात हो जाए तो इसका जवाबदेही सरकार होगा, इसका जवाबदेही प्रशासन होगा।
एक लिखित शिकायत पुलिस के पास भी मिला है। पुलिस ने संज्ञान लिया है इस बात का। तो जांच होगा, पहले जांच की, ये भी जांच के विषय है। जांच के बाद ही कुछ इसमें कार्रवाई होगा। जांच में जो मैटर सामने आएगा उसके बाद ही कुछ कार्रवाई होगा। लिखित एक शिकायत मिला है कतरास थाना में, उसी का जांच हो रहा है।
संजय, मैं जल्दी से आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि जो मेन कंप्लेनेंट्स हैं उनसे आपकी बात हुई? अभी फिलहाल वो कौन है? वो लोग जो धर्मांतरण करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, क्या उन पर कोई निगरानी रखी गई है कि उन्हें खुली छूट दी गई है कि वो कहीं भी आ जा सकते हैं? वो अभी भी कातरास में है कि नहीं?
घटना के 2-3 दिन बीत गए हैं, लेकिन जो आवेदन है वो बस अब थाने की जो है फाइलों के पर ही सिमट के रह गई है। अब तक उस मामले में जो पीड़ित पक्ष है, शिकायत करता है, जो उसके तरफ से उन लोगों से कोई पूछताछ नहीं किया गया। वहाँ के जो युवा है, जो सूत्र हमें बता रहे हैं, जिस दिन ये घटना हुई थी उसी दिन वहाँ के पुलिस जो है तो उन्हीं लड़कों को जो है धमकाने का प्रयास किए। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक तरफा कार्रवाई हो रही, लोगों में आक्रोश है। इसे लेकर विश्व हिंदू परिषद हो या बजरंग दल हो या स्थानीय जो युवा, जो कि अब कहीं ना कहीं एक धर्म को लेकर जागरूक हुए हैं, तो उन लोगों में गुस्सा है। और यही कारण है कि अब लोगों में उबाल है। हो सकता है कि 15 अगस्त के बाद कोई रणनीति बने इसे लेकर, लेकिन फिलहाल जो ये ईसाई मिशनरी है उन पर अब तक पुलिस के द्वारा कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है, ना ही उन लोगों से अब तक पूछताछ करने की जरूरत पुलिस ने अब तक समझी है।
जी संजय, धन्यवाद आपके इनपुट्स के लिए। मैं जरा नाउ फ्रॉम धनबाद लेट्स गो अक्रॉस टू दहानू एंड Herman is live with us. Herman, you have spoken to some of the locals, the complainants. What is it that they are alleging? We are going to play out some of the reactions that have come in and the claims that have come in. Which are the groups that stepped up? Can you take us through what exactly happened? How did this matter come to light? How did the cops intervene, and why these 4 people have been arrested, and who are these 4 who have been arrested? Where are they from? Do we have any of these details?
Well, they are believed to be, from an organization from Pune, Anand. But this happened on Friday afternoon when all of a sudden they entered a house of a tribal woman who is an elderly woman, and they tried to force her to convert to the Christianity faith. But at that point in time, she raised an alarm. So the villagers gathered. They made a few calls to a few local Hindu organizations who came there to her rescue. And when the crowds had swelled up, a call was made to the Dahanu police station. Upon which the police there reached the spot. When they tried to investigate, they found out that besides religious articles, there was also large sums of money. Now, at that point, the police asked the woman as to, what was why was it that did she invite these missionaries? She said no, they decided to come there on her own. They tried to force her to convert, is what she alleges, stating that all of her health problems would go away in case if she decides to convert her faith. But the fact of the matter is that there were large amounts of cash also that was found from these 4 missionaries. Dahanu is such an area; it is cut off from the mainstream Mumbai. On the outskirts, you have one village that is at least 50 to 60 kilometers away from the next. It is these sort of stories have definitely come forward in the past too. We have heard it. Several organizations like Hindu Jan Jagriti Samiti have stepped forward. But this is probably one of the first times that one is looking that a formal arrest has taken place. Now, the key question that the Hindu right-wing organizations have been asking, and rightly so, is that in case if the Catholic missionaries, they do want to help people, they can do so. They can offer them their medical help and other things, etc. But what is the extreme need of asking them to forcefully convert? What is the guarantee that was given to this woman under the false pretext saying that in case if she converted, she would not have any sort of health problems? There were certain sort of questions by the investigating police team too, but they did not respond, which is one of the grounds upon which they have been now formally arrested, and the investigation is on to try and find out how large is this racket, because as I was pointing, the Palghar district has a large number of the tribals and Adivasis who live here and who have been given this sort of they have been either it is the health options, or it is some other freebies, or even money and even education that is given to them on the pretext of forcefully converting. And therefore one is looking at probably one of the rarest times where you have actually a formal arrest taking place, Anand, because in the past, yes, there have been murmurs, there have been incidents taking place, but in this case,